City, which produces about a quarter of the country's energy. And that happened during another round of failed peace talks between Ukraine and Russia. And meanwhile, that 40-mile-long Russian convoy closing in on Kyiv continues to stall as Russian forces face logistical issues, but shelling continues in cities all across the country. Our team of reporters covering all of today's developments, and NewsNation correspondent Robert Sherman joins us live from western Ukraine. So, Robert, tell us, what's the situation like where you are right now?
Well, Nicole, it's sure to be another sleepless night for many Ukrainians as air raid sirens continue here every few hours. So the threat of attacks is always present here. But elsewhere, the mass destruction of Ukraine continues as Russia's invasion heads into its second week. Day 8 in Russia's brutal attack on Ukraine. Intense fighting leads to the fall of Kherson, a strategic port on the Black Sea, and the first major city to fall to Russia since the start of the war. Destruction is widespread in other Ukrainian cities outside the capital of Kyiv. Buildings across Ukraine, including homes, schools, hospitals, the target of shelling and missile attacks. Fires and explosions turning communities to rubble. Ukrainian officials say 22 bodies were removed from a residential building in Cherniv today, following a Russian airstrike. And in the same town, Russian shelling struck an oil depot, billows of black smoke rising at the point of attack. New reports indicate Europe's largest power plant is now surrounded by Russian forces. Enerhodar is a major energy hub that accounts for roughly a quarter of the country's power. Ukrainians who live there had formed a blockade in an attempt to keep Russian troops out of the city, to no avail. Ukrainian leaders now calling on its citizens to wage guerrilla war against Russian invaders. U.S. officials say Russia has fired 480 missiles at Ukraine as Russian troops make more progress in the south, but they are largely stalled in the north. More than 150,000 Russian troops are positioned north and northwest of the Kyiv. In Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, Russian forces now appear to be just outside the city where bombings have increased. And Russia continues to make progress in the south, with the capture of one seaport and the threat of another. The 40-mile-long column of Russian tanks and trucks remains situated north of Kyiv with fuel and food shortages, making it vulnerable to a Ukrainian counterattack. President Zelensky again congratulating his countrymen on their resistance and urging them to keep up the fight, as the undermanned, resolute Ukrainian military fights for survival. The new video shows Ukrainian special forces and local resistance groups who destroyed 20 Russian combat vehicles. But Ukraine continues to work toward diplomacy. A second round of talks between Russia and Ukraine were held in Belarus, with little common ground between the two sides. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called for Russian President Vladimir Putin to meet face-to-face.
I don't bite. I'm a normal man. Sit down with me. Let's talk. What are you afraid of?
And an astounding show of solidarity today, the Ukraine parliament met in person in the most targeted building in all of Ukraine to vote on defense and security, opening the meeting with the Ukraine's national anthem. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky emphasizes that all he wants is peace. He does not want the story of Ukraine to be some glorious Greek epic of military conquest. He just wants peace for his people. Nicole?
Yeah, just wants peace. Robert, we certainly appreciate your reporting. Please stay safe, and thank you. The White House is still trying to keep diplomatic channels open. President Biden meeting today with leaders of India, Australia, and Japan as the Secretary of State heads to Europe for talks. And NewsNation's Kelly Meyer joins us live in Washington. So, Kelly, what are the options at this point to end this deadly fight?
Well, Nicole, any chance at diplomacy is really off the table until Russia pulls back its forces. That's the Biden administration's stance here. As for Russia, President Vladimir Putin is warning that things are about to get much worse as he threatens to take all of Ukraine. And And with fears the ongoing Russian assault and Ukraine's fierce resistance could spill across borders and into countries allied with the United States, today one movement toward averting disaster. The U.S. and Russia now have set up a deconfliction line, a kind of hotline to prevent miscalculation, military incidents, and escalation. This as at the White House, President Biden convened his cabinet, announcing new sanctions on what it calls Putin's cronies, the wealthy oligarchs used close to the Russian leader. The president also met virtually with leaders of Australia, Japan, and India. On the agenda, concerns that China could take a page out of Putin's playbook and make a move on Taiwan. Biden tweeting, pledging to stand by what he calls our commitment to sovereignty and territorial integrity around the world, including in the Indo-Pacific. Moments ago, Secretary of State Antony Blinken was wheels down in Brussels, the start of a 5-day European trip. His first stop, NATO headquarters, and then to American allies bordering Russia to reassure them of American support. Russia only upping the ante. The Russian Defense Ministry releasing new video showing military helicopters supporting troops in what Moscow calls its special operation. Pentagon sources telling me that operation is a logistical mess. Troops not getting food, fuel, replacement parts, or a paycheck. And Nicole, there are more signs this conflict isn't close to being over. Today, Putin called French leader Emmanuel Macron, and after their 90-minute call, a senior French official told reporters saying after they hung up, Macron was convinced that, quote, the worst is yet to come, and that Putin aims to take control of all Ukraine. Nicole?
All right, Kelly Meyer live in Washington. Thank you. Well, U.S. stocks edged lower again today as inflation and the crisis in Ukraine continues. The Nasdaq leading the market losses, ending more than 1.5% lower. S&P finishing with more than a 20-point loss, and the Dow closing down nearly 100 points. As investors watch over developments between Russia and Ukraine, a growing number of retailers are temporarily stopping operations in Russia because of sanctions or as a protest to the invasion of Ukraine. And just today, IKEA and H&M joined that growing list. Correspondent Marky Martin is live in Dallas. So, Marky, the big question here, who does this hurt more, the U.S. or Russia?
Hey, Nicole, well, according to an expert I talked to today, he thinks it's Russia taking the harder hit. He says this is a price that global companies are willing to pay to distance themselves from the country. And as you just mentioned, this list is growing by the day. Today, it's IKEA and H&M, and those businesses that haven't pulled the plug yet, they're facing mounting pressure, all in the hopes of convincing Putin to change his ways. While 1 million Ukrainians have now left their country, a simultaneous mass exodus of heavyweight companies are pulling their business from Russia. Various sectors exercising corporate condemnation.
Doing business in Russia is difficult under any circumstances, but now it's just crazy.
James O'Rourke is a business professor at Notre Dame. He says it's a smart move to cut ties.
You don't want to be associated with these people. This is like going into business with the Manson family. This is not good. You want to get your brand as far away from them as you can.
Perhaps some of the biggest names pulling the plug coming from energy, tech, and transportation. Just this week, Apple announcing it stopped selling its products there. Its online Russian storefront labels everything as unavailable. Google enforcing an ad ban on the country. Oil giant BP selling 20% of its stake, worth $14 billion, in an energy company headquartered in Moscow. ExxonMobil has stopped investing in Russia. And the list goes on. Boeing, Nike, Disney, Meta, FIFA.
Not one of these people has surprised me. I don't know of anybody who will be permanently damaged or harmed, because none of the companies I've looked at have any more than a kind of single-digit percentage of their gross revenues coming from Russia.
And while many of the big dogs continue to cut ties, some small family-owned businesses say it's merchandise they can't afford to lose.
I have no reason to throw away money I've already spent.
And Professor O'Rourke also said he has confidence in the health of major global companies, including American brands, but he says Russia is now in a bad spot. He says it's probably a smart estimate to say that by this afternoon, Putin has lost $300 billion. That is half of his annual exports. Nicole.
Wow. All right. Marky Martin live in Dallas. Well, we are going to keep giving you news stories all hour long as part of our Russia at War coverage. In less than 10 minutes, we've done stories about the influence of Russian money in big cities like Miami, LA, New York. But it doesn't end there. The answers our team of journalists is uncovering when it comes to the Midwest and the heartland. Then later, keeping Ukraine's president safe. Zelensky's team says they've already foiled one assassination plot, the security in place for the leader who's on the world stage. Plus, the threat at home, how countries friendly to Putin in the Americas, like Cuba, are reacting to this conflict. Could Russian warships wind up just miles from Miami? But right now, we think it's important to make sure you know what else is going on in this country and around the world. To start, the U.S. Navy recovered a military jet in the South China Sea today. Authorities say that aircraft crashed yesterday. The jet had been conducting routine flight operations in the area since January. It's now being sent to a nearby military base to investigate why it crashed. The only officer to face charges in the raid that killed Breonna Taylor officially acquitted by a Kentucky jury today. Former Louisville police officer Brett Hankinson faced 3 counts of wanton endangerment stemming from his conduct the night of the deadly botched raid in March of 2020. Hankinson fired multiple shots that went into a neighboring apartment. No one in that apartment was injured. Hankinson had faced up to 5 years behind bars if he'd been found guilty. Firefighters in Southern California working to contain a wildfire in Orange County. The Jim Fire broke out yesterday. Right now, it's about 15% contained. It's burned, though, over 500 acres, but it's mostly unpopulated land. As of earlier this afternoon, no buildings are threatened. The cause of the fire is still unknown. Texas Family and Protective Services once again able to investigate parents of transgender children for abuse. That change coming this afternoon, and it's not over yet. Will Dupree from our Austin station has today's developments.
Right now, a legal back and forth is happening. The Texas Attorney General is stepping in now to allow a child abuse investigation to resume against a family with a transgender teenager. We learned that Ken Paxton filed an appeal to a district judge's decision Wednesday, which temporarily blocked the state from pursuing that investigation. Last week, Governor Greg Abbott directed the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services to pursue child abuse investigations of parents who help their children receive gender-affirming care. That sparked massive protests from transgender activists and supporters of the LGBTQ community. A family anonymously filed a lawsuit against Abbott and DFPS. According to the lawsuit, the child's mother is an employee with that agency. The lawsuit claims she was placed on leave because her transgender daughter requires medical treatment. The judge scheduled a hearing on March 11th to decide whether to block the governor and DFPS's actions statewide, but that is on hold until an appeals court rules on what the Attorney General filed. Nicole, back to you.
All right, thank you for that, Will. Still ahead on Rush Hour, Russian oligarchs in America's heartland. How Vladimir Putin's wealthy friends successfully funnel money through Midwest communities.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
If you have COPD, ask your doctor about Breztri. Breztri gives me better breathing and helps prevent flare-ups. Before Breztri, I was stuck in the past. I still had bad days. Flare-ups, which kept me from doing what I love. My doctor said, for my COPD, it was time for Breztri. Breztri gives you better breathing, symptom improvement, and helps prevent flare-ups. Like no other COPD medicine, Breztri was proven to reduce flare-ups by 52%.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
If you have COPD, ask your doctor about Breztri.
I'm 77 years young, still going strong. Diabetes is not going to slow me down, thanks to my Dexcom G6. This little wearable sends my glucose numbers right to my phone or receiver. And the arrow tells me which way I'm heading and how fast. So it's easier for me to keep my glucose in range. And the more time I spend in range, the more I can do. If you're on Medicare, learn more at Dexcom.com.
I really needed to lose some weight for health issues. I didn't want to have a shortened lifespan. Having my wife do this with me is priceless.
Get Nutrisystem's partner plan.
We lost 85 pounds with Nutrisystem.
Weight loss is better together. Partners lose up to 20% more weight.
I could cheer her on, she would cheer me on.
And it's an easy plan. You eat the meals, you lose the weight, you feel better.
Eat the same meals or choose your own, including new premium meals with up to 30 grams of protein and new skillet dinners ready in minutes.
It smells great. It's like, okay, it's dinner time.
And we're bringing the taste of your favorite restaurant meals right to your home. Perfectly portioned with half the calories. Get food for two. Meals and snacks delivered together free. Act now and get 50% off, plus an extra $50 off.
That was us. This is us.
Go online or call 877-319-DIET to save 50%, plus get an extra $50 off.
Meet Apartment 2A, 2B, and 2C. 2A is monitoring his money with a simple text. Like what you see, Abe?
Yes.
2B is covered with 0 overdraft fees when he overdraws his account by $50 or less. And 2C? Well, she's not going to let a lost card get her stressed. Am I right? That's right. That's because these neighbors all have Chase. Alerts that help check, tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours.
As Ukraine embraces its president for his bold leadership staying in the capital to fight the Russian invasion, threats to his life remain very real. Last week, he even told EU leaders at one point it may be the last time they'd see him alive. NewsNation's Kelly Beeson talked to 2 security experts about this growing concern for his safety. So, Kelly, what did they say?
Well, they said, Nicole, it is certainly a growing concern. Recently, it was reported by Ukrainian news sources that an assassination plot against President Zelensky was foiled and a unit sent to kill him was destroyed. Experts we spoke with also say the longer Zelensky stays in Ukraine, the greater the threat to his safety. As the Russians push forward with their invasion of Ukraine, President Zelensky continues to be target number 1 for their forces. Still, he's chosen to stay behind and lead in a time of war.
It's a great job that the Ukrainian security services are doing so far in protecting President Zelensky. It's a daunting task when you look at things. The adversary, or in this case, a state sponsor, only has to be right once. His protective detail has to be right 100% of the time, which is no easy task.
Former Deputy Assistant Secretary for Diplomatic Security Mark Hipp says an element of unpredictability is key to Zelensky's safety. The ability to move from one location to another without establishing patterns the Russian intelligence can track, and avoiding any live updates and keeping social media posts or photos on a delay so that Zelensky's exact location cannot be targeted.
As he moves around the country, it may be beneficial for him to move closer to some of the borders in case he's getting surrounded and there's no out.
Another key component of Zelensky's survival, collecting Russian intel to anticipate their next moves. Former Secret Service agent Tim Miller says it's critical for his security teams to be proactive instead of reactive, and also critical for the Ukrainian president to trust their judgment when it comes to strategy.
I would say and have said to protect these that I've protected, trust us, let us do what we do, because at the end of the day, remember, these folks are willing to die not just for their freedom, but for their president, too.
And Miller went on to say Zelensky's security teams have to assume everywhere they go that they're going to be in a tactical battle for the president's life, a growing challenge as this invasion continues. Nicole.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right, Kelly, thank you for that. Our coverage of the very latest from Ukraine continues. And after the break, Russia shifting its military strategy to focus more on civilian hotspots, why they're changing their approach, and what this could signal about their next moves.
I think I changed my mind about these glasses.
Yeah, it happens. That's why VisionWorks gives you 100 days to change your mind. It's simple. Anything else I can help you with?
Like what?
VisionWorks. See the difference.
We all have heroes in our lives.
Someone who cares about other people and gives of themselves
to help others who can't always help themselves.
Those are true heroes. And for a kid like me, who's had 13 operations and can now walk, you might think that I'd say my hero is my doctor, or nurse, or even my physical therapist. And they are.
But there's someone else who's a hero to me and 1.5 million other kids and counting.
It's someone who gives of themselves
so that others will get the help they need. Who is it? Well, you may be surprised, but my hero is you.
You. It's people just like you who give every month to Shriners Hospitals for Children that make the specialized care so many kids need possible.
When you call this special number with your monthly gift, you're making a difference in the lives of thousands of kids every day.
That sounds like a hero to me. And because of heroes like you,
I can do things now that were impossible before. I can ride my bike.
I can play basketball.
And I can walk.
All of this is made possible because of heroes like you who go online to loveshriners.org right now and say yes with your monthly support.
When you do, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you, and a reminder of all the kids whose hero you are each and every month.
Thank you. Your support changes our lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you for being my hero.
Please call now. If operators are busy, please call again or go to loveshriners.org right away. The world could use some more heroes, and your call will make a difference.
Thank you for being our hero.
This old toilet won't quit. It's fine, though. I'm a member of American Home Shield. They cover items no matter their age. Oh, shelves clean.
Hi, it's me again. Listen to this. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check every month may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with the benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Check your zip code. It could be dynamite. Call now.
Call 1-800-370-0331. That's 1-800-370-0331 now.
Welcome back to News Nation Rush Hour. And now to some other headlines in the war in Ukraine. The conflict pushing Sweden and Finland closer to NATO membership. The two Nordic countries have remained neutral for decades, even through the Cold War. But for the first time, a poll from a Finnish broadcaster shows a majority of people in Finland support joining NATO. A similar poll in Sweden also shows a majority in favor of NATO membership. A bipartisan group of senators has introduced legislation aimed at banning all Russian energy imports into the U.S. Senators Joe Manchin of West Virginia and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska leading the charge on the Ban Russian Energy Imports Act, which they say counters Russia's attempt to weaponize energy. It's being introduced as the national average cost for a gallon of gas sits at $3.72, with some cities, including San Francisco, currently over $5 a gallon. And workers at Kyiv's zoo are struggling to keep animals safe. While it's now closed to visitors, employees are staying overnight to try and help calm the animals while bombs and sirens go off at all hours. Right now, there are no plans to evacuate the animals, but zoo officials hope an opportunity will present itself. All right, well, here's a map of the areas taken over by Russian forces, which helps paint a better picture of Vladimir Putin's military intentions. Now, leaving a trail of destruction, more incredible images today of giant plumes of smoke and loud explosions. All of this leading to a higher death toll. So let's bring in Lieutenant General Richard Newton. General, of course, we thank you so much for your time. We want to talk strategy with you today. You know, there are reports of larger cities being overtaken by Russian forces, in addition to Europe's largest power plant, which is in Ukraine. That's also being surrounded. But yet that 40-mile-long convoy is potentially stalled. So what's next? What does this mean as far as strategy for both sides here?
Well, good afternoon, Nicole. First off, Putin and Russian forces have apparently taken Kherson to the south. That's key because of the southern access, or the southern areas of Ukraine, means potentially that area could be cut off from the rest of Ukraine, which would really give him the southern parcel of land and also give him direct access to the Black Sea and cut off Ukraine from the Black Sea. And also a lot of separatists down in that area, if you call Crimea and so forth. But what he's still trying to do is create really the center of gravity for his effort is the capital of Kyiv.
All right, so General, let's talk about that stalled Russian convoy. Some people are questioning why Ukraine doesn't just bomb it. But, you know, I feel like the obvious answer here seems that wouldn't this signal really potentially the start of World War III?
Well, actually not. I think the 40-mile convoy is stalled for a couple reasons. Number one, it's extraordinarily difficult to get even a 1 or 2 mile convoy moving. And in this case, a 40-mile is extraordinary. The other aspect of that is it really does present targets of opportunity for the Ukrainian military, as they can interrupt the movement forward of the convoy itself. So it's been very difficult to get that convoy to Russian forces, which are now encircling Kyiv. Until that happens, they will not be able to be resupplied and be as effective in terms of really closing in on what is the real prize, Kyiv.
Well, you know, so why aren't Ukrainian forces then just bombing it since it's stalled?
Well, there have been some attacks on it, but it's difficult to bomb it because of the lack of Ukrainian Air Force. They still are, the Russians have yet to gain air superiority over all of Ukraine, but nonetheless, the Ukrainian Air Force is still a relatively fledgling Air Force at this point, and so it would be very difficult for them just to go bomb it and so forth, although there could be some ground forces, almost guerrilla-like tactics to interrupt that lines of communication of that very long convoy. But we'll see. Tomorrow will be day 9, but so far the Ukrainians have put up a significant and an effective fight, although Russia and Putin, for that matter, has become very, very lethal and indiscriminate in his use of attacks on civilians, to the level, of my view, of really now being truly a war criminal.
All right. Okay, speaking of that, being a war criminal, you know, and Kelly Beeson just reported, you know, on efforts to keep President Zelensky safe. It may seem obvious, but just talk about why that is so crucial.
Absolutely essential, keeping him safe, because he is now not only the Ukrainian president, but he's really become a global leader who represents, you know, freedom and democracy for all of us, as he is in for a fight, not only for his country, but a fight for his life. So it's absolutely essential that his protective detail and the army surrounding him keep him absolutely protected as best he possibly can, as well as his family members and his cabinet. So it's think in terms of, if we had lost Churchill during the Battle of Britain in World War II, now if you lose, you know, President Zelensky, that would be a tremendous loss for the Ukrainian people, especially from their morale, as they are getting just bombarded, you know, from the Russian military.
Yeah, especially entering day 9, as you said. Well, Lieutenant General Richard Newton, we always appreciate your input. Thank you so much, sir.
Good night. Thank you, Nicole.
The crackdown on Vladimir Putin's inner circle is reaching America's heartland. States from coast to coast are investigating and seizing assets from Russian oligarchs. And News Nation's Michael Shore is following the effort in some places you might not expect.
The White House today getting specific about how and who they are targeting in an effort to crack down on oligarchs. In a statement announcing these sanctions and seizures, the administration saying the United States is targeting additional Russian elites and family members who continue supporting President Putin despite his brutal invasion of Ukraine. The president's focus on these oligarchs in Tuesday's State of the Union address has brought closer scrutiny to how money is laundered in this country, but also where. While New York penthouses and South Florida yachts get much of the attention, recent reporting has unveiled Russian money being passed in unlikely ways through the Midwest.
Number one, most of the coasts and certainly like places like Miami and New York are monitored much more closely by Treasury, by the FBI, Department of Justice.
Michael Sala's investigative report in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette shines a light on just how easy it was for Ukrainian oligarch Igor Kolomoisky to launder money through real estate and even a steel mill in Ohio.
That's where you can go in quietly using shell companies and where your beneficial ownership is concealed by Delaware companies, essentially, and do whatever you want to do. And that's what they did.
In 2020, the FBI raided a building owned by Kolomoisky in Cleveland, where his shell company Optima Management owned several other properties, including the Westin Hotel.
These investigations often take a long time, and just because you see activity now doesn't mean something's going to happen next week.
That was 2 years ago, and the Justice Department is now trying to stop the activity, freezing the assets of people like Putin ally Alisher Usmanov, whose $600 million yacht was just seized by Germany, and freezing others out of the U.S. financial system, like Arkady Rotenberg, Putin's billionaire judo instructor, and Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov. Michael Sala says that banks also play a role.
They're kind of the guardian at the gate. So banks are basically deputized. They're the first line of defense in the war against money laundering.
In the Kolomoisky case, it was Deutsche Bank through which large round numbers of money from companies with no relationship to each other were passing through, raising red flags.
At that point, the bank can stop the transactions. It could drop the customer if it wants. It didn't do either.
Michael Shore, News Nation.
Still ahead on Rush Hour, Russia may seem physically far from the U.S., but the closest Russian military forces are just 90 miles off of our coast in Cuba. What Russia's relationship with nearby Cuba and Venezuela means for U.S. safety. And don't forget, you can follow me on social media. Just search Nicole Burley on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
What are you recommending for muscle pain?
Based on clinical data, I recommend Salonpas.
Agreed. My patients like these patches because they work up to 12 hours, even on moderate pain.
Salonpas, it's good medicine.
Not gonna happen.
That's it. I'm calling Kohler about their walk-in bath.
My name is Ken. How may I help you?
Hi, I'm calling about Kohler's walk-in bath.
Excellent. Happy to help.
Huh?
Hold one moment, please. The Kohler walk-in bath features an extra wide opening and a low step-in at 3 inches, which is 25 to 60% lower than some leading competitors. The bath fills and drains quickly, while the heated seat soothes your back, neck, and shoulders. Kohler is an expert in bathing, so you can count on a deep soaking experience.
Are you seeing this?
The Kohler walk-in bath comes with fully adjustable hydrotherapy jets and our exclusive bubble massage. Everything is installed in as little as a day by a Kohler certified installer. And it's made by Kohler, America's leading plumbing brand.
We need this bath.
Yes. Yes, you do. A Kohler walk-in bath provides independence with peace of mind. Call 1-800-558-5891 to receive $1,000 off your Kohler walk-in bath. And right now we're offering no payments for 18 months.
The Chewy box is coming today.
Calm down, Lenny. We just ordered it yesterday.
Oven-baked apple biscuits! Holy Leroy. Biscuits!
Get fast, free 1 to 3 day shipping when they just can't wait. Chewy.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is on the ground in Ukraine right now responding to this devastating crisis.
The current situation here is very critical. There is a great concern for the more than 200,000 Jewish people who desperately need food, medicine, and emergency supplies.
Your urgently needed gift of only $45 will help rush food, water, medicine, and emergency supplies for one suffering Jewish family in Ukraine who has nowhere to turn.
The fellowship has been working here on the ground in Ukraine with our trusted partners for over 30 years.
The distribution centers and volunteers are standing by. We need your help now.
Your emergency gift of only $45 will help rush food, water, medicine, and emergency supplies for one Jewish family in Ukraine. Please call or go online now.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
This is News Nation, news for North Carolina, and news for all America.
Views Alto is going beyond America's favorite and first carbon-neutral vapor brand on a mission to do better for our planet. Moving from air freight to more sea freight to cut emissions by 46%, removing the outer wrap from our packaging and eliminating 165,000 pounds of plastic. We're inspired by you, and together, we're leading the way. Learn more about our efforts at Views.com, because every action matters. Views. Charge beyond.
NATO is increasing air patrols over Poland to ensure no unidentified aircraft enters NATO territory. And President Biden is requesting $10 billion to help protect Ukraine, in addition to the array of American weapons and supplies already going to Ukrainian forces, which includes Stinger missiles. Correspondent Evan Lambert is live in D.C. So, Evan, explain what a Stinger missile is and how it works.
Nicole, these are one of the main defenses that Ukraine is using against Russia during this onslaught, and they are now being directly provided to Ukraine from the U.S. These missiles, they can be fired simply off a shoulder. They're also light, and basically a service member just has to aim, fire, forget about it, and let the missile find its target. We want to show you what these look like close up. They are made here in the U.S. by Raytheon Technologies and described as lightweight, portable. They can be deployed quickly as well, and the heat-seeking missile can target any kind of aircraft, planes, helicopters, drones. The U.S. has given permission for other countries to send these American-made Stingers to Ukraine, but just in the last few days, the U.S. authorized direct shipments. Now, it's not clear how many or the logistics of these shipments, the Pentagon not discussing those sensitive details. Now, Russia has faced these Stingers before the U.S. in the 1980s, the CIA secretly providing them to Afghan rebels. And now, about 40 years later, Russia facing this lethal threat again. Now, the U.S. has said so far it's given more than $1 billion of security assistance to Ukraine. Nicole?
All right, Evan, with an important explainer there. Thank you. Well, Russia may be on the other side of the world, but it does have friends abroad, some of them right in our backyard. One of the country's major allies, Cuba, sits just 90 miles from America's shores, and in the past has helped Russian threats hit closer to home. Correspondent Brian Enton is live for us in Miami. So, Brian, Cuba and Russia, they really have some long-standing ties here, but they're not the only Russian ally in our neck of the woods.
Yeah, Nicole, there are several Russian allies in both Central and South America. It's not uncommon for there to be Russian ships and subs in those areas. Those allies not far from where I am in Florida. While the war and the Russian military might seem on the other side of the world, it's easy to forget that 3 Russian allies are in the Western Hemisphere: Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba, just 90 miles off the Florida coast. Russian warships have docked in Cuba over the last decade. This is video from the Russian Navy pulling into Havana in 2013. Enrique Amor has seen the Cuban-Russian relationship up close. He was working at the port in Cuba when Russian supplies arrived during the Cuban Missile Crisis back in 1962. That stemmed from an escalation between the U.S. and the then Soviet Union.
The first boat arrived at the dead of the night. The Port Authority went to check on the boat and the military took him out.
Based on what you saw then, are you concerned now that Cuba has this relationship with Russia?
With that kind of government system, anything is possible.
Please signify those against.
At yesterday's United Nations meeting, Cuba and Nicaragua abstained from the vote condemning the Russian invasion into Ukraine. Russia feels far away for a lot of Americans, but Cuba is just 90 miles off the coast of Florida. Is that a reason to be concerned?
It's possible that Putin would want to move into Cuba the way that Khrushchev did in the 1960s, but I don't think it's very likely at this point.
Barry University professor Dr. Leah Blumenfeld says while the Russian missile crisis does have some similarities to what's happening right now, it was a very different situation. She's concerned for European countries close to Russia, but says at this point she does not suspect Russian troops would end up near the United States.
I don't think it would be strategically sound for Russia to expand its aggression into the Western Hemisphere in such a way.
And in many ways, Cuba is run much like Russia is. There are reports that there was actually a Cuban who took flowers to the Ukrainian embassy a couple of days ago and was arrested by Cuban police. Nicole?
Well, and Brian, pretty interesting, abstaining on that vote to condemn Russia.
Yeah, you can look at that two ways. Obviously, abstaining, not necessarily supporting Ukraine, but at the same time, some people are saying it's actually a good sign that they abstained. They're not really making their position known at this point. Cuba also has relationships with Europe, a lot of European tourists there. So the experts I spoke to today said they're sort of waiting this out before they decide one way or the other.
All right, Brian Inton live for us in Miami. Thank you. Well, for a president to constantly invoke Russian history to justify military aggression, it's important to look at Putin's individual history to understand his rise to power. After serving 15 years as a foreign intelligence officer for the KGB before the Soviet Union dissolved back in 1991, Putin became one of the most despised world leaders in history. NewsNation's Paul Gerke has that story.
For a president who constantly invokes Russian history to justify his military aggression, it's important to look at Vladimir Putin's personal history to understand his ascent to power. He served for 15 years as a foreign intelligence officer in the KGB before the dissolution of the USSR in 1991. And since then, he's become one of the most reviled leaders in world history.
Vladimir Putin was confirmed today as Russia's 5th prime minister in the past 18 months.
August 1999 marks the beginning of now President Putin's reign over the Russian people. He was appointed acting prime minister by Russian Federation President Boris Yeltsin, who unexpectedly resigned soon after, making Putin acting president. Putin would go on to win the presidency, boosted by his pledge to restore Russia's prominence as a first-tier nation on the world stage. Putin's first 2 terms as president were marred by multiple hostage crises and attacks by domestic militants. During this time, Putin began unraveling election procedures and breaking apart Russian financial institutions and media outlets. With term limits halting his presidency, Putin again became prime minister in 2008 to his ally, President Dmitry Medvedev, eventually convincing Medvedev to extend presidential terms from 4 years to 6. Putin again ran for president a 3rd time in 2012. His election was met with uprisings over allegations of voting irregularities and jailed opposition leaders. In 2014, Putin began even more aggressive efforts to reunite former Soviet territory as Russian forces began annexing the Crimean Peninsula. The European Union and United States imposed sanctions on Moscow in response, but did not deter Putin from later intervening in the Syrian civil war, supporting then-President Bashar al-Assad.
Does he continue to wreck his country's economy and continue Russia's isolation in pursuit of a wrong-headed desire to recreate the glories of the Soviet Empire?
His 2018 fourth-term landslide victory places Putin in the rarefied position of having faced off with 5 American presidents and an entire generation of Russians.
It's a sentiment we've heard over and over again, that Vladimir Putin wants to return Russia to the world stage, and it's becoming clear through his actions in Ukraine that he is willing to do anything to make that a reality.
A last-minute change. The International Olympic Committee is now not allowing Russian and Belarusian athletes to compete in the Paralympics after just yesterday giving the okay. Why the sudden change and what it means for those athletes.
I think I changed my mind about these glasses.
Yeah, it happens. That's why VisionWorks gives you 100 days to change your mind. It's simple. Anything else I can help you with?
Like what?
VisionWorks. See the difference.
At LongJohnSilvers.com, you can order online and sail past the line. Pick up a boatload of grilled shrimp, hand-battered shrimp, or popcorn shrimp. Your choice for just $10. Order ahead at LongJohnSilvers.com. Fish yeah!
This was when I noticed how white my son's teeth were and how yellow mine were, and I needed to make a change.
My smile's yellowish or dingy, and it definitely made me self-conscious.
I can't magically become younger, but I can certainly look younger. And I'm doing that with Smile Actives.
Introducing Smile Actives, the teeth whitening breakthrough that gets your teeth white and keeps them white.
I eat the blueberries, I drink the coffee, and I know that Smile Actives will keep my teeth white every day.
What makes Smile Actives different is that when added to any toothpaste, its revolutionary PolyClean technology activates, transforming into a powerful microfoam that goes into the enamel surface to lift and remove stains.
You need a simple way to whiten your teeth. Without strips, without trays, without going to the dentist. And it was about time that a product was developed that you would be able to do that with just brushing.
Look at the power of Smile Actives on years of food stains and even coffee and wine stains. Smile Actives is safe and effective and also works on veneers, crowns, and dentures.
This is after using Smile Actives, and you can really see how white my teeth are now next to my son's.
Why spend hundreds of dollars for whitening treatments at the dentist when you can whiten your teeth at home with Smile Actives for just $24.95? Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get a second Smile Actives Power Whitening Gel absolutely free. That's a 50% savings. Perfect for travel, work, or to share with family or friends. Order right now and we'll sweeten the deal and include free shipping. That's 2 for the price of 1. Yours for just $24.95. Best of all, Smile Actives will get your teeth 6 shades whiter, guaranteed, or your money back. Hurry and take advantage of this special TV offer not available in stores. Call 1-800-631-4875 now.
I love it. The technology is easy. I just wear a little sensor and that's it.
The Dexcom sends my glucose readings to my receiver every 5 minutes, and I can also get it on my smartphone.
It's totally private. No one knows.
Now it's easier being able to see what your numbers are at any time of the day.
You don't have to prick your fingers at all. It's amazing.
It really helps you take control of your life.
So many cable news hosts are playing a part, like you guys are. Well, I'm not going to cheer for a team. I'm going to be honest with our viewers about what I think and let them decide.
Dan Abrams Live, weeknights at 9, 8 Central on News Nation. Russia invades Ukraine. News Nation has live continuing coverage.
What you see behind me is just a portion of the product of war.
From the front lines to our homeland. For continuing coverage on Russia at war, stay tuned to News Nation.
Just hours before the Winter Paralympic Games are set to begin, organizers are reversing course and now banning Russian and Belarusian athletes from competition. The move comes less than a day after an initial announcement that those athletes would be able to compete as neutral athletes. News Nation correspondent Nancy Liu is live in Los Angeles. So Nancy, tell us what prompted this about-face.
Well, Nicole, the International Paralympic Committee made this decision after resounding pushback among athletes from around the world. The announcement that Russia and Belarus will now be barred from competition comes just a day before the Paralympics are set to start in Beijing. It is also a reversal from an IPC decision less than a day earlier to allow Russians and Belarusians to compete as neutral athletes. That triggered a barrage of outrage, with Paralympians from many other nations vowing to boycott. The ban impacts 83 Russian and Belarusian athletes. The IPC president called them victims of their government's actions.
I hope and pray that we can get back to a situation when the talk and focus is fully on the power of sport to transform the life of persons with disabilities and the best of humanity.
Now, during the Olympics, Russians were forced to compete as neutral athletes. Since the invasion, a lot of fallout for Russia. Russia has been stripped of hosting the FIFA World Cup, as well as forced to cancel the Russian Grand Prix. The IPC president said that without today's pivot, they ran the risk of having not enough athletes to hold the Paralympics at all. Nicole?
Wow, all right. Nancy, thank you for that. Well, a small business helping out in a big way. How an immigrant-owned bakery is stepping up to help Ukrainian refugees. But first, here's Joe Donlin with a look at our next hour of News Nation. Joe?
Hi, Nicole. Tonight on the Donlin Report, newlyweds at war. They just got married, and now the groom is off to fight for Ukraine. He volunteered. We'll talk with the bride. She'll join us about how she is also helping defend her country. Plus, a bipartisan push in Congress to ban Russian oil imports. Will President Biden get on board if Congress puts that bill on his desk? We'll see you with that and more at the top of the hour. Nicole, back to you.
All right, thank you, Joe. As the crisis in Ukraine continues, people across the globe are looking for ways to help, including a small North Carolina bakery working to make a big difference. Lindsay Klein from our Charlotte station explains.
Support comes in all shapes and sizes.
There's too many good people here.
And if you look for it, in even the toughest of times, you'll almost always find the helpers.
You look for ways to help, be a helper.
Doused and decorated with icing and contoured with color, making cakes like this is an art.
It's a wonderful thing he's doing.
But in this case, it's also taking a lot of heart.
I don't run my business for money. I run my business to create an impact on community.
The man behind Manolo's Bakery in Charlotte is an immigrant himself.
My family lost everything because of the war, so I know how much the people are suffering and how everything is painful right now where they are.
So he's taking it upon himself to help those in need across the world.
My business keeps growing, and I can create a change in the community.
In response to Russia's invasion, these beautiful cakes decorated with Ukraine's colors are being made to raise funds for those suffering and fleeing the war-torn country.
It makes me feel good that a lot of people in this country are willing to do that for people they've never met and never will meet.
You know, in such a crazy couple of years that we've been in, I think people look for those glimmers of hope where they are.
So never underestimate that even the smallest gestures can create the biggest impacts.
If every single bakery around the United States is doing the same thing I'm doing, it's going to make an impact.
In Charlotte, Lindsay Klein.
They're giving what they have to give.
News Nation.
We love hearing stories like that. Still ahead on Rush Hour, a moment of hope in the war. A Ukrainian refugee plays piano for other refugees attempting to cross the border. And AMC Theaters introducing surge pricing for popular movies. How much more you could pay to watch a new release.
What are you recommending for muscle pain?
Based on clinical data, I recommend Salonpas.
Agreed. My patients like these patches because they work up to 12 hours, even on moderate pain.
Salonpas, it's good medicine.
At JP Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg, a goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app, we are working for you. Planning, investing, advice. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Depression can be a really tough thing to go through. Fortunately, people always have a lot of ideas how to help you through.
you just gotta snap out of it.
You have so much to be happy for.
Fake it till it feels normal.
Cheer up.
It's all in your head.
It's because you're a Leo. Think about all the people that have it worse than you.
I know there's conflicting information about Dupuytren's contracture.
I thought I couldn't get treatment yet.
Well, people may think that their contracture has to be severe to be treated, but it doesn't. If you can't lay your hand flat on the table, talk to a hand specialist.
But what if I don't want surgery?
Well, then you should find a hand specialist certified to offer non-surgical treatments.
What's the next step?
Visit findahandspecialist.com today to get started.
My teeth were a mess. I had a lot of pain as far as my physical health. My body was telling me, you've got to do something. And so I came to Clear Choice.
Your mouth is the gateway to your body. Joe's treatment plan was replacing the teeth with dental implants from Clear Choice.
Clear Choice has changed my life for the better. It's given me my health back. There's an amazing life out there if you do something for your health now.
This old toilet won't quit. It's fine, though. I'm a member of American Home Shield. They cover items no matter their age. Oh, shelf clean.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Maya just can't watch TV without finishing a bag of chips. And that's just a bit of psychology Maya learned from Noom Weight. Sign up now at Noom.com.
Do you take aspirin? Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Vazalore 325 liquid-filled aspirin capsule is clinically shown in a 7-day study to cause fewer ulcers than immediate-release aspirin. Vazalore is designed to help protect, releasing aspirin after it leaves your stomach, where it is absorbed, to help prevent another heart attack or stroke. Heart protection with your stomach in mind. Vazalore, the first liquid-filled aspirin capsules. Amazing.
A final look now at some other headlines in our rush hour rundown. For the first time ever, the January 6th panel says there's evidence suggesting former President Trump participated in a, quote, criminal conspiracy to stop the certification of President Biden. In a court filing, the panel says Trump may have violated multiple federal laws and spread false information about the outcome of the election. A second historic opioid settlement in less than a week. OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma agreeing today to pay for its role in the crisis. The Sackler family, which owns the drug maker, will pay up to $6 billion. The family has not offered an apology, but issued a statement of regret about the toll of OxyContin. With demand for COVID vaccines waning all across the country, states are scrambling to use up their stockpiles before they go to waste. Public health departments say they are shuffling doses around in hopes of finding providers that can use them. Millions of doses have already gone to waste, including those that expired or had to be tossed due to temperature issues or broken vials. States across the nation are launching an investigation into social media platform TikTok and its possible effects on the mental health of young users, as well as possible consumer protection law violations. That move comes after President Biden urged social media companies to have better policies regarding young people. Several TikTok challenges have led to threats, vandalism, and even deaths. Tickets to see the new Batman movie will cost you more at certain theaters. The CEO of AMC Entertainment says it's part of a new variable pricing plan, meaning Batman tickets will cost more than those for other movies playing at AMC theaters this weekend. He didn't say how much more moviegoers can expect to pay, but NewsNation found that theaters in New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago are charging between $1 or $1.50 more for a standard screening. As always, we like to leave you with a smile when we can. The chaos in Ukraine did not stop a determined couple from tying the knot as they fight for their freedom. With only a wipe okay, 2 Ukrainian National Guard members got married in a barricaded city council building. This picture of them there. Now, their parents and friends were not able to attend, but the soldiers say they are glad to have one another as that war rages on. And in other bright lights shining through the darkness of war, songs of encouragement. All right, that is the sight and sounds from the Polish border with Ukraine. A traveling German pianist came here to bring a little joy to the refugees there when a Ukrainian woman joined him to play the hit "We Are the Champions" by Queen. The woman told bystanders she had just crossed the border, had not slept for 3 days, but that didn't stop her. We salute her and all of those refugees. That's all for News Nation Rush Hour tonight. Thank you so much for watching. The Donlin Report is next.
Tonight, Ukraine defends itself. Dramatic video from the country's army showing missile after missile fired at Russian forces. And take a look at this. A car's dash cam captures the moment a Russian rocket sets off a blast in the city of Chernihiv. That's in the northern area of Ukraine. The city, meantime, of Kharkiv, battered. New video tonight showing the damage and devastation in that city in the country's northeast region. Meantime, in the south, the port city of Kherson is officially under Russian control. The first city to fall. Vladimir Putin now in charge of one of Ukraine's major ports. Glad to have you with us as we continue our coverage of the invasion of Ukraine. If there was one thing we as Americans can relate to when we watch these events unfold in Ukraine, it's the amazing resolve of the people there. And that is the pulse of America. Despite our differences and political divisions, we know how to rally behind a cause, especially when that cause is America itself. And tonight, a look at how Ukrainians are rallying, which starts with the country's president, Volodymyr Zelensky. Amazingly, we hear from him almost every day, if not every day, and perhaps more amazing is what he says. Today, he had this direct message for Vladimir Putin.
I'm your neighbor. You don't need to keep me at a 30-meter distance. I don't bite. I'm a normal man. Sit down with me. Let's talk. What are you afraid of?
Zelensky poking the bear by asking Putin what he's afraid of. And the 30 meters, well, that refers to recent photos of Putin sitting at one end of a very long table when he met with France's President Emmanuel Macron. Zelensky has inspired a nation to pick up arms and fight. Coming up in just a minute, we're going to be joined live by a newlywed bride. Her husband chose to join the defense of his country just days after their wedding. We'll talk with her. Plus, we've brought you the images of hundreds of Ukrainians standing in the street in an effort to block the Russian army from advancing. And new tonight, a man standing in the middle of a square in Kherson, which Russia, as we mentioned, now controls in the southern part of that country, waving Ukrainian flags as explosions go off in the buildings around him. Inspiration can come from anywhere, and what we've learned in this 8 days of war, we have more in common with the people of Ukraine than we may have realized before all of this started. With that, we start tonight with Robert Sherman in western Ukraine. Robert, you spoke to volunteers today who are joining this fight.
We did, Joe, and it is amazing, as the old saying goes, when your backs are against the wall, that's when you really get to know who somebody is. We're seeing a very unified Ukrainian populace with all these images that have been coming out of Kyiv and Kharkiv, for example, of all of these cities and towns being bombed out, supply chains are being cut off. There is a concern down the road that supplies are not going to be able to get to some of the people desperately in need there. Here in the western portion of the country, you don't really see that as much, but this is where you see Ukrainians coming together, putting together care packages, trying to rally donations and then get them shipped out to the east in order to help their fellow countrymen and women who are in need. Some of the people who we spoke with said that they believe it's now or never to help their beloved Ukraine. Listen to this.
It's difficult to see all those things and strugglings and violence, but I'm also inspired by the spirit of people, and the people are united. So I wanted to join and be united with my fellow Ukrainians.
And then on the streets of Ukraine, it's a very similar story. Local law enforcement has been pretty overwhelmed with the war that's been taking place, and a lot of the day-to-day activities are going by the wayside, such as patrolling. So we're seeing people from across the country, everyday people who work their own jobs, coming together to join the local National Guard to pick up some of those local law enforcement responsibilities. And the people who we've been speaking with who are getting involved with this saying, they're not going anywhere. They're prepared to do their part for their country.
We are united and we are ready to fight for our country. We will not allow Russia to capture our country. We will not allow them to capture Europe. We are the last line of defense, and we will not allow them to pass.
And that line that you heard there, the last line of defense, here's the thing, Joe. Every Ukrainian we've spoken with emphasizes that they don't believe that this is just about their own state sovereignty. They believe that if this continues, if Ukraine falls, then it's just a matter of time before Eastern Europe and the rest of the Western world starts to bear the consequences of that kind of calamity. Joe?
All right, Robert, fantastic reporting tonight. It's so great to hear from those volunteers who were stepping up. We appreciate the update. Thanks again. Life-changing dramatically in Ukraine, especially for those getting their starts in life together. Yarina Arava and her husband were recently married in Ukraine's capital. That's a picture from their wedding day. And here they are this week, in love, recently married, but with rifle in hand. Now here's one half of that newlywed couple. Yarina has been kind enough to stay up late and join us from Kyiv. Yesterday, her husband shipped off on a combat mission against the Russians. Yarina, again, thank you so much for joining us and staying up late with us. First of all, how are things right now in Kyiv, especially considering that Russian forces are starting to take over other cities, especially in the south?
Right now, the situation is okay. Everything is mostly calm. Like, I'm in the center of Kyiv, and I didn't go out for 8 days from here, or 7 days. So I haven't seen the city, but still, I have heard some explosions yesterday at night, and everything became as light as the day, and it was really scary. And it was a rocket shot by Russians, but it was shot down by Ukrainians, so it just exploded in the sky. People in here are having a great mood. Everyone is very furious and everyone is laughing at Russians. People in here are making jokes. People in here believe and know that we will win, we will never surrender, and we will fight for our land as much as we have to. And everyone here is just even staying here after missions, really tired, are waiting for the next mission and ready to take their arms in their hands and to go and kill Russian invaders. And it's really cool, like people in here having a great mood, and they really are going to fight till we will win.
Upbeat, for sure. Yarina, what is your husband doing right now? Do you know? Do you know how long have he gone? Do you know where he is?
I don't know where he is, but I think it is Kyiv or Kyiv Oblast, like Kyiv region. He's on a combat mission right now, and he's in a territorial defense force. It is like the second line after the Ukrainian military, so they cover their back, and also they help them with everything they can, like shelving or I don't know, everything they can. And also they help like killing those invaders who weren't killed by the army. I don't know when he come back, because he was out like for 1 day, and maybe he will come back tomorrow in the evening, or maybe the day after tomorrow in the morning. I hope he will come back faster. I really miss him, but still understand it's his duty right now.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit quickly, Yarina, about your wedding. Did you guys decide this before the invasion? How did he propose to you?
He proposed to me directly 1 year before the Russian war started, and it was like the 24th of February, but 1 year before. We wanted to get married on the May the 6th, but the war has changed our plans. You know, we have been living separately, and we didn't want to stay at home with our parents, thinking of each other and not knowing what's going on and being really nervous about each other. So we decided to get married to strengthen our connection and to help each other and to protect each other as we can.
Wow. Well, listen, Yarna, we wish you nothing but the best as you deal with the uncertainty of what lies ahead and the dangers you and your husband and everyone there in Kyiv and beyond are facing. But it's good to hear that the mood is upbeat. And again, we wish you all the best. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Meantime, a Ukrainian official now calling for guerrilla warfare against the Russians, something our last guest says she's willing to do. So are the Russians getting the upper hand? Let's ask Lieutenant Colonel Scott Mann, retired Green Beret and frequent guest of the program. Colonel, it's great to see you as always. So French President Macron talked with Putin today. He thinks this is going to get much worse. What does this signal to you if the Ukrainians now want to shift to guerrilla warfare? Is this sort of a last resort?
Oh, it's not really a last resort, Joe. It's good to see you again, by the way. But, you know, if you look at the way the Ukrainians are fighting now, and if you listen to what Yarna just said, like, what they have is complete resolve. You know, they have complete commitment to this effort, and they're going to fight conventionally as long as they can. They're going to use aircraft to do spoiling attacks like they did over the last 24 hours. They're going to do preemptive attacks with javelins, and they're going to hit the convoys. But at some point, you know, the mass of the Russian firepower is probably going to have its effect. But then what's going to happen is they're going to pivot into total resistance, as you heard a presidential aide for Zelensky calling for. And that is that unconventional warfare, guerrilla warfare you're talking about. And this is where they're going to bleed Putin dry.
What do you make of this convoy, Colonel? Because if this thing is able to regroup, I would imagine that that is close to checkmate for Kyiv, is it not?
It could be close to checkmate for a conventional win, you know, but think about it, Joe. Look at Russia's history with these kinds of activities. I think they've overplayed their hand again. I think what you're going to see is the level of will and resistance with the Ukrainian people is going to be such that there's no way these extended. I mean, look, they're running out of food now. Their morale is in the toilet now. When they start to face, you know, a 6-month, 8-month campaign of committed guerrillas who are like blowing up their supply lines and hitting them from the 6 o'clock and the 8 o'clock, they're not going to know what to do with that, and it's going to be the death of 1,000 cuts. So even if they take the cities, they won't be able to hold them because the guerrilla warfare is eventually going to have its way.
Are you surprised they aren't taking a more offensive position and they're more defensive? Is that just sort of what they have to do because they're sort of outmanned and outgunned right now?
I think from what I can tell, they're doing a great job of spoiling attacks. They're doing a great job of, you know, anything that they can do asymmetrically to hit the rear positions and the convoys. I think they're doing all the right things. I mean, but you're just talking about a massive military that is just continuing to throw mass at it and pile on, and eventually, you know, something gives way. But again, I would be very careful to write off the Ukrainians as a result of that conventional loss, because they're going to pivot immediately into guerrilla warfare. And I suspect there's been quite a few NATO special operations forces that have been working with the Ukrainians over the last several years to do exactly this kind of thing, and I think you'll see it very shortly.
Yeah, and in fact, some of our guests, Colonel, you included, have alluded to the fact that they're probably on the ground right now. They're just not talking about it. How do the Ukrainians protect the president, Zelensky? How do they keep him safe?
You got to, I mean, obviously got to keep moving. The guy is a leader. I think it's less about, I'm probably less qualified to talk about it, keeping him safe, and perhaps to address more about what he's doing just as a leader. He's leading his people. He's leading from the front. He's talking about the things that really matter in the fight. And that's huge. You know, his people see him and they take heart and they take courage from that. He's not as much worried about staying alive as he is about leading from the front. And that is a big part of this whole thing, is leadership. I mean, it's a level of leadership that, I mean, imagine if Ghani had done that in Afghanistan, probably would have been a different outcome.
Exactly, yeah. It's always great to have your military mind and insight, Colonel. Army Green Beret and Afghanistan war veteran, Lieutenant Colonel Scott Mann. Great to see you again. Take care.
Thanks, Joe. See you around.
Putin's army could be closer to America than you might think. Why Russian allies are just 90 miles off the coast of Florida. The help they could provide and the similarities of the Cuban Missile Crisis. That's tonight on News Nation Prime. Ruta Bay in tonight, 8 Eastern, 7 Central. Take a look at this. Gas in California, $5 a gallon, and now there's a bipartisan push in Congress that would certainly make the price of gas go even higher. We'll talk with a California congressman on why he supports that push coming up. Plus, the number of refugees from Ukraine expected to be in the millions. We're going to speak with someone in Poland who's taking some of them in. But before we head to break, as the humanitarian crisis escalates tonight, volunteers are mobilizing to help displaced families. Last night we talked with a woman in western Ukraine who's now housing 3 families, and she says she has no idea if her town is going to be the next target.
No one believed that that could happen. We knew that there were troops all around the border of Ukraine, but we didn't believe that Russians will go and fight with us. You know, that's we felt that they are our brothers and sisters.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrate's better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best kept skincare secret.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. Attention all women who have been diagnosed with ovarian cancer. If you or a loved one used talcum powder for routine feminine hygiene and later suffered from ovarian cancer, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. The use of talc-based powders has been linked to ovarian cancer, and many large manufacturers of talc-based products fail to properly warn women that the use of talcum powder could lead to ovarian cancer. If you were diagnosed with ovarian cancer, or if a loved one even died from ovarian cancer, talcum powder may be to blame. Call right now. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call Nightline Legal to speak with an experienced attorney to determine if you may qualify. If we don't win, there is no fee. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-293-5824.
Yo, dude, you need some help?
Don't worry about me.
Yo, there's no shame.
No shame? You don't know my family, man.
It's okay to ask for help. Find a licensed therapist at BetterHelp.com.
This is News Nation, news for Florida, and news for all America.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
Hi, folks. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Millions of people have called the Medicare Coverage Helpline. Call, check your zip code, see if you're eligible, and get what you deserve. Call now.
Call 1-800-649-2005. That's 1-800-649-2005 now.
Hi, I'm Linda, and I lost 80 pounds on Nutrisystem. I have been working from home. People haven't seen me in almost 2 years, and when they see me, they just can't believe it. My dentist, my doctor, all of them, they're just so proud of me. I felt terrific since I've lost the weight. Before, I used to think about doing things, but now I actually have the energy to go ahead and do those things. Nutrisystem has changed my life for the better.
Call or go online to get started and get a free week of new ProSync shakes. Controls hunger for up to 3 hours.
They're losing billions by the minute, but how much influence do these Putin pals really have on the madman himself? Will squeezing Russian billionaires help stop the war? Tonight on Banfield.
So many cable news hosts are playing a part, like you guys are. Well, I'm not going to cheer for a team. I'm going to be honest with our viewers about what I think and let them decide.
Dan Abrams Live, weeknights at 9, 8 Central on News Nation.
It took me 4 days to come here. I have a big camper so they can sleep inside, and I take them in south of France, Perpignan, where I have a big house, and I will let this house for them, and I will help.
Another great story here. That was a professor from France who's offering his home to Ukrainian refugees. He drove 4 days in his RV to pick them up on the eastern edge of Slovakia and brought them to his house in the south of France. The refugees he's helping are just one family out of more than some 1 million people who have fled Ukraine in the past couple of weeks. Joining me now for more on that, News Nation's Marky Martin. Marky, I know this is a fluid situation. I don't even know how they keep track of how many, especially when you get to this point. But is there a rough idea of how many and how many more are to come?
Yeah, hey, Joe, there is. So every day, the United Nations Refugee Agency is updating this number on a daily basis. And as of today, that number is now north of 1 million. It's officially 1,045,000. You know, it's officially now been a week at war with no signs of slowing down. So this number is only expected to grow. UN officials also saying that at the height of this invasion, whenever that might be, there could be 4 million Ukrainians that have left their country to seek shelter elsewhere. Also, on top of that, it's expected that 12 million Ukrainians could decide to stay put, whether that's to stay and fight or just refusal to leave. Joe.
Marky, I know a lot of them are going to Poland. Where else are they going?
Yeah. So right now, they're all going west to neighboring countries. You're talking about Slovakia, Romania, Moldova, Hungary. Speaking of Poland, to date, they've taken in more than half of these refugees, and it really is just wherever there is availability. For some of those who are more financially fortunate, who are able to afford their own accommodations, they have done so. But for everybody else, it really is kind of a situation of, is there room at the inn? We've seen schools, government buildings, train stations turned into housing for these refugees. And in some of the cases, hundreds of cots in one room for women and children. Speaking of children, we've seen babies born in bomb shelters. We've seen makeshift maternity wards in the basement of hospitals. I mean, Joe, as everybody knows, this is a dire situation, and there's more of them coming. They are coming by train, by car, and also some of them on foot. Joe.
All right, Marky Martin, thank you for the update. The village of Sieniawa in Poland is just 30 miles from the border with Ukraine and is becoming somewhat of a destination for those fleeing the violence in their home country. Joining me now, an English teacher who is housing his sister and her family, Roman Barabash, and he is joined by the mayor of the city, Adam Vosch. Roman, let's start with you. What is it like in that Polish town where you are there? Are you seeing a lot of refugees?
Yes, hello. So there are a lot of refugees. Since the war started, I think that thousands of refugees are coming to our town, and they are moving to another parts of Poland, to the center of Poland and to the western countries in Europe. In our country, our mayor started such a refugees center, such a shelter for people who can come here for several days or longer, and if they find another place in Europe or in Poland, they can move there.
Right. What are they saying, Roman, about what they left behind and the decision they ultimately made to leave?
So they were just afraid of war, and mostly I think that 99% of them, they are women with children, and just mothers were afraid of their children, and that's why they came to Poland. They just wanted to leave their country where the war and where bombs and missile attacks are still continuing by Russian troops.
Yeah. A question for the mayor there. There are estimates of some 4 million people we just heard there, maybe even more refugees leaving Ukraine, and many of them are going to Poland. Do you think your town is ready and able and willing to handle this influx of people coming your way?
Czy pan jest gotowy, żeby przyjąć jeszcze więcej ludzi, którzy przyjdą z Polski, z Ukrainy?
Dzień dobry. Tak, oczywiście. Nasza pomoc rozpoczęła się już na drugi dzień po napaści Rosji na Ukrainę. Zadzwonił do mnie dyrektor gabinetu prezydenta Warszawy Rafała Trzaskowskiego z zapytaniem, czy moje miasto i gmina Sieniawa byłaby w stanie udzielić pomocy uchodźcom z Ukrainy. To był dopiero początek tego strasznego wydarzenia. Ja oczywiście powiedziałem natychmiast, że tak.
Okay. So just the next day after the starting of the war, to our mayor, called mayor of Warszawa, Trzaskowski, and his people asked our mayor to organize such a shelter for refugees in our area.
Yeah, and we're seeing the donations already, Roman. Correct? You are. I know people there in the town are coming forward with all kinds of things to help.
Yes, there are a lot of donations in Sieniawa because people, we even didn't know that our people are so tolerant, helpful, and kind-hearted. They bring everything what they could, medicines, hygiene needs, different products, food. Everything was brought to our town hall where refugees can use these products.
Wow. Roman Barabasz and Mayor Adam Woś from Sieniawa, Poland. We thank you very much for your time and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Believe it or not, a Russian businessman put a bounty on Vladimir Putin's head. Our next guest says $1 million isn't enough. So what would it actually take to take Putin out, or at least arrest him? We'll ask. Plus, we showed you this image earlier, a man waving Ukrainian flags while his city was being bombed. This was in the port city of Kherson, which is now in the control of Russian troops. The strategic importance of this win in that port city for the Russians. That's next. First, though, another heartbreaking image of what's left of the historic center of Ukraine's second largest city. That's Kharkiv. The center was destroyed by repeated Russian bombardment.
To bombard and destroy everything symbolic, everything that has meaning for Ukrainians. This is the real face of Russian world.
Who's on it with Jardiance?
We're 25 million prescriptions strong.
We're managing type 2 diabetes and heart risk.
We're working up a sweat before coffee and saying no thanks to a Boston cream.
Jardiance is a once daily pill that can reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults who also have known heart disease. So it could help save your life from a heart attack or stroke. And Jardiance lowers A1C.
Jardiance can cause serious side effects including dehydration, genital yeast or urinary tract infections, and sudden kidney problems. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may be fatal. A rare but life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Lower A1C and lower risk of a fatal heart attack?
We're on it.
We're on it with Jardiance.
Ask your doctor about Jardiance.
Knowing where you came from, it gives you a sense of this is who I am.
Oh my goodness. Look at that.
You get hungry for more, and then you're just like, wow, I'm learning about my family.
Which one is, what'd you find?
Banks, look. In Macomb, Michigan. Look at Grandma. Hey, Grandma.
Unbelievable.
Everybody deserves to know who they are and where they came from. This whole journey has been such a huge gift for our family.
Do you have trouble hearing conversations? Are you constantly asking loved ones to repeat themselves? Do you miss out on discussions or talking with friends? Then you would benefit from Nano hearing aids. Don't waste thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids or settle with the frustration of cheap amplifiers. Right now, you can get 2 revolutionary Nano CIC Recharge hearing aids, regularly $797 for just $397, or opt into our payment plan of 4 easy payments.
I love how affordable the Nano hearing aids are. Compared to some hearing aids, they're as much as $3,000, $4,000, $5,000.
Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The CIC Recharge is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. It has rechargeable technology that many customers say is superior to more expensive models.
Well, these Nano hearing aids are fantastic. They're affordable, they're easy to fit into the ear, and what really impressed me is I'm hearing things I haven't heard in years.
Our friendly operators are standing by to take your order.
800-360-7114.
The CIC Recharge offers superior noise reduction and a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is nearly invisible. Best of all, they are incredibly affordable. And if you call now, we'll add a portable charging dock and ship your order absolutely free.
I love how they feel. They're very light. I don't even know they're there.
You know, I've used other hearing aids before that were bulky. These are light and easy to use, too.
Stop missing out on important conversations or wasting thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids. Order now and get 2 CIC Recharge hearing aids and a portable charging dock for only $397 with free shipping. Or opt in to make 4 easy payments. Supplies are limited, so don't delay. Better hearing is just a phone call away.
800-360-7114. Again, 800-360-7114.
Are you over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days? I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. Call now for this free book on maximizing your income in retirement. Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers from leading financial firm J.D. Mellberg. That's right, free. This book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now, because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known truths we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity, and it's free.
Call 800-616-3998.
As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report. We researched numerous products and summarized rates and benefits of annuities, all from Silac Insurance Company.
Call 800-616-3998, then 800-616-3998.
Call now.
The White House has announced sanctions on Russian oligarchs close to President Vladimir Putin, choking off access to technology and the global financial system. Joining me now, someone who knows a lot about these oligarchs, has reported on them extensively, Newsline's news director, Michael Weiss. Michael, it's great to have you. So these oligarchs are pushing back against Putin, at least a couple of them anyway. What is the impact of that and some of these latest restrictions, which include travel now to the U.S.? What role do they play in all of it?
Yeah, I'd be a little bit cautious about their pushback. Roman Abramovich, you know, he is one of the oligarchs that is closest to Vladimir Putin. If you listen to or if you watch the investigative journalism done by Alexei Navalny, the imprisoned opposition leader in Russia, and his team at the Anti-Corruption Foundation, Abramovich is seen as what's known as a wallet, meaning a bagman or a money carrier for Putin's own personal wealth. So when I hear Roman Abramovich come out and say, he's going to sell his stake or, you know, to sell his investment in the Chelsea Football Club. He's going to, you know, give all the proceeds of the sale to victims of the war. I see this as posturing, and I see this, frankly, as a way to evade sanctions to protect Putin's own money.
Do they pressure him at all? I mean, clearly they're working for Putin, in your words, but is there a way they can work in our favor too?
Well, I mean, they can work in our favor if they defect. You know, I mean, somebody posted on Twitter today, where is Roman Abramovich in this list of sanctions? And I felt like responding, well, I hope he's in an MI6 safe house, because that would indicate that he's ready to make a deal with the West, which would also include, by the way, giving up vital intelligence about what the Kremlin is up to and thinking, and where Putin has parked some of his assets in the West. Remember, Putin is alleged to be the world's richest man, full stop, right? And we already have some inkling, based on U.S. sanctions that have been passed, as to where he's put his money in Europe.
What do you make of this Russian investor who's put a bounty on Putin's head, $1 million, urging, and it wasn't like, I guess, you know, you expect that to be dead or alive, but this was, I guess, urging the Russian military officials to arrest him as a war criminal. I guess, you know, we're seeing how careful he's being, sitting 50 feet away from even his inner circle.
Yeah, well, I mean, $1 million, really, like we're in Dr. Evil territory for Vladimir Putin, who's worth probably hundreds of billions at this point. I don't know. I mean, it sounds to me like a publicity stunt. I haven't really dug into it because for that very reason. But yeah, look, Putin is increasingly isolated. He's said to be incredibly paranoid about COVID. He, as we've all seen, we've seen the memes, which are quite clever. You know, anybody who comes and visits him from abroad who doesn't take a PCR test has to sit at this ridiculously long banquet table out of Game of Thrones. His own officials in Russia apparently have to provide fecal samples before before he's willing to take an audience with them. I mean, this is a guy who's acting like Howard Hughes, you know, in the white padded cell. Urine in mason jars territory we're in.
What is he doing, Michael? I mean, we're all trying to figure it out. No one really knows, but he's got plenty of power. And obviously, as you point out, he has plenty of money. Is he just trying to become Vladimir the Great here and rewrite the history books?
Well, if he is, he's doing it in a really piss-poor fashion. I mean, you know, make a wasteland or make a desert and call it peace. If he makes a desert in Ukraine, he won't even be able to call it peace because the Ukrainians, you just had a Ukrainian fighter on this show. They are going to resist the last man and woman. I've never seen such resiliency. I've never seen such fortitude and resolve on the part of any country. They still have a conventional capability. If they lose that and become guerrillas, even if Russia manages miraculously to occupy all the major population centers in the country, which, by the way, I don't think they're able to do, you know, he's going to be bled white. And by the way, you know, how is he going to rebuild this country? With what money? There's nothing to rule. You know, Russia went from being one of the most internationally integrated economies in the world to North Korea in the space of about 72 hours.
Wow.
So I'd love to hear from somebody who knows what they're talking about, what Vladimir Putin is thinking at this point. I've yet to hear a coherent answer.
Well, you're a great guest on this because you're a wealth of information, and I know you can look him up. Michael Weiss, a lot of great articles. I read several of them today, including other countries in the region there possibly helping Ukraine, including Poland with jets. So there's a lot to read from Michael Weiss. We appreciate having you tonight. Thank you.
Sure, anytime.
Russia attacking the south, from the Black Sea. So what's the strategic importance of taking over these port cities? Let's ask retired Navy Captain Kevin Mac McGovern. He's also running for Congress in Florida. So, Captain, give us some insight here militarily about Russia's strategy in the south and how important these port cities are.
Sure. Thanks for having me on. These port cities, the way it's turning out right now, they're going to be great spoils of war. They're going to be great assets. If you look at Odessa, I think 57% of the traffic, of the shipping traffic for Ukraine goes through Odessa. If you're looking over at Mariupol, which everybody talked about that as he was building his land bridge, that's going to be important. That's the industrial side. That's where they ship their steel out. These ports are going to be very, very important. But as a naval war, I don't see this as happening in the Black Sea. As a matter of fact, I think at last count there was about 10 missiles that had been launched out of the Black Sea. And just yesterday, Russia canceled with Turkey their permission to go through the straits to get to the Black Sea for warships. So I don't see this as being a naval battle, but I certainly see these port cities as being strategic assets once Russia completes its plan, whatever that's going to be.
If that does. Let's show the map again here, Captain, because we do have some late-breaking news that we're hearing of explosions and clashes on the grounds near the nuclear plant of Enerhodar, which is just to the northeast of Kherson, which we know now is under Russian control, and also, as you mentioned, Mariupol, so it's to the west of that. It's unclear what this battle is, but it definitely gives you an idea of how serious and what's at stake when you're talking about explosions and clashes at a nuclear power plant.
Yes, that's incredibly dangerous, and you know the power plant, and we know it looks like I heard your last guest. Nobody can guess what Putin wants to do next. I mean, he is a Howard Hughes. He is a, you know, this smells and feels and tastes so much like 1939 in Germany going into Poland. It's getting pretty scary.
Yeah, so we had a Ukrainian parliament member on last night talking about their air defenses in Ukraine, or I guess you would say the lack thereof. Let's listen to a little bit of that and have you comment.
Sure.
So we unfortunately cannot bomb the convoy. This is why we are asking for the no-fly zone, because the Air Force is our weakest point, and the land force is our strongest point.
Captain, we've spent so much time focusing on Kyiv, obviously, but I think I'm wondering the relation with what's happening in the south and the gains that the Russians are making there. And this convoy that she mentioned, it seems like every military analyst is looking at that convoy and thinking, take it out, because it would be crippling to the Russian troops and their morale. But it appears the Ukrainians are having a hard time doing that right now.
Yes, absolutely. The good news is that they're somewhat bogged down. They're a good target now, but you've got to be able to do that. You've got to be able to take them out. You need anti-tank missiles, and it looks like there's some on the way, but I think it's a little late in the game, but let's hope they get there.
Yeah. All right. Is there any way, in your opinion, to take back some of these port cities that you think are so important?
Well, that's going to be a bit difficult. I think the port cities wouldn't be a naval war, it would be a land war to take those back.
Right.
At this point, I think the Russians are going to have their hands full like they didn't expect with a lot of the Ukrainians are it turns out, the world's best fighters. We didn't know that. And these people have got heart and soul. And I think if you're going to do it, it looks like a guerrilla war.
All right, great insight from retired Navy Captain Kevin Mac McGovern. Again, now congressional candidate in Florida. Good luck with your campaign. We appreciate the time.
Thanks so much for having me on.
You bet. While the world struggles to stop the Russian invasion, some are asking, could Putin be legally assassinated? That's tonight on Dan Abrams Live, 9 Eastern, 8 Central. We showed you this earlier, $5 gas in California. It's going to become more common as the war in Ukraine and inflation drag on. Tonight, there's a bipartisan push in Congress to ban Russian oil imports. But the White House still not on board. Will the president go along with it if Congress passes? That's next. First, though, take a look at this incredible video out of Ukraine tonight. The Defense Ministry of Ukraine releasing these images of heavy fire on columns and clusters of Russian occupation troops.
I'm Marnie Hughes, and you're watching News Nation, news for all America.
Plaque psoriasis, the burning, itching, the pain.
Emerge Tremfyant. With Tremfya, adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can uncover clearer skin and improve symptoms at 16 weeks.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
What's my safe flight story? I'm a photographer, and when I'm driving, I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, it had to be fixed right. I scheduled with Safe Flight Auto Glass. Their experts replaced my windshield and recalibrated my car's advanced safety system. Safe Flight is the one I trust. They focus on safety, so I can focus on this view.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
You have a full-time job and commitments to keep. You're also determined to advance your career. Welcome to Coursera, career accelerating degrees online from the world's best universities for today's busy lives.
I just wanted my kids to know that you don't ever stop.
Get a high-quality degree 100% online, often for as little as half the cost.
It's allowed me to end up in a position that I was only really dreaming of.
Join Coursera for free at Coursera.org and try a degree course today. Coursera, your course to success.
You're a one-man stitchwork master, but your staffing plan needs to go up a size. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. Attention parents! If your child was born premature and later diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, also known as NEC, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Certain types of baby formulas have been linked to an increased risk of newborns developing NEC, a severe and potentially fatal intestinal illness that oftentimes requires surgery. If your child was born premature or at a low birth weight and later diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, the baby formula your child was fed may be to blame, and you may be entitled to significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call right now to find out if you qualify. Don't be a victim. Get the help you deserve. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-571-3054. That's 1-800-571-3054.
Hi, I'm Linda, and I lost 80 pounds on Nutrisystem. I have been working from home. People haven't seen me in almost 2 years, and when they see me, they just can't believe it. My dentist, my doctor, all of them, they're just so proud of me. I felt terrific since I've lost the weight. Before, I used to think about doing things, but now I actually have the energy to go ahead and do those things. Nutrisystem has changed my life for the better.
Call or go online to get started and get a free week of new ProSync shakes. Controls hunger for up to 3 hours.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
So, you found the number 7 then? It's amazing. Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best kept skincare secret.
Tonight, I'm announcing we're expanding eligibility to veterans suffering from 9 respiratory cancers. I'm also calling on Congress to pass a law to make sure veterans devastated by toxic exposure in Iraq and Afghanistan finally get the benefits and the comprehensive health care they deserve.
That was President Biden from Tuesday's State of the Union, highlighting the issue of burn pit exposure and the serious illnesses and cancers veterans are suffering as a result. Veterans and advocates are celebrating the move, and today the House passed a new bill that will provide health care and disability payments to millions of veterans exposed to the toxic fumes. Now that bill goes to the Senate. For more on this now, joined by Democratic Congressman Raul Ruiz of California. He's been on the forefront in the fight for this legislation. Congressman, it's great to have you. This is a big win for you today. There's still more work to do, as we know, in the Senate. This seems like it would be a no-brainer. Why has it been so difficult?
You know, we're hearing the same excuses that the Vietnam veterans heard when they were pleading for help when they were dying from Agent Orange. And that's exactly what we don't want to happen to our current veterans in this generation, so that we can give them the benefits and the care that they need due to their exposure to toxic burn pits. You know, there's the excuse that the science is not there. That's hogwash. I'm a doctor and public health expert. The science is there. We know that carcinogens cause cancer. Carcinogens are found in the toxic burn pit smoke. And we know that the particulate matters and those toxic elements can cause respiratory illnesses. They say that it costs too much. That's a value statement. You know, we value the lives of our veterans and their family members. And we don't want to shortchange them like they shortchanged the middle class when they passed their tax bill that gave billions to billionaires. And they're saying that, wait, we're moving too fast. Well, we've been working on this issue for many years now, and those widows and parentless children that lost their loved ones due to cancers from their exposure to burn pits, they're going to tell you that it's too late for them. So we have an urgency because thousands of people are suffering permanent disability on 100% oxygen or dying from cancer because of their exposure to burn pit smoke in the battlefield, only to become delayed casualties of war here in our home in our home country.
This bill does include retroactive benefits as well, as I understand it, Congressman. But help us understand, I guess, the basic need for this, because I was a bit surprised today. Is it as easy as veterans being diagnosed with cancer and other respiratory illnesses and then having their claims denied?
Right now, that's what's happening. You know, I took this cause on and have been leading in Congress on burn pits because of Jennifer Kepner, a constituent of mine who died from pancreatic cancer. I met with her beforehand. I was at her bedside with her family when she was dying. And so this is in her name. And by the way, today is her birthday, and we got it passed out of the House. But her experience was that many veterans have had their claims denied healthcare denied. Even some professionals thinking that their subtle shortness of breath is being made up because they wanted benefits, only to progress to chronic fibrosis or chronic bronchiolitis and needing oxygen dependency. And so this is a bill that's finally going to recognize them, take the burden off of the veteran to prove that they were near burn pits and that their illnesses was due to the burn pits. It gives them the presumption of benefits due to their exposure to burn pits. And that was the big part of this bill, which had my bill, the Presumptive Benefits for Warfighters Exposed to Burn Pits and Other Toxins Act, so we can take care of this problem once and for all.
You've gotten a lot of help from comedian Jon Stewart on this. He's been front and center, too. He says it shouldn't be a political issue. Here's some of what he said.
Speaker Pelosi and the President of the United States, and they have designed a bill that will comprehensively address the urgent need in the veterans community. And Ranking Member Boss' amendment is going to say, damn, that's good work. So why don't we just switch that out for 5 more years of health care? We good? Thanks, guys. We're good. That. Not happening. They get what they deserve, the comprehensive bill that addresses the urgent need in their community.
All right, you picked up 34 votes today in the House on this, Congressman, and we'll see where it goes in the Senate as you continue this fight for veterans. I want to get you on one other issue before we let you go, and that's the cost of gas. I don't need to tell you it's $5 a gallon and higher in your state. There's now talk of introducing legislation that would ban Russian imports of oil. Speaker Pelosi is behind it. Are you?
Right now, we're in a very global crisis situation. We need to address the problem. I am for stopping the imports of Russian oil in order to further the economic pain that the global community is imposing on Russia because of Vladimir Putin's unjustified, unprovoked attack on Ukraine. And we should all stand with the people of Ukraine.
All right, we'll see, because the White House seems to not support it at this point, but if it does have the bipartisan support it appears to have right now, it may be on the president's desk, and we will see where it goes. But it is considered one of the biggest ways to hurt President Putin as a result. Congressman Raul Ruiz, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations again on your vote today.
Thank you.
On Balance with Leland Vitter starts at the top of the hour. So what do you think? I mean, does this have a chance? You think it gets through Congress? And do you think the president would sign it?
The president will do what he wants. It was pretty clear with what the congressman said, just what the issue is, right? The word salad that he gave you. There is a real moral question that we as the world are going to have to answer. We're going to cover this at the top of the show. How much pain financially are we as a country willing to endure to save Ukraine? It's a very simple question.
Yeah. All right. You've been doing great work on the map. And I know we've been also talking about sort of this Russian reality check on the ground. It's hard to know. Putin says things are going as planned. Other narratives have him stalled.
Right. So we're closing day 8 here. We'll head over to the maps to show you probably 2 very different kind of stories, one in the north, one in the south. The one thing that the Russians have been able to do now is complete the land bridge. So this is Crimea. This is where their original base was that they took in 2014. They've broken out and they've headed all the way over here so they can now connect back to Mother Russia back here and continue their supply lines. Mariupol is a city that is now under siege. That's a big fight to watch. We understand that there's some skirmishes here around a nuclear power plant, something to keep an eye on. The big issue, of course, Joe, is Kyiv. We're going to get into that. Why exactly does the Pentagon think that there's a big convoy stalled here? What are some of the issues the Russian army is facing? How many reserves do they really have? The other issue to consider is how quickly the United States and its allies that have supply routes from Poland and Slovakia into Kyiv can keep these supply lines open, because there's another Russian convoy coming south here out of Belarus that's trying to encircle the capital and cut off the supply of U.S. weapons. We're going to talk a little bit about exactly what's in those supply lines, what the U.S. is providing to the Russians, Joe, and also how do you provide weapons, American-made weapons, some of them pretty high-tech, to an army that very well might fall? What happens if those arms get into the hands of the Russians?
All right, that more at the top of the hour on Balance. Leland, thanks. Well, we've shown you a lot of images from Ukraine today, images of destruction, images of inspiration rising from that destruction. Up next, more examples of the spirit of the Ukrainian people. Like this, the country's parliament singing the Ukrainian national anthem as they stood in unison in Kyiv.
At JP Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg, a goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app, we're working for you. Planning, investing, advice. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
What do we want delivered every month? Clumping litter, salmon pate, love that for me. Choose the frequency and ship it. I feel so accomplished. Now you can pet me.
Get fast free shipping for all your pet's needs. Chewy.
Are you over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days? I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. Call now for this free book on maximizing your income in retirement. Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from leading financial firm J.D. Mellberg. That's right, free. This book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now, because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known truths we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity, and it's free. Call 800-379-4046. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report. We researched numerous products and summarized rates and benefits of annuities, all from Silac Insurance Company. Call 800-379-4046. That's 800-379-4046. Call now.
Yo, dude, you need some help?
Don't worry about me.
Yo, there's no shame.
No shame? You don't know my family, man.
It's okay to ask for help. Find a licensed therapist at BetterHelp.com.
Guys, I've got a very serious question. Are you tired of worrying about hair loss? Are you tired of looking in the mirror and not loving the man you see looking back at you? If the answer is yes and you want to get your real hair back, I want you to take out your phone that I know is sitting right next to you and send that text down below to Bosley to get the free Bosley info kit. You're also going to get the $250 Bosley gift card. It is a huge no-brainer because Bosley is America's #1 hair restoration experts. Do you think these guys are happy they went to Bosley? Bosley uses the latest technology and science to give you your real hair back permanently. And that's a promise backed by the Bosley Guarantee. Guys, you deserve to feel incredible about yourself, and you deserve to have your real hair back. Bosley can make it happen. They're going to help you love the way you look. But you need to take action.
For your free information kit and free gift card for $250 off, text POWER to 642-642. Ask about the Bosley Guarantee. Text POWER to 642-642.
Are you over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days? I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. Call now for this free book on maximizing your income in retirement. Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from leading financial firm J.D. Mellberg. That's right, free. This book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now, because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known truths we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity, and it's free.
Call 800-616-3998.
As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report. We researched numerous products and summarized rates and benefits of annuities, all from Silac Insurance Company.
Call 800-616-3998, then 800-616-3998.
Call now.
We decided to get married to strengthen our connection and to help each other and to protect each other as we can.
What a great interview with Yarna Arava, a newlywed who joined us earlier tonight, talking about how the war changed plans for her and her husband. She talked about how much she loves him and misses him as he's off now fighting against the Russians who are in their country. They were just married, and he's now decided, and she as well, to defend Ukraine. So they've volunteered now for the military. A couple were determined to not let the war stop them from getting married. Here are some pictures from that, proving that love indeed does conquer all. If you missed that interview, it's certainly worth a watch, and we'll have it posted on our social accounts at The Donlin Report on Instagram and also on Facebook. Tonight, Ukrainian families are being forced to separate to stay alive. Gut-wrenching images surfacing that are a bit reminiscent of World War II. So imagine being jammed into a packed train station, waiting for hours, as we're seeing people here, and then having to say goodbye to your family, not knowing when you'll see each other again or if you will see each other again. These are just heartbreaking images. You can see luggage left in places there on the platform, family members weeping, and again, hearts breaking. Tough to see for sure. Before we go, we do have one more example of the unbreakable spirit of the Ukrainian people, a refugee playing We Are the Champions by Queen on a piano at the border in Poland. The song becoming somewhat of a rallying cry for the country. Here's a little bit more of her performance. Leland Vittert is next with On Balance.
Russia starts targeting civilians in Ukraine, and the United States largely stands by. Why the White House admits there is not much they are willing to do to stop him. Good evening, I'm Leland Vittert. America and the world face an uncomfortable question tonight. Nobody likes asking it. Nobody likes answering it. Are you willing to pay $9 a gallon in gas to save Ukraine and its people from a Russian slaughter? It is that simple. For all the tough talk, so far Vladimir Putin is unfazed and not stopping.
Уважаемые товарищи, хочу сказать, что специальная военная операция идет в строгом соответствии с графиком, по плану.
With the timetable according to plan, he says. Originally, Putin said Ukrainian civilians would welcome Russian forces as liberators. Clearly, that didn't happen. Now he plans to bomb the Ukrainians into submission. For all the talk of seizing yachts, travel restrictions on 50 of Putin's cronies, plus sanctions on banks, there is a giant loophole. Russia's energy sector, which for all intent and purposes is the entire Russian economy. Everybody agrees. Cut off Putin's ability to sell oil and the strong man suddenly becomes a mere mortal. This is indisputable, and it's telling that nobody disputes it. So why haven't we done it and saved the Ukrainians who are now facing annihilation? Well, money really, if we're going to be honest. Because if we did do it, the chain reaction would send the world into a recession. Oil prices closed today at the highest level in 14 years, $111. Prices at the pump are going up literally by the hour. You can see what just happened in a year. Putin is the world's largest oil exporter. Take that supply out, and you choke the world economy.
You know, it could go to $150 a barrel. That's crude oil. And that's the level that we model in our spreadsheets and so forth that would suggest we hit a recession.
Already, President Biden's approval ratings are in the low 40s. Sometimes they touch the 30s. Here's the graph. You can see the higher oil goes in blue, the lower President Biden's ratings sink, and the White House knows it.
We don't have a strategic interest in reducing the global supply of energy, and that would raise prices at the gas pump for the American people.
We're going to get to the ground truth in a minute and the weapons the United States is sending, but Vladimir Putin might, in that speech, have been telling the truth a little bit when he said the war is going according to plan. At least in the southern part of Ukraine, the Russian advance is doing pretty well. It's picked up speed, and they have connected their forces in the east and the south. So time's running out for the Ukrainians. Here's one member of their parliament explaining it.
What is the red line when you actually step in? How many children have to die? We already have almost 20 children die.
As we said, there is a way to stop the Russian army in its tracks, to turn off Vladimir Putin's economy and his ability to wage war. Here's the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, a few hours ago.
I'm all for that. Ban it.
Ban the oil.
Ban the oil coming from Russia. Yep.
This really is a moral question for all of us, much like Franklin Roosevelt perhaps faced when the issue came up when he bombed the train tracks heading to the Nazi death camps. So for us, for Americans tonight, we have to ask, how much are we willing to pay? Gas prices are up by 9 cents, literally overnight, and heading higher as gas stations sell their inventory bought at lower prices. At $150 a barrel, which oil could easily go to, the average goes up another $1. So add $1 to whatever you see at the local filling station today, and the sky quite literally is the limit. So what does this mean for you? The average driver uses 562 gallons a year, so at the very least, stopping Putin will cost you $562 this year, not to mention the cost of everything else that's going to go up because the cost of oil goes up. So we will ask the uncomfortable question: how much will you pay to save Ukraine? Answer that in a minute on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, all at Leland Vittert. Some of your answers later on in the show. In Ukraine tonight, though, they, of course, don't have the luxury of caring about gas prices. They are alone and in the sights of Russian artillery, tanks, and bombers. News Nation's Richard Sherman is with them in central Ukraine and inside because of a blackout in that city. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning, Leland. And we're sensing a shift in tone from some of the Ukrainians that we've been speaking with. When the Russian invasion first began, most Ukrainians we spoke with seemed to believe that it was just a matter of time before the United States and NATO would step in and offer tangible physical support. So far, that has not really happened here on the ground, and some here in Ukraine feel abandoned.
The West left. The whole world left Ukraine. This war should not have happened. In my opinion, the United States and the whole world deserve contempt.
The United States and the whole world deserve contempt. That is hands down the most harsh criticism that we have heard of the United States here. For the most part, when we speak with people, they're thankful that the United States and the West has offered vocal support, some humanitarian support, and some supplies. But the thing we continue to hear called for the most is the closing of the airspace above. So far, that has not happened, and a lot of Ukrainians starting to lose patience. Leland?
Yeah, no-fly zone is not happening, almost assuredly. You know, Robert, I've been in war zones, and when the population learned that the help wasn't coming, has the anger turned to desperation yet? Are you starting to see people just leave with the clothes on their back, or is there still a sense of calm in the western part of the country?
I would actually say just the opposite, Leland. What we have seen here is that over the past couple of days, the optimism has risen because a lot of people have never seen the Ukrainian military tested to this point. They've been impressed with what the military has done. So optimism still remains high, but as you said, there's still a long way to go here, and it'll be telling what happens over the next couple of days.
Yeah, for sure. Robert Sherman, his team, there in Ukraine. Robert, thank you. We bring in former U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Ivo Dodler, and Dmitry Alperovich, former Special Advisor to the Department of Defense and expert in Vladimir Putin. Gentlemen, appreciate you both being here. Dmitry, you listened to the intro. If you turned off Vladimir Putin's access to sell oil, how long would it take the Russian economy to fully collapse?
Well, I don't think they'll fully collapse, in part because of China. China is going to continue to buy oil from Russia. They need that oil, so you're going to have some revenue loss for Russia for sure. The economy is going to contract this year massively, but it's not going to collapse completely.
Ambassador, would you agree with the assessment of others that cutting off the oil supply would be a move that Putin did not calculate into his cost that he knew he was going to have to pay for invading Ukraine?
I'm sure he didn't calculate it, but he didn't calculate the sanctions that he got so far either. A couple of things. One, of course, is that since the financial sanctions have been put in place, when we pay euros or dollars for gas or natural gas, those euros and dollars are not convertible to rubles, so they're not particularly useful immediately for the economic situation. So they're already hurting. In some sense. Second, I actually am of the opinion that within a matter of days, we will see Europe and the United States ban the import of natural gas and oil. I think as soon as the situation in Ukraine gets even worse, which it likely will be with massive bombardments of cities and the strangulation and sieging of cities that we're likely to see, I think that will be the reaction. I don't think we're ready to go in militarily, but we're ready to suffer even at a price here at home.
Yeah, well, you make a great point in terms of we're not ready to go in militarily, and the president has been pretty clear on that. You can agree or disagree with him telegraphing what was and what was not his red lines. Dmitry, this was Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister earlier, now the third threat of nuclear war by the Russians in 10 days. Take a listen.
Всем понятно, что Третья мировая может быть только ядерной. Но обращаю ваше внимание, что это в голове западных политиков постоянно вертится ядерная война.
World War III can only be nuclear. You've studied Vladimir Putin, Dmitry. Is he capable of that?
Well, he's capable if he feels like he's threatened, like his life is threatened, that Russia is threatened. But I don't think he'll be the one to initiate it without that explicit threat. I think he's a very rational guy. He's a killer. He's a horrible individual, an evil man, but he's not crazy and he's not suicidal. So I don't think he will launch nukes unless he thinks that NATO is about to invade Russia or impact the safety of his regime.
Now, the video you're seeing is not of a nuclear weapon. It's what they call a thermobaric or a vacuum bomb that looks like a mushroom cloud and is designed to just kill large parts of civilian populations by collapsing their lungs. Real quick, Ambassador, you were part of the Obama-Biden administration back in 2014. Take a listen to Jen Psaki talking about the last time we went through this in Ukraine. Okay, we don't have that. She said, I was at the State Department. The president was the vice president the last time Russia invaded. This is a pattern of horror that this president, President Putin, and from the cronies around him. Ambassador, if there is a lesson that the White House has not taken into account that should have been learned from 2014, what was it? Or is it?
Well, first, I was no longer in government in 2014, but I did serve in the Obama-Biden administration. I think that the lesson that we have learned now is that we need to inflict pain on the Russians. The kind of sanctions that we're implementing right now are deeply hurtful of the Russian economy, and the kind of weapons that we are sending in to the Ukrainians and helping them defend themselves. We have trained the Ukrainian military for the past 8 years. That's made a difference. But importantly, it's the anti-tank weapons and the anti-aircraft weapons that are making a difference, which, by the way, Vice President Biden was in favor of sending to the Ukrainians even back in 2014, as were many members of the administration. Others, including the president, were not.
Yeah, no, I was there in 2014 on the ground with the Ukrainians begging for the help the same way they're begging for a no-fly zone now, and I remember the frustration. Dmitry, my friend Mike Allen pointed out Sun Tzu, the great Chinese general, said you always have to give your enemy the golden bridge, the way out to save face. Is there a way out of this conflict for Vladimir Putin that preserves NATO and its strength and doesn't humiliate him?
Well, I think at this point he would probably take a deal where he gets not everything that he wants. Of course, at a maximum, he wants a change of government in Ukraine. Zelensky toppled, a pro-Russian puppet installed that would bring Ukraine back into Russia's sphere of influence. I think he would probably concede on that point now, having encountered unexpectedly heavy resistance from the Ukrainian population. But he will still want, at a minimum, recognition of Crimea as Russian. He would want a permanent foregoing of accession to NATO for Ukraine. And he would probably want some sort of demilitarization of Ukraine as well. And that's just not something that Zelensky will be able to politically provide to him or that he wants to provide to him.
Yeah, it doesn't seem as though the United States would support that either. Hey, gentlemen, I really appreciate it. This was a great way to start the show and a thoughtful and sober conversation. Can't think of two better men to do it with.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. As we said, it's an uncomfortable question, especially if you live at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Just ask one-term President George H.W. Bush. He organized a global coalition to take on Saddam Hussein. He saved Kuwait from a fate that awaits Ukraine in the next few days. At one point, George H.W. Bush had the highest approval rating of any president to date. It was 89%. Here is him with the troops in Saudi Arabia. He lost re-election. Why? Oil prices. When Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, oil prices shot up and stayed high on the fear of impending war, kind of like today, causing recession. Bush won the battle with Saddam but lost the war. The economy tanked his presidency. You better believe a president sitting at the worst approval rating for a Democratic president since Carter knows all of this. And there is nobody better to explain the polling than Lauren Wright. She teaches political polling at Princeton University and joins us now. Lauren, for all of the goodwill and great heart of the American people, are they able to disassociate the president if gas prices go high because we are standing up for something that matters?
Well, frankly, the administration is sending a message that's probably very confusing for a lot of people, because the president has been very clear since his inauguration, really, and again with his State of the Union speech the other night. Russia poses a threat to global democracy. That is extraordinarily serious, and people's ears perk up at that, and that's very scary. The question is, what are we going to do about it? And it seems the answer so far, at least, is we're going to implement some sanctions that we don't really think will fully stop this or change Putin's mind. We're unwilling right now to put in place energy sanctions, which would choke off about 30 to 40% of Russia's economy, because we don't want prices to lower. But that's not a coherent message. That's tough for people to understand. And even more confusing, I think, to people is why we're not willing to rethink our energy strategy here at home, at least until renewables and environmentally friendly energy gets up to the level of production we would need not to be so dependent on Russia for oil and gas.
Yeah, interesting. Chris Hahn, former of Chuck Schumer's office, he hosts the Aggressive Progressive podcast, so you know where his politics are, had this to say yesterday. Take a listen.
Look, if we're anywhere near $6, $7, $8, $9 a gallon gas, Joe Biden and the Democratic Party will not have a very good November at all, to say the least, right? So what he has to do is try to keep it from getting to $150 a barrel, which your first guest talked about, and it looks like it's on its way to that. Who knows where it's going to end up? Who knows how this crisis ends in Ukraine?
As you point out, the White House could do a lot in changing its domestic energy policy to increase domestic production, open oil leases on federal lands, a whole slew of things that we don't have to go through. But at what point, from a polling perspective and a political perspective, how do you make the decision giving up the progressive left's need for aggressive pro-climate, anti-climate change policies outweighs the middle of America who is just hurting over $6, $7, $8 a gallon in gas? What's the number?
Right, and can't understand this. And so, you know, that's not a popular policy, but the problem is energy prices are already high because of the expectation, the possibility of these sanctions, and because we've been in a global energy crisis for quite a few years now. And so it's sort of a question of how much lower can Biden's approval go? And it's already low because of inflation. It's already low from how he dealt with COVID and a number of other economic factors. And so, you know, expectations are in a way sort of already very low. And so it's a question of how much is he willing to sacrifice? But as the president himself says, some things are bigger than politics, and this would be a perfect example of that.
Yeah, is the need to sort of punish the oil industry and into submission and try to force people to go to green energy worth, you said, how low can it go? Jimmy Carter at one point in the 70s had 29%, some of the same issues back then as we have now. Hey, Lauren, it's always great to see you. Thank you.
Thanks, Leland.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Coming up, Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot allegedly unleashes an obscenity tirade. We'll tell you what she said. And Florida Governor Ron DeSantis scolds students for wearing masks. But now he's using it to his advantage. We'll show you how.
With less moderate to severe eczema, why hide your skin if you can help heal your skin from within?
Hide my skin? Not me.
Dupixent helps keep you one step ahead of eczema with clearer skin and less itch. Don't use if you're allergic to Dupixent. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your doctor about Dupixent.
Meet a future mom, a first-time mom, and a seasoned pro. This mom's one step closer to their new minivan. Yeah, you'll get used to it. This mom's depositing money with tools on hand. Cha-ching. And this mom, well, she's setting an appointment here so her son can get set up there and start his own financial journey. That's because these moms all have Chase. Smart bankers, convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Still going. No. I was conditioned to finish my plate since childhood?
Noom Weight uses psychology to help you understand your habits, change them, and realize that when it comes to losing weight, it's psychological. Sign up now and lose weight for good at Noom.com.
If you or someone you love has developed Parkinson's disease after being exposed to Gramoxone or any herbicide containing the deadly chemical paraquat, you may be entitled to financial compensation. Call now. There are time deadlines, so don't delay. If you don't win, you pay nothing.
Do you have trouble hearing conversations? Are you constantly asking loved ones to repeat themselves? Do you miss out on discussions or talking with friends? Then you would benefit from Nano hearing aids. Don't waste thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids or settle with the frustration of cheap amplifiers. Right now, you can get 2 revolutionary Nano CIC Recharge hearing aids, regularly $797 for just $397, or opt into our payment plan of 4 easy payments.
I love how affordable the Nano hearing aids are. Compared to some hearing aids, they're as much as $3,000, $4,000, $5,000.
Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The CIC Recharge is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. It has rechargeable technology that many customers say is superior to more expensive models.
Well, these Nano hearing aids are fantastic. They're affordable, they're easy to fit into the ear. And what really impressed me is I'm hearing things I haven't heard in years.
Our friendly operators are standing by to take your order.
800-360-7114.
The CIC Recharge offers superior noise reduction and a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is nearly invisible. Best of all, they are incredibly affordable. And if you call now, we'll add a portable charging dock and ship your order absolutely free.
I love how they feel. They're very light. I don't even know they're there.
You know, I've used other hearing aids before that were bulky. These are light and easy to use, too.
Stop missing out on important conversations or wasting thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids. Order now and get 2 CIC Recharge hearing aids and a portable charging dock for only $397 with free shipping. Or opt in to make 4 easy payments. Supplies are limited, so don't delay. Better hearing is just a phone call away.
800-360-7114. Again, 800-360-7114.
Are your sneezes putting your friends in awkward positions? Stick with Zyrtec. Zyrtec starts working hard at hour 1 and works twice as hard when you take it again the next day. Zyrtec. Muddle no more.
You do not have to wear those masks. I mean, please take them off. Honestly, it's not doing anything, and we got to stop with this COVID theater. So if you want to wear it, fine, but this is ridiculous.
All right. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis bluntly, as you heard, told high school students to take off their masks if they wanted during a news conference yesterday. Ron DeSantis really doesn't know how to say anything that isn't blunt. All right. And you heard him say COVID theater must end. One of the seniors standing behind him, Eric Marshall, then opted to take his mask off after DeSantis' request, but Marshall's mother, who the media shockingly decided to track down, said that she had asked her son to wear it.
I'm responsible for him, and I told him to wear that mask.
Did you feel pressure by the governor to do that?
A little. It was more of a pressure of an adult figure asking me to do something.
Now, DeSantis, of course, has been vocal that parents should decide what's best for their kids in schools.
We're going to do whatever we can to vindicate the rights of parents and make sure that parents are in the driver's seat when it comes to the health, education, and welfare of their kids.
Batya Ungar-Sargon, Deputy Opinion Editor for Newsweek with us. First things first, I couldn't get over the soundbite where the kid who wore the mask indoors was now wearing the mask outdoors next to his mother who didn't have a mask on. But we'll put that aside for a second, from the sublime to the merely ridiculous. But it goes to this point, right? Okay, that Ron DeSantis has been Mr. Personal Choice. Parents should decide, parents should decide, parents should decide. Who's he to tell another parent's child what to do?
You know, it was a really interesting moment. I think it really did get blown out of proportion. A lot of people reporting that he was bullying the students. You know, I don't think that constitutes bullying. He was very aggressive. It was very clear where he stood. And there was one student who opted not to take his mask off, so a leader was definitely born in that moment. But I think your point is so salient. You know, DeSantis is Mr. Parents should decide, Mr. You know, students are too young to be learning about critical race theory, too young to be exposed to things like transgender ideas and ideology, right? So if children are that impressionable and in need of his protection in the classroom, you know, maybe he shouldn't be speaking to them in such an aggressive adult manner.
You know, it was interesting, sort of, he almost sounded like he was really scolding them at one point. You've got to admire Ron DeSantis, like him or not, that the guy never apologizes. He learned that from Donald Trump, and doubled down now with a hype video, if you will, that he has sent out as a fundraising pitch. Take a listen.
Ron DeSantis asked some college students to take off their masks.
Outrageous! How dare he say such blasphemy? I've got to do something.
None of the elites wore masks in their seats.
And again, no masks in the chamber tonight.
Obviously, in the chamber, everybody is maskless, basically. Don't follow the science. Follow the political science.
How dare you! Tonight, Stacey Abrams under fire, maskless, among a group of masked school children.
Controversy surrounding LA Mayor Eric Garcetti and Governor Gavin Newsom.
New fallout for that fancy birthday dinner party.
I'm shocked to find that gambling is going on in here.
I think it's highly hypocritical of him.
More and more Democratic governors are joining Republicans who have rolled back statewide mask mandates.
Florida led when it counted. We led early on when the weight of the world was coming, bearing down on our shoulders. Freedom has prevailed in the Sunshine State.
No, we were going to roll the whole thing, but there it is in case it didn't end up in your fundraising email inbox junk setting. Ron DeSantis, though, is the front runner in the Republican Party by a couple of touchdowns if President Trump doesn't get into the race. This plays extraordinarily well with the base.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that the polling across the nation is on his side when it comes to ending the COVID theater, even on the Democratic side now. You know, we saw at the State of the Union, you know, the Democrats, they're reading the same polls he is. Right. They know that people are just fed up with this, and they know, I think he knows that people will forgive him for being a little bit brusque with some teenagers, you know, if he said the right thing to them.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wouldn't have done this segment except for the fact that we went back and looked at some of the other things that Ron DeSantis has done in the pandemic. And he was the one who famously, and he talked about it in the ad, we're going to keep Florida open. And he let businesses decide whether or not they would close. It was always the businesses should be able to decide if there's masks or not, on and on. They should decide. And then the cruise lines decided they wanted a vaccine mandate, and he flipped, and it was no longer up to businesses. He was going to sue them all. Are we at the point now where both parties have decided that you should have personal choice so long as you decide what I agree with?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no consistency here. I think that
no shame in hypocrisy.
You know, that you started with. Yeah, exactly. You know, as long as they're saying the thing they think people want to hear, that's what's happening. But I think, you know, more importantly is the question of schooling. Look, either you're running on the idea of parents should get to say what their children do, including with COVID, including with masks, including with, you know, transgender education, right? Or you're the person who says no, this is something that, we have a standard and we're going to set the standard. I'm going to be very clear even with students when I have contempt for the choice that they're making, right?
I wanted to get you on this because you've been at the forefront of really speaking to the power of parents that we've seen. We saw it, and you talked about it long before the Virginia governor's race where Glenn Youngkin won. He was a Republican in a state that was Biden plus 10, and he won on the issues of schools. You predicted it. You saw in President Biden's State of the Union, he came back and he sort of said, we're going to keep schools open. He gave this real nod to parents and a little bit of a slap to the teachers' unions. Does that take an arrow out of Republicans' quiver about schools come November?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think the idea of parents being this new grassroots middle-class force in American politics it's sort of like the working class. They've been abandoned by both sides, and which means that they're a constituency that's up for grabs, right? Whoever shows up and starts catering to them and saying, look, we're going to respect you, we're going to respect the role that you play in your children's lives, in schools, whatever, what have you, they're going to have a major shot with that constituency.
Yeah, and certainly it's one we heard from the Republicans in their response that is the constituency they're going after. That's the suburban moms. They think they lost in 2020 and went back. Batya, always good to see you. Thank you.
Thanks so much for having me.
That was fun. All right, coming up, the United States is sending billions of weapons for the Ukrainians. What is being done to ensure that we don't see a repeat of disasters like Afghanistan, where our weapons ended up in the wrong hands?
I think I changed my mind about these glasses.
Yeah, it happens. That's why VisionWorks gives you 100 days to change your mind. It's simple. Anything else I can help you with?
Like what?
VisionWorks. See the difference.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. If you or a loved one were exposed to paraquat and later diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Paraquat, a highly toxic commercial herbicide, has been linked to a significant increased risk in developing Parkinson's disease. Exposure to paraquat can occur via mixing, loading or spraying, inhaling or ingesting, direct contact with skin or coming into contact with sprayed plants. Farmers, agricultural workers, as well as individuals who lived in close proximity to farmland that were later diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. Paraquat may be to blame. Call now to find out if you qualify. Don't be a victim. Get the help you deserve. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-433-5316. That's 1-800-433-5316.
Showing appreciation with a perfect promotional item is a meaningful gesture that can be touched, held, and enjoyed. 4imprint can help your logo create moments that matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
Why are so many people turning to SuperBeets crystals? Because SuperBeets crystals give you the energy and blood pressure support you want from real beets without the beet taste.
This is SuperBeets, and I swear by it. It gives me more healthy energy to keep up with my hectic schedule and supports healthy blood pressure.
Inspired by the Nobel Prize-winning discovery of nitric oxide as a blood vessel signaling molecule, SuperBeets black cherry flavored crystals unlock the nitric oxide boosting power of beet nutrients to help widen your blood vessels, supporting healthy blood flow, so your body can produce energy more efficiently. That's why over 120 professional and college sports teams use our beet crystals, because SuperBeets not only supports healthy blood pressure, it also promotes energy and stamina for peak performance.
I'm Hunter Kemper. I'm a 4-time Olympian in the sport of triathlon. SuperBeets can help me win big races late into my 30s. It's increasing your circulation, and that's why this product is so amazing.
Call now and find out how to get a free 30-day supply of SuperBeets with your first order. Just 1 teaspoon of SuperBeets gives you the functional benefit of 40 teaspoons of fresh beets without the beet taste. You'll also receive a free kit of nitric oxide indicator strips to measure your results, plus a free travel pack of our delicious SuperBeets chews with added grapeseed extract for powerful antioxidant support. Perfect for on-the-go energy. Act now, and we'll even include free shipping and free returns. That's over $30 in free gifts, all backed by our 90-day money-back guarantee.
So do something good for your heart, your circulation, your blood pressure, and your energy. You'll love Super Beets or your money back.
This offer is only available if you call 1-800-778-9019 or go to superbeetsdeal.com. So call 1-800-778-9019 or visit superbeetsdeal.com right now.
Are you over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days? I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. Call now for this free book on maximizing your income in retirement. Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers from leading financial firm J.D. Mellberg. That's right, free. This book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now, because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known truths we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity, and it's free.
Call 800-616-3998.
As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report. We researched numerous products and summarized rates and benefits of annuities, all from Silac Insurance Company.
Call 800-616-3998, then 800-616-3998.
Call now.
The sights and sounds of war in Ukraine. The billowing smoke you see is coming from a nuclear power plant. So this video just got a whole lot scarier and endo-harder. That is in the southern part of Ukraine. It's a city on the main river that runs north-south from Kyiv down here into the Black Sea. A city on the river that accounts for 1/4 of all of Ukraine's power generation. The Russian victory here, if they're able to capture this key city, they can cut off any chance here of the Ukrainians moving south. Ground truth right now. Things have been getting better for the Russians in the south. They've moved out of Crimea and they've been able to come all the way across and create a land bridge back here to Russia. That means that they can resupply this whole area and connect the east and the south. There's still some fighting in Mariupol. From here, they can go claim Odessa, which is the other Ukrainian port city. Those are the 2 keys in the south right now. Up in the north, things are a little bit worse for the Russians. That big Russian column that's trying to move out of Russia down here towards Kyiv is still stalled about 15 miles outside of the capital city. Kelly Meyer, live at the Pentagon tonight with exactly what their assessment is of the Russian army and Vladimir Putin's latest statement that the worst is yet to come.
Well, Leland, that could be all talk coming from Vladimir Putin, because what Pentagon sources are telling me is, how can they up the ante when what they've done so far has really failed? A logistical nightmare here, really in the north, as you said. Russians can't get supplies to troops. They're running out of food, fuel, replacement parts, and I'm told troops aren't getting paid. Ukrainians are still holding off Russian forces in the north. The Pentagon tells me they are proving to be fierce fighters, but senior defense officials warning today Russia now has 90% of its combat power in Ukraine. Leland?
Right, an army always moves on its stomach, and 90% in means you only have 10% left in reserves. Let's show you what the Russians are trying to do in the north with that convoy. One's coming here, if we'll get the arrow back. The other coming here on the other side of the river, the same river that goes down here through the nuclear power plant city. If they're able to encircle Kyiv, the capital, they cut off the supply line. This is the supply line for all of the weapons coming from Poland, Slovakia, and the rest of the free world into Ukraine. If they cut off Kyiv, the supply line stops, and there's also another chance of a Russian attack coming down here from the western side of Belarus. Kelly, this is really a race against time to try and get as many weapons to the Ukrainians as they can before the Russians potentially cut those supply lines. What are the priorities?
Well, the Pentagon is saying those weapons are getting in the hands of Ukrainians, but they're keeping that inventory list close to their chest there. All they're saying on the record is that the Pentagon is providing, quote, assets that will take on ground and airborne threats. We know they're sending weapons to help them hit Russian tanks and shoot down Russian helicopters, sending Ukraine Stinger anti-aircraft missiles, those powerful surface-to-air missiles shot right off the shoulder. Remember, the Stingers some 40 years ago were given to the Mujahideen by the CIA to fight the occupying Russians and the Soviet army. Now the same weapon systems supplied by the same country are targeting Russian aircraft. Leland?
slightly updated Stingers, which is probably an important thing for the Ukrainians, but you make a great historical point in terms of what the Mujahideen did to the Russian military in Afghanistan. Kelly, thank you very much. Back here at the maps, as we look at what's happening up in the north, this is where that big convoy is shut down, and has a lot to do not only with maintenance issues, but fuel issues, and now they're sitting ducks for the Ukrainians. Let's go into Kyiv, so we'll show you what's actually happening in the north, and that's really the most important part of this battle. So as we zoom in, this is the one line of Russian attack coming down. This is Russia. This is Belarus. This is where the convoy is stalled. This is what's really interesting. You might remember at the very beginning of the war, there was a paratroop drop here at the military airport just outside of Kyiv, the Antonov Airport. Okay, you don't put paratroopers down on the ground unless you think you can get your armor south from Belarus down in something like 12 to 18 hours. You don't want them unprotected at sundown on the day you drop them. That was 9 days ago. The Antonov Airport, we understand, may still be in Ukrainian control, or at least very contested. So there is still another huge column coming this way that is stalled out of Belarus in Hostomel, where they were just ambushed by Ukrainian forces with U.S. weapons. Take a look. Oh, this is the satellite image of the convoy that's stalled. You can see, at least in some parts, the tanks are either backed up in traffic, or at one time or another, we've often had situations where they had mechanical problems. Shows you just how bad the Ukrainian maintenance, or the Russian maintenance, has been. Now to that video outside of Hostomel in the ambush. Okay, so you can hear some of the Ukrainian special forces there talking about their bounty, and they stopped this whole column. With that, we bring in Kevin Carroll, formerly of the CIA, also served a number of combat tours in Afghanistan. Kevin, we appreciate you being with us. What are we to believe? Is that the Russians are actually doing well, and this is the mighty Russian army, and they just sent the JV team in the beginning, or that this is really 90% of what they have?
Leland, I think the Russian army is performing very poorly. I think their special operators and their paratroopers had a lot of combat experience in places like Syria and Chechnya, but now you're dealing with the regular conventional conscript units. They're poorly led, they're poorly trained. As you pointed out, they're not being properly supplied, and it shows in their really poor performance thus far. And you also have to give credit to the Ukrainians, who are fighting like lions.
Yeah, no, it really is incredible to see what the Ukrainians are doing and their heart and their will to fight. You and I have had a lot of military philosophy discussions. Von Clausewitz always said that morality in war is the most important thing, and the Ukrainians have that on their side. They've got the home field advantage. They have U.S. weapons. Javelin missile, portable anti-tank missile that can be carried and launched by a single soldier. And oftentimes now, because the Ukrainians have home field advantage, they're using these from rooftops, from inside apartment buildings, great for ambushes. The Stinger missile, also, that Kelly pointed out, I'm assuming it's a different Stinger than we gave the Mujahideen to fight the Soviets back in the 80s.
Kelly's right, and you're right. There have been upgrades to the Stinger over the years, but it's still 41-year-old technology. Stingers are not a new thing in the world. So I don't think there's too great of a risk in continuing to give them to the Ukrainians to make the best possible use of them.
That was the question that you and I talked about all through August and then into early September, when the Taliban grabbed so much of the U.S. weapons, the Humvees, huge amounts of small arms, then even some bigger mortars and the like, helicopters, on and on and on. Is there any risk if these Stingers or Javelins fall into the hands of the Russians, they reverse engineer them and figure out our best technology?
Well, Leland, I think that certainly every military intelligence service has a foreign military acquisition program where they try to get their hands on their opponent's weapons, see what the capabilities are, see what the countermeasures might be, see if they're worth reverse engineering and using. And only because the Stingers and the Javelins have been around for a while, I have to assume that the KGB or its successor services were able to obtain them at some point. As you and Kelly pointed out, the Afghan Mujahideen had them because we gave them to them in the 1979 to 89 war. But even though we were there for 20 years, fighting between 2001 and 2021, I'm not familiar with any American aircraft being knocked down by a Stinger from the Taliban. So it's reasonable to assume that even with the 1980s technology that we were giving to the Mujahideen back then, that there's technical ways to keep these things from being used against us.
That itself is a great point. I want to go back to that video that just came in of the nuclear power plant being shelled and the ongoing fighting there. Are we to believe that the Russians are really either so desperate or so stupid to shell a nuclear power plant and so indifferent to the catastrophe that could come from it?
It's deeply unprofessional behavior from military officers, and it does show a certain sign of desperation and a desire to act more like war criminals and terrorists than soldiers. It's appalling.
Yeah, we can imagine what's going to come from that, and you actually fully understand when you see that video why so many Ukrainians are willing to fight and die rather than potentially live under Vladimir Putin's rule. Hey, Kevin, it was great to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo.
Yeah, no, great conversation. Coming up, Lori Lightfoot, the mayor of Chicago, telling her staff who's boss, and you will not believe, nor did I when I first heard it, the way she did it.
This is News Nation, news for Florida, and news for all America.
When you step into a new day, determined, committed, willing to take on whatever's asked of you, that new day is yours to own, yours to shape, and yours to be proud of. Ram, J.D. Power's #1 brand in new vehicle quality.
Right now, during Ram Truck Month, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn.
At J.P. Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg, a goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app, we're working for you. Planning, investing, advice. J.P. Morgan Wealth Management.
If you or someone you love has developed Parkinson's disease after being exposed to Gramoxone or any herbicide containing the deadly chemical paraquat, you may be entitled to financial compensation. Call now. There are time deadlines, so don't delay. If you don't win, you pay nothing.
Giorgio, look. The peanut butter box is here.
Ralph, that's the Chewy Pharmacy box with our flea and tick meds. It's not peanut butter.
The peanut butter box is here.
I'm out.
Pet prescriptions delivered to your door. Chewy.
What's my safe flight story? I'm a photographer, and when I'm driving, I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, it had to be fixed right. I scheduled with Safe Flight Auto Glass. Their experts replaced my windshield and recalibrated my car's advanced safety system. Safe Flight is the one I trust. They focus on safety, so I can focus on this view.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 bonus wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
My dad told me he's back into old hobbies, but it looks like he's picked up new habits for his type 2 diabetes too.
Once weekly Trulicity is proven to help lower A1C, and it can help you lose up to 10 pounds. Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. It's not approved for use in children. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which can lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about once weekly Trulicity.
Hi, it's me again. Listen to this. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check every month may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with the benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Check your zip code. It could be dynamite. Call now.
Call 1-800-370-0331. That's 1-800-370-0331 now.
You might remember this video. Chicago removed a statue of Columbus from Grant Park after racial justice protests back in the summer of 2020, and then the protest turned violent. Mayor Lori Lightfoot made the decision to rip out the statue, and it won her praise from the left and others for whom the slightest sight of Christopher Columbus offended their sensibilities. But evidently her instructions, she felt, were not followed exactly, and she let a subordinate have it. I'm trying to keep Chicago police officers from being shot, and you're trying to get them shot, she allegedly said in a new lawsuit. My insert name of male anatomy here is bigger than yours. Again, this is quoting the mayor in the lawsuit. And the Italians, and I have the biggest you-know-what in Chicago. Lori Lightfoot is, of course, no stranger to controversy, be it surging crime in her city, only giving interviews to black reporters, or just about anything else. Joining us now, News Nation's Anna Devlantes, longtime Chicago television anchor who has spent a lot of time covering the mayor. Should we be surprised?
I don't know that anything surprises me in the world of politics these days, but fill in the blanks, Leland. Another question is, did you hear that language? That's the kind of language that would almost make our former mayor in Chicago, Rahm Emanuel, blush, and that's not easy to do. Pretty incredible what she said, if she said it. Although it's not illegal to say those kinds of things, there's a lawsuit. I would say that many would agree it's unbecoming and unprofessional for any politician to resort to that. But there's another issue brewing here, Leland, that's important to point out. There always is. The Italian-American community simply feels slighted. The city hasn't made a decision about the statues. They set up this big commission a year and a half ago and decided controversial monuments. They'd review all of them and decide which one should stay, which one should go. There'd be a public input part of this. And at the end, they'd make a decision. But the Italian Americans are now like, what's happening?
Where's our statue? Where is it? And it's funny because this lawsuit is from the Chicago Parks District Deputy General Counsel, who she berated in terms of whether or not he went to law school and all these things, and then made the comments that she made. So I guess this is a weird way, and you and I have talked about this on the show. Anybody in Chicago has feelings about Lori Lightfoot, some positive, some negative. But you kind of couldn't help but to like her just a little bit more, for at least you felt like she was laying down the law and was taking command and control. I don't know. You kind of couldn't help but chuckle.
I think I did speak with the head of the Italian-American Civic Committee today. He's not thinking that it was taking control. He thinks that this is outraged and it's highly, highly inappropriate because it sort of adds to the fuel to the fire when there is no decision. But you're right, absolutely right to point out the politics of this, Leland, because Mayor Lightfoot has found herself in the position that so many other politicians have as well, where you're trying to stay close to the center while appealing to the more far progressive wing of the party. And so you're existing in this limbo land. Are the statues up? Are the statues down?
Well,
and I'm afraid I don't think that's
can I
gonna work
berate
here.
subordinates, as Rahm Emanuel and John Daly might have done, or am I supposed to be all woke and understand that everybody has their sensibilities and maybe needs to get therapy if they haven't done what I told them to do, and on and on and on? So, at some level, though, if she had been a man, would we be even talking about this? If someone had sued and Rahm Emanuel had allegedly said this, or John Daly had allegedly said this, and we'll put the quote back up so people can read it, would anybody really bat an eye?
Well, I will tell you, Rahm Emanuel, the former mayor, did say something like this, we were told, to the former head of the Chicago Teachers Union, dropped some F-bombs, and she said was very disrespectful. And there was a lot of support for her at the time. I think here it's causing headlines because of what was allegedly said. I don't know where the support really lies. It's interesting because the mayor says this is a safety issue about the statues. And I find that she's absolutely right about that, because as you point out, in Grant Park, a year and a half ago, a violent clash happened between police and protesters, and people were injured. An officer lost his eyesight, a broken orbital bone. A lot of things happened that day, and the Italians said they're willing to fight for their statues, and the protesters say they are. But at the end of the day, as a leader, Leland, do you allow who threatens the most violence to make decisions for your city? I don't think you can do that. I think this has to lie exactly where it was supposed to, with this commission and the public input, and just make a decision.
Allegedly, it was said on a Zoom meeting, and you have to almost wonder, was it recorded or not? That would be an interesting
My guess
statement.
is that it was, my guess is because it's a two-party
Yeah.
consent state, you can't air that. It won't become public.
Well, yeah, but if
I
it's
guess
part of
is yes.
if it's part of a lawsuit, you might get it in discovery. So Katie barred the door. Anna, it was good to see you. Thank you.
The same, Leland.
All right. We'll be right back.
Tonight, taking out a tyrant. The CIA tried for years to kill Castro and take out oppressive leaders in the past. Some now even asking, could Putin be legally assassinated? Even though it may seem crazy to consider, Putin is thinking about it a lot. Tonight on Dan Abrams Live.
Thanks for bringing me with you guys today, Mr. and Mrs. Lopez.
Not a problem, Josh. Hey, you two. Check out all these camera views in my Silverado. I can see in front of me, behind me, on either side of me. And it has this cam, so I can see if there's any funny business going on. You see any funny business going on?
No, sir.
Let's have a great day.
The Chevy Silverado offers 8 cameras with up to 15 different views. Find new views, find new roads. Chevrolet.
To see my ancestors' photos was just breathtaking.
Wow, look at Lola.
What'd you find?
Rainbanks, look, County of Macomb, Michigan. Oh my goodness.
This whole journey has been such a huge gift for our family.
Plaque psoriasis, the burning, itching, the pain.
Emerge Tremfyant. With Tremfya, adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can uncover clearer skin and improve symptoms at 16 weeks.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
Hello, friends. Michael Youssef here. You know, the right says that Christ was conservative. The left says Christ was radical. But Christ is the Creator God in human flesh. And He's the only one who can give you peace. And He wants to give you that peace, eternal peace. Will you come to Him?
Are you looking for peace that can withstand any hardship that life can bring? Visit findingtruepeace.com to find answers. That's findingtruepeace.com.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. If you or a loved one were exposed to paraquat and later diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Paraquat, a highly toxic commercial herbicide, has been linked to a significant increased risk in developing Parkinson's disease. Exposure to paraquat can occur via mixing, loading or spraying, inhaling or ingesting, direct contact with skin or coming into contact with sprayed plants. Farmers, agricultural workers, as well as individuals who lived in close proximity to farmland that were later diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. Paraquat may be to blame. Call now to find out if you qualify. Don't be a victim. Get the help you deserve. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-433-5316. That's 1-800-433-5316.
This is News Nation, News for California, and News for All America.
What's inside Airborne? A blast of immune support that's more than just vitamin C. It's a unique crafted blend with zinc and other vitamins, minerals, and herbs. Seize today with Airborne, the #1 immune support gummy and effervescent brand.
And
Doug.
And it's easy to customize your insurance at libertymutual.com, so you only pay for what you need. Isn't that right, Limu? 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 Sorry, one sec. Yeah. There he is.
Only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 liberty.
No matter where you live, with Dish you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish.
Are your sneezers putting your friends in awkward positions? Stick with Zyrtec. Zyrtec starts working hard at hour 1 and works twice as hard when you take it again the next day. Zyrtec, muddle no more.
They're losing billions by the minute, but how much influence do these Putin pals really have on the madman himself? Will squeezing Russian billionaires help stop the war? Tonight on Banfield.
The billowing smoke you see is coming from one of the largest nuclear power plants in Europe. If it melted down, it would be 10 times worse than Chernobyl, and it is on fire right now. Why? Because of the Russian army. They've been attacking Endohardar, which is right here just north of the Black Sea. As they pushed out of Crimea, they came here. This is a key city with bridges across the river that leads then up to Kyiv, and they wanted to take the nuclear power plant. If this nuclear power plant that generates power for about a quarter of Ukraine were to melt down, it would be an unmitigated disaster of something the world has quite literally never seen, 10 times the size of Chernobyl. And so we do not know at this point what is going to happen. We do know, however, that the plant's surrounded by Russian troops on all sides, and they're firing into it. So whether or not they can put this fire out, or whether or not the firefighters at the power plant are even still alive, is very much a mystery tonight. It brings us to our question of the evening that we've asked, because this is truly a moral question of the times. How much of a price would you personally be willing to pay to save Ukraine? There is a way to end this. Sanction Vladimir Putin's oil industry, and the war in Ukraine could very quickly come to an end. It, however, would cause an enormous spike in American gas prices. So as we said, we want to know what you would think. How much will you pay to end the war in Ukraine? At Leland Vittert on social media, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. News Nation Prime starts right now.
Tonight, war raging on the ground in Ukraine as Russian troops target the nation's largest nuclear plant. Round 2 of peace talks in Belarus as Ukraine tries to keep its now famous president out of harm's way in the middle of direct threats. New action from the Pentagon authorizing direct shipments of Stinger missiles to Ukraine, and trying to squeeze Vladimir Putin by targeting his wealthy friends right here in the U.S. News Nation Prime starts right now.
Live from News Nation headquarters, this is News Nation Prime with Marnie Hughes.
Good evening. I'm Rudabeh Shabazi in tonight for Marnie Hughes, and we begin with breaking news in Ukraine. Russian forces shelling Europe's largest nuclear power station right now, battling for control of crucial energy. Officials say it's on fire. This is new video just into our newsroom. That plant accounts for 1/4 of Ukraine's power generation. It is the second major strike from Russia in the last 24 hours. Just last night, Russian troops capturing Kherson, a port city near the Black Sea, and the first major Ukrainian city to fall since the invasion began. Retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton is the former Assistant Vice Chief of Staff for the U.S. Air Force. He joins us live tonight. Welcome. I first want to get your reaction to the Russians attacking this nuclear power plant.
Well, good evening, Rudabeh. Always good to be with you. It is a defining moment, I believe, in the invasion. You know, they already took Chernobyl, which is really a defunct power plant up to the north of Kyiv, but nonetheless, they've had an eye on this plant, I think, to knock out the energy sources for, as you mentioned, a large portion of the Ukraine energy is derived by this power plant. And so the fact that they're attacking it shows that really there are no targets off limits. And it's still to be determined, but it appears that they're not only shelling the town that surrounds the power plant, but the power plant itself. Still no more to unpack on this, but again, it seems to be under attack, and therefore will be a loss, I think, for Ukraine.
And you talk about no targets off limits. Let's talk about Putin shifting his tactics by targeting civilians in Ukraine. What is the aim?
Well, the aim is he remains off his timeline. We talk about that 40-mile convoy to the north of Kyiv, or trying to encircle Kyiv. But regarding to the east and Kharkiv and so forth, now civilian targets are under the horrendous attack of Russian forces, which is not anything new out of the Russian playbook. If you go back to Chechnya back in 1999 and 2000, if you go back to Syria and the Syrian civil war in 2016 and so forth, this is right out of the Russian playbook. If they cannot win against army or tactical forces on the battlefield, they'll start doing horrendous attacks against civilians. And we're seeing that play out right now.
But what is the aim? I mean, what is the goal here? Is it to get people so worn down with the war, civilians so worn down that they just give up their country?
The aim is really to take the hearts and minds away from the people in terms of their morale, any type of spirit to continue to fight. Right now, the Ukrainian people have shown tremendous resolve. Their military has shown tremendous resolve on the battlefield, and certainly extraordinary leadership from President Zelensky. But once you start attacking the civilians huddled either below ground or in safe places that are no longer safe, if you go back in history to the Battle of Britain, that's what Germany tried to do, but could not defeat the will of the British people. But nonetheless, tonight and for the next several days, you're going to see a very bloody mess, and civilians are going to be caught in the crosshairs, and I'm afraid it's going to be very ugly.
It is just so devastating, already so ugly. And we talk about the unity of the Ukrainian soldiers, but now we're hearing more from the Russian soldiers, right? More reports coming out. The Ukrainians, on one hand, are unified. They're motivated to fight. They're motivated to defend their country. But the morale within the Russian military appears to be suffering. They're running out of food. They're running out of fuel, parts. Some of them are even refusing to fight, and they're not being opened with welcome arms, as Putin promised them. You've led troops. How important is morale when fighting for the military?
Yeah, and my reports are matching yours as well. Morale is absolutely essential. Now, the advantage is to the Ukrainian people and the military, because they're fighting on their home turf. They're fighting for their freedoms and their democracy. The invading force, as in the Russians, are not, and they have extended their lines of communication, or their supply lines, as we mentioned. That is a morale, because once you start out of food and out of gas and you can't move, and you're also meeting a stiff resistance from the Ukrainian military, that has a significant edge on their morale as well. There are still advantage to the Russians in terms of the forces, but in terms of their ability for esprit and morale and so forth and fighting for freedoms, that's on the side of the Ukrainians. So that will be even a longer fight, and I'm sure it has Putin and his generals befuddled to a very significant degree, and that's why you're going to see the escalation of very heavy artillery, ballistic missiles on mobile platforms. You're going to see air power come in to try to destroy the morale, again, of the civilian population, but also of the Ukrainian military.
And another miscalculation on Russia's part seems to be the lack of control over Ukrainian airspace. Isn't that one of the first things strategically you need to do to win a war?
Absolutely. The first thing you want to do is you want to gain air superiority. We saw that in Desert Storm in January of 1991, and therefore we when we tried to, and we did very successfully pound Saddam Hussein and so forth. But that has not happened here. In fact, the Ukrainians still maintain some modicum of air superiority, which means it can limit the movement of your forces on the ground, and you continue to harass but also engage and destroy targets on the ground. Is what I would call a force multiplier in the favor of the Ukrainians. But that, again, it's a fledgling Air Force. We still got many days and nights to fight here. We'll see how that pans out. But so far, the Ukrainians have maintained air superiority, and in turn, they've maintained 1 or 2 steps ahead of the Russian army at this point.
And when we talk about this battle for the skies, right, the U.S. sending in Stinger missiles, you were talking about the weaponry. Those are used to shoot down Russian helicopters. Will that make a big difference, though, in Ukraine's ability to defend itself?
It will, but only to a certain extent. That is mainly what I would call a tactical weapon that's very effective. Again, also javelins against anti-tanks and so forth. But really, there's very little defenses that the Ukrainians have or can get access to against these ballistic missiles. But it's not only just the ballistic missiles. By the way, I believe my numbers tell me about 480 ballistic missiles have been fired since night one, and now our numbers are saying about half of those missiles have now been fired from Russian positions inside of Ukraine, which means they've been mobilized. The other aspect of this that can really cause harm to the Ukrainian forces is cruise missiles being employed by Russian bombers coming in and out of Russian to Ukrainian airspace or so forth. I'm waiting for that card to play even more dominating.
And the Russians... Oh, I apologize for stepping on you there. The Russians still have not been able to take Kyiv, but they do seem to be gaining ground near the south, or in the south near the Black Sea. How important is control over waterways and ports in this conflict?
Well, it's very important. The fact that the south, again, that's down by the Crimea region, that's mainly, however, been very much in favor of the Russians because the Russian speaking and so forth. And from the past several years, that has really been under the Crimea, especially was annexed by Russia back in 2014. It also creates again, if you cut off the south, as we see on the map here, against the Black Sea, that means there are landlines that you can still for the Russians to be able to resupply from the south. And also, you're not going to be able to have any type of ports or support from the south, especially from the Black Sea, to resupply the Ukrainians. So it's significant that they have now pretty much taken that whole coastline there as we're looking at, and will likely move west towards Odessa as well to continue the complete cutoff of the Black Sea and that portion of the war for this point.
All right, Lieutenant General Newton, thank you. We appreciate it.
Good evening.
A second round of peace talks once again started and ended with little progress, and the bombings across Ukraine continue as the war enters its 9th day. New drone video showing the destruction in the capital of Kyiv. Correspondent Robert Sherman is live in western Ukraine tonight with the latest on the ground. Robert.
Well, Ruta Bay, every day we continue to bear witness to the tremendous resolve of the Ukrainian people. And this is still intact and still remains strong, even as Russian forces appear to be gaining ground in some strategic locations.
The war in Ukraine is expanding. To the north, the city of Chernihiv has been hit hard. A driver captures a bomb blast just blocks in front of his car. Russian forces also struck the oil depot there. Black smoke billows from the point of attack. And 22 bodies were removed from this residential building following the comprehensive strikes there. To the south, the strategic port Kherson on the Black Sea becomes the first major city to fall to Russian forces. And remember the hundreds of Ukrainians who formed a human blockade? Their attempt to keep Russian troops away from the nuclear power plant there? New reports indicate Russian forces have surrounded that plant. Ukrainian leaders are calling on its citizens to wage guerrilla warfare. As the fighting spreads across the country, 1 million people have reportedly left Ukraine. The UN now reporting as many as 10 million people could be displaced, with about half remaining in Ukraine, but leaving cities to hide in Ukraine's countryside. In western Ukraine, where we are in the city of Ivano-Frankivsk, people do what they can to help their countrymen. During the day, packaging supplies to send where it is needed. At night, volunteers patrol the streets, helping an overwhelmed police force. It is a movement by the people, for the people. For those who have left the country, the journey is a long one.
I have a very hard journey because it took more than 90 hours. I think that we should stop it before the last man in Ukraine will be dying.
Reunions like these are common sight on the Ukraine-Romania border. And once refugees get to border camps, some people try their best to ease the pain.
But of course, the biggest concern on the ground here in Ukraine, the state of that nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe, continuing to be shelled by Russian forces. Of course, a lot of concerns about any kind of nuclear ramifications that could come from that. Ruta Bay?
Huge implications there, Robert. Great reporting and such a show of unity by the Ukrainians.
We have seen that, especially where we are here in the western portion of the state, as cities such as Kyiv and Kharkiv start to see their supply chains tightened. There are concerns about the state of being able to get supplies and, worst case scenario, people starving in some of those cities. We're already starting to see people here in western Ukraine try and gather supplies and get them out to the east as quickly as possible. Pretty much everyone we've spoken with here says the time to act is now, and they believe that this is not just about Ukraine's sovereignty, this is about protecting Western society and freedom as a whole.
Robert, thank you. And new tonight, the U.S. ramping up even more action against Russia, this time taking aim at Vladimir Putin's allies. Correspondent Kelly Meyer is live in Washington tonight. And Kelly, this is a small group of Russian elites on this list.
That's right, Rudabeh. There's about 8 individuals and their family members that will be cut off from the U.S. financial system. 19 oligarchs, their families, and close associates will have a harder time getting U.S. visas. The Biden administration says this is only adding to their expansive list of Putin's cronies, hitting those who help Putin and slowly cutting him off from the rest of the world. Tonight, President Joe Biden taking aim at Russia's rich and famous.
And the goal was to maximize the impact on Putin and Russia and to minimize the harm on us and our allies and friends around the world.
The White House targeting 8 more members of Russian President Vladimir Putin's inner circle, from the former prime minister to Putin's multi-millionaire spokesperson. Biden banning U.S. travel to more than 50 Russian oligarchs, their families, and close associates.
We want him to feel the squeeze. We want the people around him to feel the squeeze.
Tonight, Secretary of State Antony Blinken is wheels down in Brussels, the start of a 5-day European trip. His first stop, NATO headquarters, and then to American allies bordering Russia to reassure them of U.S. support. This as Russia and Ukraine meet for a second round of peace talks near the Ukrainian-Belarus border. Moscow agreeing to open what they call humanitarian corridors, allowing civilians to flee. But still no plan for a ceasefire. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky telling reporters tonight the two countries must compromise, offering to meet Putin in person for face-to-face talks. Russia only upping the ante. Putin telling reporters today the operation is going according to plan. And Pentagon sources telling News Nation that operation is a logistical mess. Troops not getting food, fuel, replacement parts, or even a paycheck. Rudabeh?
And Kelly, everyone, of course, still desperately searching for a diplomatic way out of this, but we're still arming the Ukrainians, right? What are you hearing from your sources?
That's right. The U.S. says they're going to continue supporting Ukrainian. That includes by sending weapons. One of the main defensives Ukraine is using against the onslaught is the Stinger missiles, surface-to-air missiles shot right off the shoulder. Senior defense officials aren't getting into the details of the weapons distribution, telling me they are providing assets that will take on ground and airborne threats, making clear they are supporting Ukraine in defending itself, but they don't want to see this situation escalate.
All right, Kelly Meyer for us in the Capitol. Thank you. Growing concerns tonight for the Ukrainian president who refuses to leave Kyiv. Inside the operations to protect Zelensky and what experts say the key is to keeping him safe. Plus, correspondent Brian Enton live in Miami tonight, where Russian allies are actually a lot closer than you might think.
Yeah, Rudabeh, Russia might feel far away, but allies are close to the United States, especially close to where we are in Florida. We're looking into it coming up.
Since I left for college, my dad has gotten back into some of his old hobbies, and now he's taking Trulicity, and it looks like he's gotten into some new, healthier habits, too.
What changes are you making for your type 2 diabetes? Maybe it's time to try Trulicity. It's proven to help lower A1C. It could help you lose up to 10 pounds. And it's only taken once a week, so it can fit into your busy life. Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. It's not approved for use in children. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which can lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. problems. The choices you make can help control your A1C. Ask your doctor about once-weekly Trulicity.
With Mucinex Night Shift, you've got powerful relief from your worst nighttime cold and flu symptoms. So grab Night Shift to fight your symptoms, get your Z's, and get back to your rhythm. Feel the power. Beat the symptoms fast.
I'm Mark, and I live in Vero Beach, Florida. My wife and I have 3 children. Ruth Ann and I like to hike. We eat healthy, we exercise. I noticed I wasn't as sharp as I used to be. My wife introduced me to Prevagen, so I said, yeah, I'll try it out. I noticed that I felt sharper. I felt like I was able to respond to things quicker. And I thought, yeah, it works for me.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
The Chewy box is coming today.
Calm down, Lenny. We just ordered it yesterday.
Oven-baked apple biscuits!
Holy Leroy.
Biscuits!
Get fast, free 1 to 3 day shipping when they just can't wait. Chewy.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. Attention parents! If your child was born premature and later diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, also known as NEC, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Certain types of baby formulas have been linked to an increased risk of newborns developing NEC, a severe and potentially fatal intestinal illness that oftentimes requires surgery. If your child was born premature or at a low birth weight and later diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, the baby formula your child was fed may be to blame, and you may be entitled to significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call right now to find out if you qualify. Don't be a victim. Get the help you deserve. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-571-3054. That's 1-800-571-3054. Angie's List is now Angie, and it's easier than ever to get your projects done right. With Angie, you can connect with top pros and see ratings and reviews. And when you book and pay through Angie, you're covered by our happiness guarantee. Check out Angie.com today. Angie, and done.
Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Vazalore 325 liquid-filled aspirin capsule is clinically shown in a 7-day study to cause fewer ulcers than immediate-release aspirin. Vazalore, the first liquid-filled aspirin capsules. Amazing.
We're following breaking news in southern Ukraine. Europe's largest nuclear power plant is on fire right now as Russian forces battle for control of the crucial energy hub. That plant accounts for 1/4 of Ukraine's power generation. A government official telling the Associated Press that elevated levels of radiation have been detected near that site. For many Americans, the war in Ukraine feels like it's far from home. But one of Vladimir Putin's biggest allies is just off the coast, Cuba, not far from South Florida, and in the past has helped bring the Russian threat home. Correspondent Brian Enton is live in Miami tonight. And Brian, Cuba isn't Moscow's only ally to the south of the United States.
Yeah, Rudabeh, there are several Russian allies in both Central and South America. It's not uncommon to see Russian warships and subs in those areas, and many of those allies are close to where I am in Florida. While the war and the Russian military might seem on the other side of the world, it's easy to forget that 3 Russian allies are in the Western Hemisphere: Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba, just 90 miles off the Florida coast. Russian warships have docked in Cuba over the last decade. This is video from the Russian Navy pulling into Havana in 2013. Enrique Amor has seen the Cuban-Russian relationship up close. He was working at the port in Cuba when Russian supplies arrived during the Cuban Missile Crisis back in 1962. That stemmed from an escalation between the U.S. and the then Soviet Union.
The first boat arrived at the dead of the night. The Port Authority went to check on the boat, and the military took him out.
Based on what you saw then, are you concerned now that Cuba has this relationship with Russia?
With that kind of government system, anything is possible.
Please signify those against.
At yesterday's United Nations meeting, Cuba and Nicaragua abstained from the vote condemning the Russian invasion into Ukraine. Russia feels far away for a lot of Americans, but Cuba is just 90 miles off the coast of Florida. Is that a reason to be concerned?
It's possible that Putin would want to move into Cuba
the way that Khrushchev did in the 1960s, but I don't think it's very likely at this point.
Barry University professor Dr. Leah Blumenfeld says while the Russian missile crisis does have some similarities to what's happening right now, it was a very different situation. She's concerned for European countries close to Russia, but says at this point she does not suspect Russian troops would end up near the United States.
I don't think it would be strategically sound for Russia to expand its aggression into the Western Hemisphere in such a way.
And in many ways, Cuba is really run much like Russia. Protests, for the most part, are not allowed. There are reports that there was a Cuban who actually went to the Ukrainian embassy and left flowers there several days ago and was later arrested by Cuban police. Ruta Bay.
Brian Enton, thank you. Well, he has become a global hero in his fight against the invasion of Ukraine, but what does it take to protect Russia's #1 target? That's next on News Nation Prime.
What's inside Airborne? A blast of immune support that's more than just vitamin C. It's a unique crafted blend with zinc and other vitamins, minerals, and herbs. Seize today with Airborne, the #1 immune support gummy and effervescent brand.
No matter where you live, with Dish you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish.
If you or someone you love has developed Parkinson's disease after being exposed to Gramoxone or any herbicide containing the deadly chemical paraquat, you may be entitled to financial compensation. Call now. There are time deadlines, so don't delay. If you don't win, you pay nothing.
Hi, I'm Linda, and I lost 80 pounds on Nutrisystem. I have been working from home. People haven't seen me in almost 2 years, and when they see me, they just can't believe it. My dentist, my doctor, all of them, they're just so proud of me. I felt terrific since I've lost the weight. Before I used to think about doing things, but now I actually have the energy to go ahead and do those things. Nutrisystem has changed my life for the better.
Call or go online to get started and get a free week of new ProSync shakes. Controls hunger for up to 3 hours.
If you have advanced non-small cell lung cancer, your first treatment could be a chemo-free combination of 2 immunotherapies that works differently. It could mean a chance to live longer. Opdivo plus Yervoy is for adults newly diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer that is spread, tests positive for PD-L1, and does not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene. Together, Opdivo plus Yervoy helps your immune system launch a response that fights cancer in 2 different ways. Opdivo plus Yervoy equals a chance for more time together, more family time, more time to remember. Opdivo and Yervoy can cause your immune system to harm healthy parts of your body during and after treatment. These problems can be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have a cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, eye problems, extreme tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, flushing or fever. These are not all the possible side effects. Problems can occur together and more often when Opdivo is used with Yervoy. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, if you've had or plan to have an organ or stem cell transplant or received chest radiation. Here's to a chance to live longer. Ask your doctor about the combination of 2 immunotherapies, Opdivo plus Yervoy. Thank you to all those in our clinical trials.
With Life Alert, one touch of a button can get you help fast.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Don't worry, help is on the way. With any of Life Alert's 3 emergency systems, help can be summoned immediately, and batteries never need charging.
I was having a stroke, and I was scared to death.
If it weren't for Life Alert, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Life Alert is a lifesaver.
My husband is alive because of Life Alert.
Life Alert is the lifesaver to keep me out of assisted living.
Life Alert saves a life every 11 minutes.
For a free Life Alert brochure, call 1-800-830-1940. That's 1-800-830-1940. Call now. 1-800-830-1940.
There are growing concerns tonight about the safety of Ukraine's leader, Volodymyr Zelensky. He has become the face of the Ukrainian resistance, refusing to leave the capital city despite an offer from the United States. As Russia advances further into Ukraine, the world has looked to him and his social media posts for signs of safety. Correspondent Kelly Beeson is live in our newsroom tonight. And Kelly, he says he's Putin's main target.
And he certainly is, Rudabeh. Recently, it was reported by Ukrainian news sources that an assassination plot against President Zelensky was foiled, and a unit sent to kill him was destroyed. Experts we spoke with say the longer Zelensky stays in Ukraine, the greater the threat to his safety. As the Russians push forward with their invasion of Ukraine, President Zelensky continues to be target number one for their forces.
The adversary, or in this case a state sponsor, only has to be right once. His protective detail has to be right 100% of the time, which is no easy task.
Despite the risk, the Ukrainian president has chosen to stay behind and lead in a time of war. Security experts say an element of unpredictability is key to his safety. The ability to move from one location to another without establishing patterns Russian intelligence can track.
As he moves around the country, it may be beneficial for him to move closer to some of the borders in case he's getting surrounded and there's no out.
While Zelensky has been vocal on media outlets, avoiding any live updates and keeping social media posts or photos on a delay is also crucial, so his voice can still be heard around the world without his exact location being targeted.
And remember, they've only had 6 presidents since 1991. Hopefully, they're learning from, previous examples of how to handle these situations, and I think that depriving the president of his voice is not the right way to go for Ukrainians, for the people.
Another key component of Zelensky's survival, collecting Russian intel to anticipate their next moves. Former Secret Service agent Tim Miller says it's critical for his security teams to be proactive instead of reactive, and also critical for the Ukrainian president to trust their judgment when it comes to strategy.
I would say and have said to protectees that I've protected, trust us, let us do what we do, because at the end of the day, remember, these folks are willing to die not just for their freedom, but for their president too.
And Miller went on to say Zelensky's security teams have to assume everywhere they go that they're going to be in a tactical battle for the president's life. This is a growing challenge as this invasion continues. Rudabeh.
Kelly, thank you. Tim Crockett is the co-founder and managing editor of Flying Frog Consultants. He has years of experience navigating security and operations in hostile areas all over the world. Welcome to Prime. First, I just want to start with what was just reported. Zelensky saying he is the #1 target. If you're the one tasked with protecting him, what would you be doing?
Well, your previous interviewees kind of nailed it, really. It's about controlling what you can control. Controlling the information of what you're putting out, who's putting it out, and when you're putting it out. What the Russians are going to be doing is looking for those predictable patterns. Any scrap of information that will tighten that search area and increase their luck.
Yeah, and he's posting videos on social media all the time. Isn't that giving the enemy the exact indication and location about where he is?
Sort of yes and no. Like I said, they want to control where they are, what identifying landmarks or anything that could be used to create that pattern of predictability. From what I've seen, those that are around him are actually using that to his advantage. He has a history of production and is doing it very well. Not going live, only going live and then putting that information out later. So it's good that he has a voice. I think it's what's unifying the support around him, but doing so in a very controlled and calculated manner is very smart.
That is a good point, his history of production as an actor and a comedian. So you think that it's possible a social media presence actually helps keep him safe and it unifies Ukrainians and the world is watching and rallying behind him because of it?
Yes, it certainly helped get the message out. Now, whether it's keeping him safe, like you said, the Russians are going to be devoting a lot of resources to piecing the puzzle together and closing in onto where he is either held out, or where he could be next. Like I said, it's being that time and place predictable, so they could then either intercept that or use artillery of some nature to, again, try and kill him.
And you've worked in battle zones all over the world. What strikes you about this particular region? Is there anything unique or different about it?
Every battlefield is unpredictable, and I think you've got to give the area that you're in that healthy respect, that you don't know everything. Things can change. You have to understand that there are many different factors that you've got to be aware of. So there's nothing unique about this area in particular. Yes, you've got nuclear reactors that could play into the risk of a stray round going off and creating a different risk that you're going to have to be aware of. So it's more about being situationally aware of where you are, what's going on in your immediate area, what's going on in the larger battle, and what could impact you tomorrow or next week. And then also being aware of your own limitations and not sort of push too far and get overconfident.
And the president, of course, we're talking about him. He has protection, but what about civilians? I mean, you've trained journalists and others who work in war zones. What is the key to surviving? And granted, Ukrainians have been in war for 8 years now, so they're probably better prepared than most. But for the average civilian, what is the key to surviving? What would you tell them?
Well, they're certainly resilient. Like I said, the time in which they've spent in an Iran conflict shows that they're doing something right. It's about being prepared, prepared for today, prepared for what could happen. And again, it's knowing what's going on around you so you can obviously take proactive steps rather than being reactive to what's going on and losing control.
Yeah, and Zelensky, as Kelly just reported, has said that Putin sent a hit squad to assassinate him. It seems like the danger would be all around, not only because it's a war zone, but you don't know if someone's working as a double agent. You don't know who to trust in that situation, right?
Trust is obviously something that I'm sure President Zelensky is kind of aware of. You'd hope that those around him are trusted individuals. But it's not just double agents. It's the inadvertent leak of information, somebody calling their mom, calling their grandmother, and actually that information it's like betraying where Zelensky could be or what they're doing. So it's not just active betrayal, it's that inadvertent, accidental leak of information that could equally be as harmful.
Good point. All right, Tim Crockett, thank you so much for your insight tonight. We appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Coming up, Russian oligarchs are slapped with more sanctions, how the fortunes of Putin's so-called cronies are being funneled through America's heartland. Also, 1 million refugees flee Ukraine as Russian troops seize more of their homeland, how the U.S. and other nations are helping them escape the bombs and bloodshed.
At JP Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg, a goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app, we're working for you. Planning, investing, advice. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Kids grow up fast. But tragedy can strike even faster. That's why the new Pacifica has more standard safety features than any vehicle on the road. Because we can't make them grow up any slower. We can only help make sure they get there safe and protect the world they'll inherit. The Chrysler Pacifica Hybrid.
Right now, get $1,000 loyalty bonus cash plus $1,000 bonus cash on the 2021 Chrysler Pacifica Touring L.
These are the faces of Listerine. The face of millions of germs zapped in seconds. The face of clean. The face of woe. Some are of intensity. Others, joy. All are of Listerine. Feel the woe.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. If you or a loved one were recently diagnosed with any form of lung cancer or mesothelioma, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if you smoked, your lung cancer or mesothelioma may have been a result of exposure to asbestos, and you may qualify for a cash award from the $30 billion in trust funds set aside for lung cancer and mesothelioma victims and their families. For decades, those who worked in the Navy, shipyards, mills, chemicals, carpentry, firefighting, roofing, insulation, construction, and automotive industries may have unknowingly been exposed to asbestos and have an increased risk in developing lung cancer or mesothelioma. If you or a loved one were recently diagnosed with lung cancer or mesothelioma, even if your loved one has already passed, call right now. Your family still may be entitled to a cash award without ever having to go to court. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-224-8954.
Showing appreciation with a perfect promotional item is a meaningful gesture that can be touched, held, and enjoyed. 4imprint can help your logo create moments that matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
Are your sneezers putting your friends in awkward positions? Stick with Zyrtec. Zyrtec starts working hard at hour 1 and works twice as hard when you take it again the next day. Zyrtec, muddle no more.
News Nation Prime, in association with Applebee's.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger, only at Applebee's.
New video just into our newsroom of that Russian attack on a nuclear power plant in southern Ukraine. It was posted to Instagram by Ukraine's president. It's a slow motion video of the shelling that then hits a reactor. And this is Europe's largest nuclear power plant. It accounts for 1/4 of Ukraine's power generation. Russian shelling hitting one of those reactors there, as you're seeing, a government official telling the Associated Press that elevated levels of radiation have been detected near that site. This is the second major strike from Russia in the last 24 hours. Just last night, Russian troops capturing Kherson, that is a port city near the Black Sea, the first major Ukrainian city to fall since the invasion began. Meantime, new sanctions targeting Russian President Vladimir Putin's inner circle now reaching a surprising place, America's heartland. These Russian oligarchs amassed their fortunes and political influence through their connections to Putin. But here at home, their money is actually being funneled through several Midwest communities. News Nation correspondent Michael Schur is live tonight. And Michael, the United States is now investigating and seizing their assets.
That's right, Rudabeh, and it should be noted that the United States has been investigating their assets and trying to seize their assets well before the offensive by Russia into Ukraine. But this does put a certain amount of, I would say, urgency behind it. And the White House today coming out with a statement saying exactly who they're going to be going for and why they're doing it. But also, as you mentioned, Rudabeh, it's not going to the places that you would expect it to be going. It's focused in large part in the Midwest, and that certainly raised a number of eyebrows. The White House today getting specific about how and who they are targeting in an effort to crack down on oligarchs. In a statement announcing these sanctions and seizures, the administration saying the United States is targeting additional Russian elites and family members who continue supporting President Putin despite his brutal invasion of Ukraine. The president's focus on these oligarchs in Tuesday's State of the Union address has brought closer scrutiny to how money is laundered in this country, but also where. While New York penthouses and South Florida yachts get much of the attention, recent reporting has unveiled Russian money being passed in unlikely ways through the Midwest.
Number one, most of the coasts and certainly like places like Miami and New York are monitored much more closely by Treasury, by the FBI, Department of Justice.
Michael Sala's investigative report in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette shines a light on just how easy it was for Ukrainian oligarch Igor Kolomoisky to launder money through real estate and even a steel mill in Ohio.
That's where you can go in quietly using shell companies and where your beneficial ownership is concealed by Delaware companies, essentially, and do whatever you want to do. And that's what they did.
In 2020, the FBI raided a building owned by Kolomoisky in Cleveland, where his shell company Optimum Management owns several other properties, including the Westin Hotel.
These investigations often take a long time, and just because you see activity now doesn't mean something's going to happen next week.
That was 2 years ago, and the Justice Department is now trying to stop the activity, freezing the assets of people like Putin ally Alisher Usmanov, whose $600 million yacht was just seized by Germany, and freezing others out of the U.S. financial system, like Arkady Rotenberg, Putin's billionaire judo instructor, and Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov. Michael Sala says that banks also play a role.
They're kind of the guardian at the gate. So banks are basically deputized. They're the first line of defense in the war against money laundering.
In the Kolomoisky case, it was Deutsche Bank through which large round numbers of money from companies with no relationship to each other were passing through, raising red flags.
At that point, the bank can stop the transactions. It can drop the customer if it wants. It didn't do either.
Rudabeh, the reporting that Michael Sala did was superb, and I urge everybody to go to the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette to read it. Investigative reporting is always a pleasure, and it's why newspapers are so valuable. But what he uncovers in that reporting is really specific, right? It's about Deutsche Bank. It's about the fact that this is considered sort of an extension bank, that you can do this banking as it's the biggest bank in Germany. You can do this banking in the United States, and it's up to them to decide whether or not there should be these kind of transactions going in, and it's up to them to report it. So Deutsche Bank not reporting it led to this being able to go on, and it goes on in places like Cleveland, in Dallas, it goes on in Pittsburgh, and it goes on in cities that we don't even know yet, and that's what makes this sort of web of investigation so interesting and such a challenge. Yes, it's very easy for the president to stand up there and say this is what needs to be done, and it's certainly going to get a lot of attention, and it's certainly something the government wants to see happen. The actual doing of it is going to take some time because of how widespread it is.
Okay, so Michael, explain how seizing a yacht from one of Putin's friends or his judo instructor's, apartment in the Midwest somewhere actually hurts Putin himself.
Well, what it does is it's an indirect hurt on President Putin. What it does is it gets these oligarchs who have his ear and his attention and also are an avenue to his own wealth. It gets them putting pressure on Putin, and pressure from the oligarchs may in fact be more of a dissuasion for President Putin going into Ukraine than diplomacy from NATO countries.
Well, it is fascinating, Michael. Thank you.
Yeah.
1 million refugees have already fled the violence in Ukraine. Coming up, the programs here at home that are working to help them start new lives. Plus, more businesses pulling the plug on operations in Russia, but will it actually have a financial impact? That's next on News Nation Prime.
What's my safe flight story? I'm a photographer, and when I'm driving, I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, it had to be fixed right. I scheduled with Safe Flight Auto Glass. Their experts replaced my windshield and recalibrated my car's advanced safety system. Safe Flight is the one I trust. They focus on safety, so I can focus on this view.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
Depression can be a really tough thing to go through. Fortunately, people always have a lot of ideas how to help you through.
You just gotta snap out of it.
You have so much to be happy for. Fake it till it feels normal.
Cheer up.
It's all in your head.
It's because you're a Leo. Think about all the people that have it worse than you.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is on the ground in Ukraine right now responding to this devastating crisis.
The current situation here is very critical. There is a great concern for the more than 200,000 Jewish people who desperately need food, medicine, and emergency supplies.
Your urgently needed gift of only $45 will help rush food, water, medicine, and emergency supplies for one suffering Jewish family in Ukraine who has nowhere to turn.
The fellowship has been working here on the ground in Ukraine with our trusted partners for over 30 years.
The distribution centers and volunteers are standing by. We need your help now.
Your emergency gift of only $45 will help rush food, water, medicine, and emergency supplies for one Jewish family in Ukraine. Please call or go online now.
Ancestry made it really easy to learn about my family's history. Finding military information, newspaper articles, how many people were living in the house and where it was, makes me curious and keeps pulling me in. And the photos reminding me of what life must have been like for them. Finding out new bits of information about the family has been a wonderful experience. It's an important part of understanding who we are.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
Got crypto brain? You could satisfy it by getting crypto the same way everyone else does. Or with a tax advantage at Alto Crypto IRA. With as little as $10, you can now put retirement dollars in crypto. Over 125 coins through Coinbase Exchange, including Bitcoin, all with the full tax advantages of an IRA. Everyone's got their eye on crypto. Get yours with the Alto Advantage. Sign up free at altoira.com/crypto.
Tonight, as war rages in Ukraine, a massive refugee crisis is taking shape, and countries around the world are already responding. That includes the U.S., which recently endorsed something new called community sponsorship. The communities themselves are already in place, experienced, and eager to help Ukrainians fleeing the Russian invasion. New York City is home to more than 150,000 people of Ukrainian descent, the largest such community in the country, many of them living in Manhattan's East Village. And that is where News Nation correspondent Tom Negevin is live tonight in Little Ukraine. So, Tom, how does this work, community sponsorship?
You know, we're talking about organizations, Rudy, that already have experience doing this here in the New York City area and all over the country. They've been working with refugees from past conflicts, victims of war and persecution, helping them get a fresh start, helping them start new lives. A wave of humanity. More than 1 million people have already crossed out of Ukraine, as News Nation's been reporting from the Polish border. More are expected as the Russian assault intensifies, and countries around the globe are ready, or getting there. In the New York area, a group called Hearts and Homes for Refugees is watching the war with horror and waiting for its chance to help.
Heartbroken. Yes. Daunted. We can do only what we can do. This movement has taken off across the country. We are part of a national network. We started as 8. There are over 28 organizations, community, nonprofits that are doing similar work.
That work is community sponsorship, pairing the government with local agencies, faith groups, volunteers, helping refugees settle in, assimilate, and following up, sort of creating a surrogate neighborhood. The State Department endorsed it last fall for evacuees from Afghanistan, and it's been growing, changing attitudes toward refugees, volunteers say, and definitely changing lives.
You'll have them here resettled in a holistic way with scaffolding built around them by people in the community who offer their network of support, and you offer longer-term support for better outcomes for these new aspiring Americans.
And sooner or later, they're expecting a whole lot of them, Rudabeh. And they link to other organizations that do great work as well, the Red Cross, Save the Children, the UN Refugee Agency. But there's one aspect of this that's really interesting in this part of America, in this part of New York, Little Ukraine. The recent resettlement of Afghan refugees has left sort of a sentiment that set expectations in these neighborhoods. These Ukrainian people who live in this area want their friends and families safe and close. Rudabeh?
And they have such a long journey ahead of them. Every little bit helps. Tom, thank you. Tonight, major companies halting operations in Russia. So just how much money is Putin losing? That's next on News Nation Prime.
Taking out a tyrant. The CIA tried for years to kill Castro and take out oppressive leaders in the past. Some now even asking, could Putin be legally assassinated? Even though it may seem crazy to consider, Putin is thinking about it a lot. Next on Dan Abrams Live.
Meet apartment 2A, 2B, and 2C. 2A is monitoring his money with a simple text. Like what you see, Abe? Yes. 2B's covered with 0 overdraft fees when he overdraws his account by $50 or less. And 2C? Well, she's not going to let a lost card get her stressed. Am I right? That's right. That's because B's neighbors all have Chase. Alerts that help check, tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Guys, I've got a very serious question. Are you tired of worrying about hair loss? Are you tired of looking in the mirror and not loving the man you see looking back at you? If the answer is yes and you want to get your real hair back, I want you to take out your phone that I know is sitting right next to you and send that text down below to Bosley to get the free Bosley info kit. You're also going to get the $250 Bosley gift card. It is a huge no-brainer because Bosley is America's #1 hair restoration experts. Do you think these guys are happy they went to Bosley? Bosley uses the latest technology and science to give you your real hair back permanently. And that's a promise backed by the Bosley Guarantee. Guys, you deserve to feel incredible about yourself, and you deserve to have your real hair back. Bosley can make it happen. They're going to help you love the way you look. But you need to take action.
For your free information kit and free gift card for $250 off, text POWER to 642-642. Ask about the Bosley Guarantee. Text POWER to 642-642.
Showing appreciation with a perfect promotional item is a meaningful gesture that can be touched, held, and enjoyed. 4imprint can help your logo create moments that matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
This is News Nation, news for New Mexico and news for all America.
What do we want delivered every month? Clumping litter, salmon pate. Love that for me. Choose the frequency and ship it. I feel so accomplished. Now you can pet me.
Get fast, free shipping for all your pet's needs. Chewy. Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. If you or a loved one were recently diagnosed with any form of lung cancer or mesothelioma, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if you smoked, your lung cancer or mesothelioma may have been a result of exposure to asbestos, and you may qualify for a cash award from the $30 billion in trust funds set aside for lung cancer and mesothelioma victims and their families. For decades, those who worked in the Navy, shipyards, mills, carpentry, firefighting, roofing, insulation, construction, and automotive industries may have unknowingly been exposed to asbestos and have an increased risk in developing lung cancer or mesothelioma. If you or a loved one were recently diagnosed with lung cancer or mesothelioma, even if your loved one is already passed, call right now. Your family still may be entitled to a cash award without ever having to go to court. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-224-8954.
They're losing billions by the minute, but how much influence do these Putin pals really have on the madman himself? Will squeezing Russian billionaires help stop the war? Tonight on Banfield.
We're following breaking news on the ground in Ukraine. Europe's largest nuclear plant under attack. The Associated Press reporting that Russian troops are shelling the power station right now. This video from Ukraine's president posted on his Instagram page appearing to show that attack. A spokesperson for the plant said in a video that they are demanding Russia stop the shelling, saying there is a real threat of nuclear danger. He told a Ukrainian TV station that the shells were falling directly into the plant and setting fire to one of the facility's 6 reactors. That reactor is now under renovation and not operating, but he says there is nuclear fuel inside. He also says firefighters can't get near it because they're being shot at. The plant accounts for 1/4 of Ukraine's power generation. It is the second major strike from Russia in just the last 24 hours. Last night, Russian troops capturing Kherson, a port city near the Black Sea, the first major Ukrainian city to fall since the invasion began. And tonight, more global companies are taking a stand against Russia in response to its invasion of Ukraine. Those companies include IKEA, which today announced it was suspending operations in Russia and Belarus. Other companies like Ford, BP, and American Express have made similar moves. News Nation correspondent Marky Martin is joining us live tonight. And Marky, are we seeing any immediate impact on Russia?
Hey, Ruta Bay. So experts I talked to say that Russia is in a bad spot here. They say they actually have confidence in the health of major global companies that are cutting ties, including American brands. But they say it's probably a safe estimate to guess that by this afternoon, Putin has likely lost $300 billion, half of his annual exports.
While 1 million Ukrainians have now left their country, a simultaneous mass exodus of heavyweight companies are pulling their business from Russia. Various sectors exercising corporate condemnation.
Doing business in Russia is difficult under any circumstances, but now it's just crazy.
James O'Rourke is a business professor at Notre Dame. He says it's a smart move to cut ties.
You don't want to be associated with these people. This is like going into business with the Manson family. This is not good. You want to get your brand as far away from them as you can.
Perhaps some of the biggest names pulling the plug coming from energy, tech, and transportation. Just this week, Apple announcing it stopped selling its products there. Its online Russian storefront labels everything as unavailable. Google enforcing an ad ban on the country. Oil giant BP selling 20% of its stake, worth $14 billion, in an energy company headquartered in Moscow. ExxonMobil has stopped investing in Russia. And the list goes on. Boeing, Nike, Disney, Meta, FIFA.
Not one of these people has surprised me. I don't know of anybody who will be permanently damaged or harmed, because none of the companies I've looked at have any more than a kind of single-digit percentage of their gross revenues coming from Russia.
And while many of the big dogs continue to cut ties, some small family-owned businesses say it's merchandise they can't afford to lose.
I have no reason to throw away money I've already spent.
And Ruta Bay, as you mentioned off the top, that list of companies pulling the plug, it's growing by the day. And the expert I talked to, Professor O'Rourke, said this is a price that they are willing to pay to distance themselves from Russia. And those companies that have yet to cut ties, they are facing mounting pressure. Ruta Bay.
Absolutely. Well, are these companies actually done with Russia forever or permanently, or just until peace is returned?
It's a great question, and one I talked to Professor O'Rourke about today, and I think it's really one of those situations, he said, where it's only time will tell, and I said, can you look into your crystal ball? Is this forever? And he actually thinks it is forever for a lot of these major companies. Of course, some of the companies that have a bigger footprint in Russia, maybe it's a different story, but he said the optics here are just terrible, and that behind the scenes, a lot of these corporations, businesses, probably talking behind the scenes and agreeing that cutting ties now is a lot less expensive than the financial repercussions that were to come if they stayed in partnership with Russia. Ruta Bay.
Such a volatile partner to do business with. Marky, thank you. And finally, Winter Paralympic Games organizers reversing course, now banning Russian and Belarusian athletes from the competition. The decision comes after pushback from athletes around the world just a day before the Paralympics are set to begin in Beijing. The ban impacting 83 Russian and Belarusian athletes. The IPC president calling them the victims of their government's actions. During the Olympics, Russians were forced to compete as neutral athletes, and since the invasion, the country has faced all kinds of fallout from the sports world. Russia is also stripped of hosting the FIFA World Cup and has been forced to cancel the Russian Grand Prix. And that's our time for tonight. Thank you for joining us. I'll be back in 2 hours alongside Leland Bitter for a special News Nation report. Dan Abrams Live is next.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the show, and bye-bye to the insane alternate universe perpetuated by Russia propaganda network RT America. It looks like it's finally going under, but somehow the American employees there are shocked and dismayed. But first, tonight there's that breaking news that Russia has been shelling Europe's largest nuclear power plant based in Ukraine. A fire has been reported near the plant, and this could run the risk of becoming a nuclear disaster. And while the sanctions against Vladimir Putin and his inner circle just keep coming, is that really going to be enough to stop him? The Russian economy is disintegrating. Russian teams are being shunned from the sports world. Oligarchs' yachts are being seized. But few actually expect that even the most severe sanctions will force Putin to end his effort to take control of Ukraine. Sure, he'll suffer major economic pain, but many, many innocents have died and will die. The United States will suffer economically, and Europe may be changed forever. And if Putin wages cyber attacks against the United States, as many fear, could have much more lasting effects at home. Now, some are even suggesting that we go after Putin himself.
If you invade an innocent sovereign country and you kill innocent men, women, and children, you don't deserve to live. That's the bottom line. Well, Hannity, we have an executive order that prohibits assassination of foreign leaders. And I'm like, you cut the head of the snake off and you kill the snake. And right now, the snake is Vladimir Putin.
After all, this incursion in Ukraine is singularly the personal pet project of one person, Putin. So legally, could that justify trying to eliminate Putin himself? If sanctions and non-traditional warfare like cyber attacks of our own don't work, then what? What if he escalates further? President Biden has laid out what will happen if Putin invades a NATO member country.
Well, if he did move into NATO countries, he will be involved. We will be involved.
What does that mean? In the wake of CIA efforts to kill Castro in Cuba and efforts to aid assassinations of leaders in the Dominican Republic, Chile, and Vietnam in the 60s and 70s, then President Gerald Ford issued an order that reads, "No employee of the United States government shall engage in or conspire to engage in political assassination." Now, that's been amended a few times, and the current version of the ban states, "No person employed by or acting on behalf of the United States government shall engage in or conspire to engage in assassination." But what exactly does assassination mean? President Trump threatened to kill Syrian President Bashar al-Assad after he used chemical weapons on his own people in 2017. Many legal scholars felt that would have been impermissible. But many forget the U.S. actually did kill top Iranian military leader Qasem Soleimani in 2020, after President Trump accused him of imminent and sinister attacks on American diplomats and American personnel. He said, "But we caught him in the act and terminated him." Many legal scholars concluded that was legal because it involved an armed conflict with the Iranians. And so that would not qualify as an assassination. So what if Putin attacks the United States by trying to shut down our infrastructure with major cyber attacks? What if he attacks a NATO partner? Could that legally justify an attempt to take him out? He clearly thinks about it a lot and says many have tried to kill him, as he told Oliver Stone in the 2017 series, The Putin Interviews.
5 assassination attempts, I'm told. Not as much as Castro.
Я с Кастро разговаривал на этот счет. И он мне сказал, знаешь, почему я жив? Я спросил, почему? Потому что я своей безопасностью всегда занимался лично. Вот, я делаю свою работу, а сотрудники безопасности делают свое. До сих пор у них это все неплохо получалось.
In other words, you trust your security, and they've done a great job.
Доверяю.
Because always the first mode of assassination, you try to get inside the security of the presidency.
Я знаю. У нас, знаете, как говорят в народе? У нас говорят так: кому суждено быть повешенным, тот не утонет.
Let me be clear. I am not advocating an assassination attempt on Putin. It would be an incredibly radical and risky move that, at the least, would have to be done in conjunction with other Russian leaders. But you're talking about the risk of an all-out world war. But I have to believe that every possible option is being discussed as a what-if behind the scenes. Joining me now is Greg Rinke, a military attorney now in private practice. Thank you very much for coming on the show. Appreciate it. All right, so how far do you think that these what-if conversations are going? I mean, we're watching tonight as there may be a fire at the largest nuclear power plant in Europe based on Russian forces attacking it. And people are going to start asking, as he keeps escalating and escalating, at what point does this question need to be asked?
Well, at the point where it could lead to an imminent attack on the United States or an imminent attack on a NATO ally would be a point where I think that this really comes into play, where there's an imminent threat. At this point, we haven't reached that yet. Is it being discussed? I'm sure it was discussed, but as you already discussed earlier, there's an executive order that bans this, and also so does international law as well at this point.
But let me ask you this. When you're talking about situations like this, right, where you're talking about sort of existential threat questions, do the letter of the law, executive orders, take on the same level of significance as they might in another context?
Well, I mean, I think that's all relative, but as we saw President Reagan, what he did is this executive order, he withdrew it and he kind of played with the words a little bit so that he could go after, Hezbollah, and after TWA, the flight was shot down. He actually withdrew parts of that executive order. And that's really the difference with an executive order as opposed to a statutory law, is an executive order could be, basically withdrawn at any point by the president. So there are options on the table here.
Now, talk to us from a legal perspective for a moment. With the death of Soleimani in Iran, most legal scholars declared that that was not a violation of the executive order. Why?
I think he was declared to be a terrorist, and also the fact that there was imminent threat and ongoing imminent threats emanating from him, it allowed us to take him out. And those imminent threats were directly against the United States and our allies.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out here is how significant a constraint the legal issues are versus the practical ones, right? I mean, it would seem to me that the bigger issue here is the practical ones, which is if you are going to even think about something like this, it's got to be a real problem. You've got to be ready for the potential ramifications.
Right. And, nobody wants to start World War III over this. And that is definitely something on the table is if you try and assassinate Putin at this point, and A, if you fail, what happens next? Or B, even if you're successful, who takes over in his place? Do we want to escalate to that point? I don't think we've reached that point yet.
Do you think that, but you do think that these conversations at least are quietly being discussed? I don't mean a plan, I don't mean a plot, but I've got to believe that they have to be talking about everything behind the scenes.
Absolutely. Everything is on the table, and these are being discussed. Are they seriously being discussed at this point? Probably not to be taken into action, but there's always got to be a plan. So it is being discussed, and the legalities are being looked at.
Yeah. All right. Greg Rinke, thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
We will continue to follow that breaking news, as I mentioned, coming out of Ukraine. Coming up, we shined a bright light on the web of Russian propaganda that RT was weaving across America and the globe. Now it seems RT is pulling the plug on RT America. But somehow its American-based employees are surprised? Really? That's next.
Russia invades Ukraine.
If Ukraine does not get solved, nothing else might matter.
News Nation has live continuing coverage. The facts, the journalism.
You speak with a lot of Ukrainians here. They're worried that the West doesn't really know what's going on here in Ukraine.
News Nation will take you beyond the what's happening and tell you the why.
The fact of the matter is, Ukrainians will resist.
For continuing coverage on Russia at war, stay tuned to News Nation.
Since I left for college,
My dad has gotten back into some of his old hobbies, and now he's taking Trulicity. And it looks like he's gotten into some new, healthier habits, too.
What changes are you making for your type 2 diabetes? Maybe it's time to try Trulicity. It's proven to help lower A1C. It could help you lose up to 10 pounds. And it's only taken once a week, so it can fit into your busy life. Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. It's not approved for use in children. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which can lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. The choices you make can help control your A1C. Ask your doctor about once-weekly Trulicity.
Todd and I consider ourselves partners in everything we do. So to be able to incorporate Nutrisystem and be one other thing that we're partners with, I think is amazing.
I feel like losing weight using Nutrisystem's partner plan has actually made us closer.
Absolutely. I think we are each other's biggest motivator.
I think Nutrisystem knows best when it comes to losing weight in a healthy and tasteful way.
Go online or call to get 50% off plus an extra $50 off.
Are you ready to start a great career?
Safelite is now hiring.
You will love your job.
There's room to grow.
And lots of opportunities.
So what are you waiting for?
Apply now
and make a difference.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Man, I love that song.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
This is News Nation. News for New York, news for all America.
After days of calling for the removal of Russian propaganda state network RT, I am pleased to tell you that our effort, along with many others, has paid off. RT America will soon be off the air. In a memo to staff, the production company behind the, quote, news channel, and I put news in quotes, told staff it will be ceasing all production and laying off almost all of its staff. CNN, though, cites an employee as describing the mood at the staff meeting at RT America's D.C. bureau when the layoffs were announced as somber, saying everyone was shocked and crying. Really? They were shocked? They were thinking, just go on. Business as usual. Who are all these Americans who wanted to keep working for the Russians, despite the horrors being committed? This comes after major cable providers and streaming services around the country pulled Putin's mouthpiece from the air. I've said before, I'm not a believer in censorship, even by private companies, especially when it's just something offensive or insensitive. But what aired on RT was misinformation. They censored truthful information and only permitted the propaganda. It's a tool used by the Russian state to spread lies. If you want to talk about censorship, let's talk about the Moscow-based journalist who we had on the show last night, who was forced to flee Russia because she and her independent news station, TV Rain, dared make mention of a Russian invasion of Ukraine against Putin's wishes. She told us she just got out as Russia was imposing a 15-year prison sentence for anyone reporting the truth about their war. I mean the military operation in Ukraine. Did you feel you needed to get out of the country quickly?
I personally, it is my personal opinion. I feel fear and, I think it's so possible that anything might happen. It's the darkest days in our life, frankly.
She literally put her life on the line to report the facts, and now she's effectively banished from her home country because of it, and many of her colleagues who couldn't leave are in peril of being sent to prison. Now, we've been exposing RT since the night Russia invaded Ukraine when they continued to air gems like these.
what Putin is doing, he had every right to do. At the end of the day, he was defending those two nations that he just made independent from ongoing years of war that the Ukraine has been inflicting.
Welcome to Crosstalk, where all things are considered. I'm Peter Lavelle. Moscow repeatedly warned it would not tolerate Ukraine being used by NATO to threaten Russia's national security.
Russia has made clear it has no intent to invade Ukraine. However, at this point, they are engaging in an operation to protect the people of Donetsk and Lugansk and make sure they do not continue to face the shelling and bombardment they have been enduring for the past 8 years.
By the way, I invited that guy, Caleb Maupin, I think that's his name, to come on the show. He said he'd come on, and then he backed out. The other guy, the host of the fake Crossfire show, I invited him to come on. He never responded to us. Now, the public pressure clearly rose to the level where we broke this propaganda machine, at least for now. Joining me now is Molly McHugh, a writer and lecturer on Russian media influence and information warfare. Molly, thank you so much for coming on the show. Appreciate it. Are you surprised by the news that they're pulling the plug?
No, I think it was probably something that was coming. I mean, I'm glad it finally happened. Europe has banned RT and Sputnik this week. Other countries are sort of creating more restrictions or pulling them off the air. They were starting to get pulled out of U.S. cable and satellite packages. I think there's a point at which the sort of cost-reward structure of doing this in the U.S. versus doing it someplace else doesn't make sense for them anymore.
You know, I had a debate last night with someone who was upset about the fact that many of these big cable companies and media entities were effectively pulling RT or putting warnings on it, et cetera. And his point of view was, well, why is it so bad to have a, quote, another perspective? I responded to him last night, but I'm curious your thoughts on that.
We're probably somewhat aligned on this. I think this is the context in which people have been trying to explain these entities for a long time. It's free speech, you know, it's the alternative facts, you know, whatever it is that's question more, whatever the official RT slogan was. But I think if you look at what it was built to be, including what the director of RT says openly, which is RT is an element of Russia's information war against the West. And you have to prepare at all times for that war so that you are ready when it comes. And you see how they conducted themselves, and I think really exposed themselves completely in 2014, 2015, in the early years of the war in Ukraine, where the first wave of the invasion was essentially these journalists who would go in and set up and stage their little propaganda shows to create the pretext for why these soldiers would come behind. And it was all fake, and the Ukrainians caught them doing it a bunch of the time, and they just sort of laughed it off and kept on, right? So if you view these supposed journalists as elements of war and how they have been used to recruit people, collect intelligence in other places, it gets a little easier to stop pretending that this is an alternative perspective free speech issue, which I really think is not the way to look at this.
So does the propaganda now just go more underground, though?
Well, I think that's a really good question. Are they going to try to, now that Europe and the U.S. have sort of made it harder for them to operate, will they just revamp under another name? Will this coalesce in a new form? They do have a broad network of stations, outlets, radio things, podcasts, you know, all sorts of content that they support that echoes the same narratives. And there's a lot that's still online that they can draw from. But I think, what will the new form of this be? Does it just become much more guerrilla and dispersed? You know, lots of TikTok channels and YouTubes and other things where we're even sort of less aware of origins of content and what it's trying to convince us of? Or do they continue to try to coalesce around a big channel or station like this, especially in the English language? I don't know, but I think I would suspect the guerrilla strategy is probably what they're thinking right now.
Molly McHugh, thank you for coming on the show. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Coming up, amidst the videos of President Zelensky defending his country from the invading Russian troops, there are also lighter moments, like when he appeared on the Ukrainian version of Dancing with the Stars. Who knew he had so much in common with Tucker Carlson? That's next.
For skin that works as hard as you do, don't settle for silver. 7 intense moisturizers to help stop dry skin before it starts. Gold Bond Healing Lotion, championing your skin.
And
little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
When you step into a new day, determined, committed, willing to take on whatever's asked of you, that new day is yours to own, yours to shape, and yours to be proud of. Ram, J.D. Power's #1 brand in new vehicle quality.
Right now, during Ram Truck Month, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. If you or a loved one were recently diagnosed with any form of lung cancer or mesothelioma, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if you smoked, your lung cancer or mesothelioma may have been a result of exposure to asbestos, and you may qualify for a cash award from the $30 billion in trust funds set aside for lung cancer and mesothelioma victims and their families. For decades, those who worked in the Navy, shipyards, mills, carpentry, firefighting, roofing, insulation, construction, and automotive industries may have unknowingly been exposed to asbestos and have an increased risk in developing lung cancer or mesothelioma. If you or a loved one were recently diagnosed with lung cancer or mesothelioma, even if your loved one is already passed, call right now. Your family still may be entitled to a cash award without ever having to go to court. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-224-8954.
As a struggling actor, I need all the breaks that I can get. At Liberty Buchamode.
Cut.
Line.
Cut. Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Cut. Liberty. Am I allowed to riff? What if I come out of the water? Liberty Bibbity.
Cut. We'll dub it.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best kept skincare secret.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
Depression can be a really tough thing to go through. Fortunately, people always have a lot of ideas how to help you through.
You just gotta snap out of it.
You have so much to be happy for. Fake it till it feels normal.
Cheer up.
It's all in your head.
It's because you're a Leo. Think about all the people that have it worse than you.
Time now for our Mediaite Moments, where we check in on the day's bias, buzz, and bull in the world of cable news and beyond. Videos of Ukrainian President Zelensky have been all over the internet as he bravely remains in his nation's capital to help defend his country from advancing Russian military. And we're going to have a report later on the show on what's going on with that nuclear plant that has been under attack in Ukraine. But on a much lighter note, not all of the viral videos going around this week have been about that. There was also this. That's right. Ukrainian President Zelensky was on Dancing with the Stars, the Ukrainian version, in 2006. And not only did he participate, he won. But he isn't the only person we're hearing a lot about during this conflict to have taken a turn dancing with the stars.
It's political journalist Tucker Carlson and his professional partner Elena Granyenko.
My name is Tucker Carlson. I'm a journalist. I wrote for magazines and newspapers for about 10 years, and I've been in television news for about 6. There are some unknown number of Israeli forces, in the hundreds, maybe the thousands. When I first got the call about doing this, I thought, well, they must be calling the wrong guy. My dance experience consists of drinking too much at a couple rehearsal dinners.
That's right. Tucker Carlson also famously was a participant in 2011.
Dancing the Cha-Cha-Cha, Tucker Carlson and his partner Elena Grinyenko.
Not bad, but I'm not sure he measured up to the now Ukrainian leader. And the results highlighted the difference.
The judges have their scores. Carrie Ann Inabe.
5.
Len Goodman.
4.
Bruno Toglioli.
An awful mess. 3.
Well, a total of 12 with a little extra thrown in there from Bruno. Now, I know that obviously he had sort of the rat-a-tat-tat of Bruno's rapid fire, but you're used to dangerous war zones, so certainly this has got to be a piece of cake for you.
Rattled me more than Hezbollah.
Look, I've always given Tucker credit for giving it a shot. And hey, if it takes dancing in front of millions to better align Tucker with Zelensky, I'm all for it. Coming up, the wind let out of the sails of the floundering defund the police movement during President Biden's State of the Union address earlier this week. And that's got some in the anti-police crowd furious. Also coming up, breaking news, Russian troops reportedly shelling the largest nuclear power plant in Europe. We're going to have the latest coming up.
Meet Ron. That man is always on. And he's on it with Jardiance for type 2 diabetes. His underhand sky serve, on fire. His grilling game, on point. And his A1C, Ron is on it with the once daily pill, Jardiance. Jardiance not only lowers A1C, it goes beyond to reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease. And Jardiance may help you lose some weight.
Jardiance may cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
A once daily pill that goes beyond lowering A1C?
On it with Jardiance.
Ask your doctor about Jardiance.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best-kept skincare secret.
Allergy sufferers. Bedtime means it's time to take Zysol. Zysol relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin, and on first dose, provides the same relief as Zyrtec in a pill nearly half the size. Be wise all. Take Zysol at night.
Are you over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days? I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. Call now for this free book on maximizing your income in retirement. Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers from leading financial firm J.D. Mellberg. That's right, free. This book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now, because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known truths we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity, and it's free. Call 800-379-4046. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report. We researched numerous products and summarized rates and benefits of annuities, all from Silac Insurance Company. Call 800-379-4046. That's 800-379-4046. Call now.
Ancestry's helped me really understand my family's immigration experience and what life must have been like for them. And as I pass it on to my daughter, it's an important part of understanding who we are.
Are your sneezes putting your friends in awkward positions?
Stick with Zyrtec. Zyrtec starts working hard at hour 1 and works twice as hard when you take it again the next day. Zyrtec, muddle no more.
The defund the police movement was dealt a heavy blow earlier this week, and President Biden blasted the idea during his State of the Union address. And now many in the anti-police crowd are not happy. On Tuesday night, the president said this.
We should all agree the answer is not to defund the police. It's to fund the police. Fund them.
That comment, as you heard, was met with applause on both sides of the aisle, but it was not received as well among those who have been clamoring for defunding. Congressman Jamal Bowman said in a statement, quote, "At a time when people of color still feel terrorized by police, it was disappointing. The president did not push hard enough for law enforcement accountability." And Congresswoman Cori Bush added, quote, "With all due respect, Mr. President, you didn't mention saving black lives once in this speech. All our country has done is given more funding to police. The result, 2021, set a record for fatal police shootings. Defund the police, invest in our communities." But these members of Congress are quite simply ignoring the wishes of their own constituents in pushing for reduced police budgets, because it's not just something that Americans don't want. Americans of color don't want to defund the police either. One major survey last year by USA Today showed that only 28% of black Americans support defunding the police, and another poll from the Pew Center in September shows 38% of black Americans actually want to increase police funding, while only 23% are looking for a decrease. But look, you've heard me say it on this show time and again. Bad cops should and need to be held accountable. If you want to advocate for certain reforms, I'm all ears. But defunding the police is a nonsensical idea that can't and shouldn't and thankfully won't happen in this country. Joining me now is Roland Martin. He's the host of the talk show Roland Martin Unfiltered. He's covered the movement extensively. Roland and I have grown up in this business together. Roland, it is good to see you. So, Roland, what happened? I've seen that you have been tweeting out all cops should be fired, all cops should be prosecuted for murder. What's happening with you?
What's happening with me was happening with the folks who are out there committing heinous acts. Tonight on the show, I talked to a lawyer of a young man who was shot and killed in Houston, Charian Lockett, where cops rolled up. No one, body camera showed, no one yelled anything. Unmarked car came out of the vehicle firing. They say he was firing at them. There's no evidence of that. We cover these stories extensively. We just saw, of course, today, where the only officer who has gone to trial involving the death of Breonna Taylor was found not guilty as well. We can go on and on and on. The fundamental problem is spending more money is not the solution to dealing with the fundamental problems that we're seeing from police officers in this country. America's reaction always is throw more money at it, but the question is, show me the data where the police departments, where they have the highest budgets, actually are seeing the results in terms of not being able to have police abuses. Cops are lying on police reports. That's the problem that we have. That's what we have to fix.
All right, let me respond and ask you a question as a follow-up. So it seems to me that it's pretty clear that when you look at a lot of the departments with the best training, that you do have better adherence generally to rules. And there's also, for example, in a lot of those departments, they have body cams, et cetera, things that involve funding, training, body cams. Those are issues that I would think that you would support. And again, without getting anecdotal about case by case, because I agree, if cops engage in misconduct, they should be held accountable. What I'm concerned about is a guy with a reputation like yourself, longtime journalist, you've been in this business a long time, you've got a big name, you've got a big following, and you're out there saying all cops should be prosecuted, and I think that's dangerous.
No, hold up. You forgot something. All cops doing what should be prosecuted?
What? Well, let's read, should we pull the quote from your Twitter again? All right, can we put up Roland's tweets again, please? The two that we had in the introduction.
I have no monitor here. I have no monitor here, but go ahead.
Every cop should be fired. Every cop should be fired was the first one. And then the second one was every cop should be prosecuted for murder.
In response to what?
It's not a response. It's your tweet. It was an original tweet. It wasn't a response to somebody else.
No. What I'm saying is, it's not just like, oh, every cop should be prosecuted. If they are a police officer, I've been very clear with this, when you have cops who purposely turn off body cameras, who turn off dash cams, gotta go. If you have cops who lie on police reports, and we know after the fact that what they said was wrong, gotta go. What we have in this country, though, we have a problem where we are protecting individuals who continue to commit these crimes. Police officers have a badge and a gun. They hold significant authority. And the problem is when we do not have a proper accountability that's coming from cities, from counties, from various municipalities. That's what we need. The frustration with people in this country, we talk about resources, is when too often we're sending police officers to the scenes of to places where we should have mental health professionals. The number of people with mental illnesses who are ending up dead is a problem. The thing about death, Dan, you don't come back from death. You don't come back from it. You can get fired from the job. Death?
About the mental health issue, all right? It's a common refrain, and I think that, I think it's a good idea if you can. Again, it requires funding to have, in addition to officers, mental health professionals. But most of the time, what you're talking about is I promise I'll let you respond. Is a call to 911 that says blank person is doing this, right? Person that has a knife, person this and this and that, and it turns out when they arrive that the person may have a mental health issue, right? You don't know until you get there what the situation is. If the person has a gun and a mental health problem, that is a real danger. And so you can't just have a mental health professional arrive on the scene.
Kajima Powell was killed shortly after Mike Brown was killed. It's a case out of St. Louis. It was 16 seconds. When the phone call was made, they said that the individual had a mental illness. Was it passed on to the cops on the scene? No. So what ends up happening? The cops arrived. It was literally 16 seconds from the moment they opened the door to he was dead. 16 seconds. You have another case out of Dallas where a mom, a black woman, calls the cops because her mentally disturbed son was playing with the screwdriver. Dan, you ought to play that video on your show. Literally, they show up. The mom says, "Thank God you're here." The man is standing there with the screwdriver. He's not pointing at officers. He's not trying to come at him. Literally, within 20 seconds, shots fired, he's dead. What I'm arguing, Dan, is that you do not come back from death. And so what we have to deal with are the people who are literally dying. And there are black folks who are afraid to call the cops because their sons or daughters may end up dead. That is a problem. And what the president did not do is articulate how we deal with accountability. Senator Tim Scott failed miserably when it came to the George Floyd Justice Act. And so President Biden, what he should be doing is calling Senator Scott and Senator Graham and Senator Booker to the White House and saying, let's get this moving. Where are the executive orders? What is he doing to deal with police reform? Unfortunately, he hasn't done it. So I get him wanting to protect Democrats with fund the police, but people also want to see accountability for police. That's what we're missing.
But again, for bad police, they don't want to see accountability for police. They want to see accountability for police misconduct, and that's the problem. And that's why when you say, again, and this matters to me because you matter, because your voice matters, because you've got a big voice in this country. And I get concerned when I see Roland Martin, who I've been watching and following for all these years, saying things to me that seem crazy on Twitter.
It's not crazy.
About it is crazy. All cops should be prosecuted for murder. All cops should be fired. That
you
scares
just
me.
Last week, Dan, last week you had the Department of Justice who moved forward and they had the convictions out of Minnesota when it came to the George Floyd. The problem we have is those cops who stood around and did nothing. And so it's not just when we say the bad cops.
They got prosecuted.
It's when you also have the cops, but it's also, Dan, when you have the so-called good cops who protect the bad cops, who cover up for lying on police reports,
who
make these things up. And that's the problem. Huh?
They got prosecuted. You said you want accountability. There was accountability for them.
Those individuals got prosecuted. But I have done numerous stories where other officers did not get prosecuted. And unfortunately, that blue wall in police departments where they also will hold someone out who dares to talk, who dares to speak out. And so I've had Noble, the black law enforcement officers, on saying that hey, they've had issues when it says to being able to speak out. But the problem that we have, Dan, in this country is that we have too many people who do not want to challenge police authority because all of a sudden, how dare you? What's wrong with you? We just saw 11 incumbents in Texas, in Harris County, lose the Democratic primary because they supported bail reform because county prosecutors who joined the police union ran against them. Dan, we got a problem with criminal justice because we don't like to hold cops accountable.
And I think that we have a problem in this country with too few people respecting police at this point.
Well, a lot of people respect cops, but again, you don't come back from dead, Dan.
Well, it's hard. It's
There's
hard
too
to
many
respect them
families that are buried people.
But Roland, again, it's hard to respect them with the language again that you use, and I say that with respect because of who you are. I mean, it wouldn't matter if you were some random guy on Twitter. So that's the point.
If cops turn off body cameras, they gotta go.
All right.
If they are committed,
be specific.
They gotta go.
Then be specific. And you have been.
And then I'm very specific. I hold them to a higher standard.
Look, you've been specific on
always.
this show. Look, but you've been specific on this show. You weren't on Twitter, which is what scared me.
No, Dan. I've been specific on Roland Martin Unfiltered. I've been specific on CNN, on MSNBC. I've always been specific.
Well, Roland, I appreciate you coming on the show.
I would have loved, if I had a monitor, I would have loved to see the tweet you're talking about. So have your folks email it to me. But trust me, I'm real specific about cops who do wrongdoing.
And you know what, Roland?
How they need to be
here's the other
prosecuted.
thing. I'd love to have you back because I appreciate the conversation.
Call me
I appreciate
anytime.
you. Coming up.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
The former detective charged in the botched raid, he was just talking about it, that killed Breonna Taylor has just been acquitted on all charges. We're not just going to give you the headline. We're going to talk about the case. He took the stand. We're going to talk about what actually happened and why it happened. Up next.
Meet a future mom, a first-time mom, and a seasoned pro. This mom's one step closer to their new minivan. Yeah, you'll get used to it. This mom's depositing money with tools on hand. Cha-ching. And this mom, well, she's setting an appointment here so her son can get set up there and start his own financial journey. That's because these moms all have Chase. Smart bankers, convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
It's easy to think that all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different how? You saw high commission investment products, right?
Nope, Fisher avoids them.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Never at Fisher Investments.
Okay, then you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No. We structure our fees so we do better when clients do better. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
What's my safe flight story? I'm a photographer, and when I'm driving, I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, it had to be fixed right. I scheduled with Safe Flight Auto Glass. Their experts replaced my windshield and recalibrated my car's advanced safety system. Safe Flight is the one I trust. They focus on safety, so I can focus on this view.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
60 miles per hour with a cell moving toward the north and east.
No matter where you live, with Dish, you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement. Abby, Austin, hurry.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish. Tuned in to you.
My daughter has type 2 diabetes, and lately, I've seen this change in her.
Once-weekly Trulicity is proven to help lower A1C. It lowers blood sugar from the first dose, and you could lose up to 10 pounds. Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. It's not approved for use in children. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which can lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about once-weekly Trulicity.
Every new day offers opportunities to connect, chances to motivate and inspire, moments to express well-deserved thank yous and congratulations, with products that bring smiles, celebration, and long-lasting impressions. There's certainty in that. 4imprint gives you that certainty with the right promotional products and a caring, trusted team dedicated to your success. Creating meaningful connections starts at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Brett Hankison, not guilty of wanton endangerment first degree.
A jury in Louisville, Kentucky today acquitted the former police detective charged as part of the raid that ended with the death of Breonna Taylor in March of 2020. Breonna was in her home with her boyfriend, Kenneth Walker, when police entered to execute a warrant in connection with a drug dealing investigation. Turns out the person they were looking for was not there. Breonna and Walker were apparently asleep, and when police entered, the officers said that they announced themselves before forcing entry. Walker said he didn't hear any announcement and thought the officers were intruders and fired a shot at them. They fired back and hit and killed Breonna. The officers who shot at Kenneth Walker and Breonna Taylor were not charged. But Detective Brett Hankison was charged for firing 10 bullets into a neighbor's home. But today, Hankison, who was the only officer charged in the case, was acquitted. Hankison was found not guilty of all 3 counts of felony wanton endangerment in the botched raid. He was facing charges for endangering 3 of Breonna's neighbors. Hankison alleged that he saw muzzle flashes and was certain at the time he heard an AR-15 rifle firing out of the apartment. He fired 10 shots into Breonna's apartment through a window and sliding glass door. 3 of the bullets traveled through her apartment and into a neighboring unit where a pregnant woman, her boyfriend, 5-year-old son, had been sleeping. The bullets didn't strike anyone. Hankison, a longtime detective for the Louisville Police Department, testified that he had taken part in as many as 1,000 raids during his police career, but said that he had never fired his gun while on duty until that March 2020 night. Hankison was emotional during his testimony, described the moment of the shooting.
As I made that corner, that percussion, that muzzle flash intensified.
And was it your perception that that muzzle flash was coming from your brother officers?
No, sir.
What did you think?
I knew Sergeant, I knew Sergeant Mattingly was down, and I knew they were trying to get to him. And it appeared to me that they were being executed with this rifle.
So what did you do?
I returned fire through the sliding glass door. And that did not stop the threat.
What were you firing at?
The muzzle flashes that I could see in the apartment.
The crime Hankison was facing, wanton endangerment, felony, required jurors to find that Hankison wantonly did something to create a substantial danger of death or serious injury to the neighbors, and did so with extreme indifference to the value of human life, something the defense said the prosecution failed to do.
Even if he knew it, was it unjustifiable for him to fire in what he thought was the defense of his brother officers, who he thought were being, or perceived as being, executed in the fatal funnel? As it turns out, they were not. His perception was wrong. But remember, he had to make that split-second decision.
Jeff Sexton, a lawyer for the neighbors whose apartment was hit, called the jury's decision a knee-jerk emotional verdict. He said they could not have adequately considered the evidence in just 3 hours. Joining us now is Brian Buckmeyer, criminal defense attorney and host on Law and Crime Network, which I found that he was in the courtroom for the entire case. Brian, thanks for coming on the show. So for those who were watching every moment of this trial, was the verdict a surprise?
Yes and no. And the reason why I say that, Dan, is because it was a bit of a roller coaster. I think if you watch from opening statements until just before closing arguments, you would have thought this is going to happen. This is going to be an acquittal. But near the decision as to what charges would be given to the jury, I thought the defense lost because he had no defenses that he could present to the jury. The judge said no choice between evils, which I thought was the strongest defense, no justification, and you can't tell the jury to consider what was in the mindset of Brett Hankison. So at least for me, I've never seen a defense attorney win where none of the defenses they wanted can be presented to the jury. So I thought the table had turned at that point, but no. It seemed like the majority of the case was always in favor for the defense.
But why did you think, but why didn't, not you, why did most think, from opening statements to closing arguments, for those who didn't watch the trial, think that, putting aside the legalities of it, think that he likely would not be convicted?
I think it's because of the manner in which the prosecution presented the case. For the most part, you would listen to the direct examination of some of these witnesses, and you start to think, why is Brett Hankison being charged? Because a lot of this was in support of the warrant, and then saying this wasn't about Breonna Taylor, and you never really got the aspect of recklessness, and that's basically the definition of wanton. Lack of discipline, recklessness, however you want to define it. And part of recklessness is being aware of a danger and consciously disregarding it. And you never really got either one, but especially not the awareness aspect in this case. And that's where I think a lot of people were lost throughout most of it.
Yeah, and the lawyer for the neighbors of Breonna Taylor, the victims, I guess, in this case, said that no jury could have adequately considered the evidence in 3 hours. Look, I didn't follow the case that closely, but I never buy the argument that, oh, a jury can't reach a verdict in X amount of time, or because a jury goes for 3 days or 3 hours, it necessarily means the verdict is right or wrong.
Dan, I think my fastest acquittal is 33 minutes. I'm pretty sure they can take my case. I don't think there's a time frame in terms of how quickly or how slow a case is decided. The 3 hours, I will say, was in between the time of the lunch, so maybe they were eating for 30 minutes or whatever it may be. But I think what made the most sense is when you think about trials, it can go one of two ways, at least from the perspective of the defense attorney. The defense can win or the prosecution can lose. And I think in this case, day after day, it seemed pretty obvious that the prosecution was losing.
Brian Buckmeyer, thank you very much for coming back on the show. Appreciate it.
My pleasure, Dan. Thank you.
Coming up, there is breaking news. Russian troops reportedly shelling the largest nuclear power plant in Europe. We are going to preempt our segment, which we usually do on scene, where we show the dangers police officers face every day, because we want to bring you some breaking reports there on what is happening. We'll be right back.
At JP Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg, a goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trade on an award-winning app, we're working for you. Planning, investing, advice. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
I think I changed my mind about these glasses.
Yeah, it happens. That's why VisionWorks gives you 100 days to change your mind. It's simple. Anything else I can help you with?
Like what?
VisionWorks. See the difference.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. Attention all women who have been diagnosed with ovarian cancer. If you or a loved one used talcum powder for routine feminine hygiene and later suffered from ovarian cancer, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. The use of talc-based powders has been linked to ovarian cancer, and many large manufacturers of talc-based products fail to properly warn women that the use of talcum powder could lead to ovarian cancer. If you were diagnosed with ovarian cancer, or if a loved one even died from ovarian cancer, talcum powder may be to blame. Call right now. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Call Nightline Legal to speak with an experienced attorney to determine if you may qualify. If we don't win, there is no fee. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-293-5824.
Giorgio, look, the peanut butter box is here.
Ralph, that's the Chewy Pharmacy box with our flea and tick meds. It's not peanut butter.
The peanut butter box is here.
I'm out.
Pet prescriptions delivered to your door. Chewy.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
And a little bit of chicken fried, cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio.
Get 5 bonus wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger, only at Applebee's.
Your kindness outshines your highs and lows. Your strength can outlast any bad day because you are greater than your bipolar 1. And you can help take control of your symptoms and ask about Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Once daily Vraylar is proven to treat depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain, and high blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, may occur. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Common side effects include sleepiness and stomach issues. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are also common. You are greater than your bipolar 1. Ask about Vraylar.
As I said before the break, we are preempting the segment that we usually do here, showing you the dangers that police officers face every day, because there are breaking developments tonight in southeastern Ukraine. Russia's been shelling a nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe. Video coming in tonight showing explosions and fires in the plant, and this has a potential to become a nuclear disaster. News Nation's Leland Vitter, the host of On Balance, joins us now. Leland, thanks for taking the time. Appreciate it. So what do we know about this? Where is it? Why is this so significant?
Dan, anytime you have artillery shells going into nuclear power plants, you can imagine it is a very bad and dangerous thing. You said potential for a nuclear disaster. We haven't gotten there yet. There's no indication that this fire has caused any radiation leak. We're talking about Endohar here, which is at the very southern part of Ukraine. The red area is where Russia controls, so they've moved up from Crimea here, and this nuclear base sits on the Dnieper River. The Dnieper River goes all the way back up to Kyiv, and that is what makes it so important. This is a critical area for the Russians to take if they want to continue moving their forces north and then out to the west. We're going to show you a little bit more of the footage from this nuclear plant. When this started a couple of hours ago, it was still daylight in Ukraine. Just in the evening, you can see the Russian artillery going out. We're told that there was one reactor that either an area nearby it was on fire, or perhaps some of the equipment outside of it, but the reactor was not active at the time. That is the very best news right now. Come back here to the maps and show you what's going on. This is the southern part of Ukraine, so you get a much better idea. These are where the troops moved up, and you can see here the Dnieper River that comes through. If you can cut off access here and here and here, you can then stop the Ukrainians from putting any reinforcements in, and you can cut off this whole area of Ukraine. Right now there's a huge firefight going on in Mariupol. That was a city that the Russians tried to take in 2014 when I was in the eastern part of the Ukraine, but were not. So the Russians want this land bridge all the way back to Russia. Endohar, where the nuclear plant is the key spot, Dan.
Well, that's what I was going to really quickly. Why attack a nuclear power plant? I mean, what is, putting aside the sort of strategic advantage in terms of its location, why are they going after a nuclear power plant?
That's unclear at this time, whether or not the Ukrainians had put a lot of military hardware there because they thought the Russians wouldn't go after a nuclear power plant, whether or not it simply is the place that the Ukrainians had to defend. It's unclear why. You might remember a couple of days ago when the Russians were moving south down towards Kyiv, there was a firefight at Chernobyl. The other thing to remember is that there's normally a lot of security around nuclear power plants, so the Ukrainian military that would normally secure the nuclear power plant could have very easily been a target for the Russians.
Leland, thank you so much for this. Really appreciate it. Leland will be co-hosting a special coming up at 11 p.m. Eastern Time about everything that is happening in Ukraine tonight. But before we go, Ashley Banfield on her show tonight is doing a topic that I wanted to do, that we talked about doing, but we decided we were going to do other stories. I'm so glad that you're doing this, Ashley. And I've been fascinated by this idea of Americans, Canadians, foreigners who are deciding to go and fight in Ukraine. How is this happening? How many people? Is this really a movement, or is it just a handful? What's going on?
No, not a handful. That's what I thought. I thought it was a bunch of loud people on social media. It turns out it's thousands from a number of different countries. In fact, Dan, it's so significant that the Ukrainian embassies all around the world are actually setting up a structure for this. They've got checklists that you have to actually, meet. You have to come in for interviews. You're going to be promised a gun when you get there. The Ukrainians will arm you, but they want one thing in particular. They want you to have some combat experience. So whether you're from a police department or you're from a local army in the country you come from, they want you to have some experience because they don't have time to train you. But they do ask that you bring your uniform. It's a pretty amazing story. I'm also watching this other story that you just alluded to, Dan. This nuclear power plant, one of the officials said something that just chilled me to the bone, that this would be 10 times as bad as Chernobyl if the Russians don't stop. So we're going to break right off the top of our show and cover that as well.
All right, well, let me let you get right to it. Ashley, thank you. That does it for us. Banfield starts right now.
Tonight, new pain for Vladimir Putin's posse and some brand new complaints. Russia's richest man now says the war in Ukraine is, quote, terrible, and that, quote, the economy is collapsing. So could the Putin regime be next? Putin himself just lost one of his most cherished possessions of all time. Not even oligarchs have this thing. And it wasn't Western sanctions that took it away from him. You'll find out what it was and why it's gone. And then he's saying, take this job and shove it. I am headed to Ukraine. Meet the man who's going 5,000 miles east to help fight the Russians. And he is not the only one. Plus, feeding the 1 million refugees escaping the bombs overhead in Ukraine. Save the Children is on the ground and helping as many as they can. But who is helping save the children? That's where you come in, and we'll show you an easy way to make a difference right from where you're sitting tonight. It's all ahead on Banfield. Hello and welcome to Banfield. In the world of the Russian super rich, not even true love is safe. Just ask Igor Sechin, the CEO of the Russian state oil company and deputy prime minister before that. In the West, he is known as the Grey Cardinal, Cardinal of the Kremlin. Sometimes he's just referred to as Darth Vader, though. And like most Russian billionaires, he owns at least one mega yacht. This one is called the Amore Vero, Italian for true love. And overnight, the true love tried to slip away weeks ahead of schedule from a shipyard in the south of France where it was undergoing repairs. But the French authorities stepped in and they seized it. C'est la guerre, Darth Vader. All's fair in love and war. Hours later, and an ocean away, the Biden administration added to the sanctions wall of shame, on which Igor Sechin, Darth Vader, has had a place for a couple of days now. Among the newly sanctioned oligarchs and or cronies of the Russian president is Putin's own chief spokesman, whom the White House calls a top purveyor of Putin's propaganda. Also new on the list, a mining tycoon whose own mega yacht was just seized by Germany yesterday. Say goodbye. Auf Wiedersehen. You know that old saying, a mega yacht here, a mega yacht there, and pretty soon we're talking real money? Well, a billionaire named Oleg Deripaska, who made his shady fortunes in aluminum, says that he has had enough. We reported yesterday on his public declaration that, quote, peace is very important. Negotiations need to start as soon as possible, with an exclamation point. But today, he warned his fellow tycoons that Russia faces a, quote, severe economic crisis for a minimum of 3 years. Presumably, Putin is listening, though there is no indication yet that he means to let up or pull back in Ukraine. And I say that because as I report this to you, a Ukrainian nuclear power plant, the biggest one in Europe, is on fire after an onslaught by, you guessed it, Russian troops. Ukraine's foreign minister is warning that the fallout could be worse than Chernobyl, 10 times worse. Putin says the war is being, quote, successfully accomplished. But that's not to say that he hasn't taken some losses himself. This week, World Taekwondo delivered a blow to Putin, no doubt that he considers below the belt. But he's wrong, because it is his belt that they took. A 9th degree black belt. That's the highest rank that you can reach in Taekwondo. And let's be crystal clear here. That's a nice picture. But it's an honorary belt. It was honorary when they gave it to him in 2013. And now it's dishonorary because they've taken it away. The organization says this, quote, the brutal attacks on innocent lives in Ukraine go against the World Taekwondo vision of peace is more precious than triumph. And with that, I want to welcome my guests. Michael Weiss is a news director of New Lines magazine, and he's the author of an upcoming history on Russian military intelligence. Julia Manchester is a national political reporter for The Hill, and Peter Klein is founder and executive director of the Global Reporting Center. He's working on a documentary about global corruption. So perfect 3 guests to have. I'm going to get into all that stuff that I just talked about in a moment, but first I just want to see if I can get right to this breaking news. This started to really blow up, pardon the pun there, before we came on air. Europe's largest nuclear plant is under assault. The foreign minister says if this doesn't end, if the shelling and the attack from the Russians doesn't end, that this could be 10 times worse than Chernobyl. That got a lot of people, for lack of a better word, freaking out. Let me ask you right off the bat, Peter Klein, what do you know about it? And how much concern should there really be around the world right now of this assault?
I mean, I know what we've heard in the news, but, you know, if you think about Chernobyl, I was just in Finland 2 days ago, and a group of Finnish people were talking to me about this exact concern, that if a nuclear plant were to be hit, the fallout would be so widespread. They felt the impact of Chernobyl, you know, 2 countries away. So I think that this is going to have, you know, a significant impact, I think even as it is right now, but certainly if it continues burning, if the predictions are 10 times worse than Chernobyl, I mean, you know, that's going to be felt all over Europe.
Yeah, so to that end, Julia, I have heard some analysts say, and it certainly did chasten me somewhat, that there are internal structures that are built within this, and pardon my pronunciation, Zaporizhzhia, I think it's called, the nuclear plant, but that there are internal structures built within the Zaporizhzhia, perhaps counseled from what happened in Chernobyl, that are sort of like sarcophaguses within the sarcophaguses to limit the damage. Think about the Titanic with different sections that if they flood, they're shut off. Do you know anything about that, or can you expound on that at all?
You know, I don't know anything about that at the moment. However, I do understand from some reports that have come out, Ashley, that, you know, say that one of the reactors that was under construction has been hit. However, it's not operating at the moment. But I think the struggle that, you know, this plant has right now is that they can't even get firefighters into the scene to help put out this plant because Russia continues to shell it. So it's just an awful situation unfolding around this plant, and, you know, where, you know, assuming that people live relatively close by, or, you know, in this general vicinity for the people that work there, that, you know, they can't even put out the fire here, that Russia is continuing to shell. And obviously there could be dire humanitarian consequences if something is hit and we have a, you know, a nuclear disaster, a nuclear issue really unfold. And, you know, I think we've heard warning signs about this over the past week or so, and here we are.
Yeah, Michael Weiss, I want to get you in on this as well, and I just want to alert our viewers to what they're seeing on the screen. There's a live feed that's coming in from the Zaporizhzhia, and I'm sure that if I'm not pronouncing it right, you'll school me on that, I hope. And just as Julia mentioned, the firefighters are struggling to get there, which makes this all the more distressing. But the Director General of the IAEA said just recently to CNN that what makes this unprecedented is that it's the first time in post-Second World War history that we have a full-fledged military operation amidst a big number of nuclear facilities, including nuclear reactors. And all of this is chilling, but that, you know, gets you, you know, right to the gut. At the same time, we are hearing reports there are no increased or elevated levels of radiation. But expound on what you're seeing and what you're hearing, Michael.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is really a kind of chilling scenario, isn't it? I think this is the largest nuclear reactor in Europe. And, you know, we've just come off of a 72-hour news cycle talking about, well, what are the consequences of if the United States and NATO imposed a no-fly zone in Ukraine? Well, it would lead to direct military engagement with Russia, and therefore that would lead to World War III, and therefore that would lead to the possible dire contingency of some kind of nuclear engagement. And here you see the Russians firing artillery shells at a nuclear power plant, and you know, with the potential consequences of look, I mean, I defer to the nuclear scientists on this, but from what I saw a few hours ago, before the IAEA said the moment of crisis has passed, there was a potentiality here for something quite catastrophic to take place. Whether or not it would have been on orders of magnitudes higher than what we saw in Chernobyl. But I will say this, Ashley. Whatever happened and whatever crisis we've just averted or are still in the midst of, I can guarantee you that the line that would come out of Moscow, if there was a disaster, if people did get irradiated or there was some kind of nuclear fallout, would be absolutely no different than the line from 1986, which now, fortunately, a lot of people, including Americans, are well versed in from having watched that whatever part series on HBO, Chernobyl. Lies, disinformation, cover-up. I mean, this has been the kind of modus operandi from the very beginning of this war, which was completely unwarranted and launched without provocation by Vladimir Putin, including with pre-recorded. I mean, we now have evidence that the war plan was concocted in January, right? So all of these lines about false flag attacks, the Ukrainians had attacked so-called separatists in Donbass, all of this has proven to be false. So why the Russians would do this? Why they would roll the wheel of fortune to possibly kill loads of people, innocent civilians, I mean, I think I answer my own question. This is madness.
Yeah, and we are getting, you know, word that the direct shelling may have stopped. I say may because, look, there's a reason it's called fog of war. Information is tricky at best and messy at the least. The pictures you're seeing were recorded from earlier where you can actually see the assault taking place. There was a fire burning. And at this point, you know, we have heard about ceasefires before for negotiations, and then shazam, entire villages and towns are under assault. So I'm not sure that Vladimir Putin is worth his word. But that is a grave concern, without question, to see that. And let's just be clear. The winds are blowing east, right? So they're going to blow into Russia. So if this is a scorched earth attempt, he's going to kill a bunch of Russians this way in Russia. It just seems like complete madness. But that's sort of where we feel like we're at. Let me switch gears. I'm going to keep an eye on that during this program. But Peter, I just want to switch gears to this. Last night we showed the dictionary definition of oligarch. But you, my friend, wrote a better one in a piece that you co-wrote for the Toronto Globe and Mail. You described oligarch as the coterie of thieving billionaires that Putin allows to dip into states' resources. The question I have with such a great definition is, what binds Putin to the oligarchs now, and vice versa?
I mean, I think you have to put it in the historical context. When the Soviet Union collapsed, Eastern Europe emerged with a sort of an economic system. There's certainly lots of corruption right now in Eastern Europe, but it emerged with a somewhat healthy capitalist system that was established. The Soviet Union was unable to do that for a variety of reasons, partly because the former, you know, people in power, the KGB, folks like that, essentially took over a lot of the economic power. You know, even under Yeltsin, there was this, you know, real grab for power, and certainly by the time Putin came on board, there were so many people who were wealthy who were controlling the politics and the economics of that country, and so he surrounded himself by these people who were making themselves wealthy. There's a lot of talk of, you know, Putin is the richest person in the world. From what I can tell, Putin doesn't care all that much about wealth. Maybe he has a yacht, maybe he has a mansion, but you know, he can't really enjoy that stuff because he's, you know, he makes $140,000 a year as a leader of this country, and he's probably pretty busy doing that, waging war right now. But the people around him are able to, you know, as you showed, you know, they have yachts, they have, you know, all sorts of assets that are now being seized. And those are the people who have kept him in power. Those are the people who are protecting him. And so, I mean, I think the efforts now are to try to wear away at those folks who will then ultimately pressure Putin to relent. You know, the president gave a State of the Union speech and essentially started by saying, hey, we're going to go after your jets, we're going to go after your mansions and your yachts. The next day, Putin bombed a nuclear plant. So I don't know if it's working, but that seems to be the strategy that people are taking, that let's go after the assets.
Everybody thinks that, on paper it's so simple, just take out these guys. A, they're great friends. B, they completely depend on Putin to allow them to continue their kleptocracy. And C, if they put enough pressure on him, they've got his ear. If they don't like what's happening, then, that will have an effect. To that end, that's kind of what the president said today during a cabinet meeting. I just want to play a quick moment. It was literally the first thing he said when the reporters came in for the pool spray. Take a look at this.
The severe economic sanctions on Putin and all those folks around him, choking off access to technology as well as cutting off access to the global financial system. It's had a profound impact already. And the goal was to maximize the impact on Putin and Russia and to minimize the harm on us and our allies and friends around the world.
Aha, that last line. Minimize the effect on our allies and us. Okay. So, Julia, my question is this. The real sanctions, the sanctions that would really cripple Vladimir Putin, that would really cripple Russia, that might actually have an effect, are not the kinds of sanctions that any of us are prepared to live with, because they will also have a profound effect on little old me, on the eastern seaboard, and someone in Nebraska, and someone in Washington State, and in Europe, and in Canada, and the list goes on and on. Where am I wrong?
Well, I think you're right. I mean, when you look at really the grip Russia has on oil and natural gas production, I mean, it is very difficult to sanction that or to somehow cut much of the Western world off of that. I mean, it was very surprising, I think, and shocking to a lot of Westerners to watch Germany announce that the Nord Stream 2 pipeline production on that would be halted. However, at the same time, there is still connections between the U.S. and Russia, Western Europe and Russia, and that's in the form of energy. And that would obviously be difficult for Western Europe and the United States and the UK right now, because we're all suffering through inflation and rising gas prices. And I'm not saying that Biden is making all of these decisions with an eye towards politics in a midterm election year, but he is getting a lot of the brunt for inflation right now. That is Republicans messaging against Democrats, and polling shows that it's working. So there clearly has to be a calculus as to, maybe how to approach this and not to completely have this backlash on the United States economy. Instead, they want to go after these oligarchs, many of whom have ties to the U.S., obviously, and Western Europe. But in terms of the oil, natural gas, and energy, that's very difficult for the president right now.
Yeah. There's that guy you were just looking at, not that one, but the bigger, heavier set guy who was walking with Putin. That's Alexei Mordashov. He's the richest man in Russia. 21.9 billion is estimated wealth. That's him. Young guy, too. I think he's just in his 50s, and he's been a billionaire since he was in his 30s. Michael, I have this question about these guys. I have been so fascinated by this that I've just been reading everything I can get my hands on. And it's not exactly as I thought it was. I thought the squeeze play was so simple and delicious and full of schadenfreude and the rise and the fall and the really hard fall from the 9th floor of your yacht. It doesn't look that way to me anymore. It looks to me that over the decades, their influence on Putin has ebbed and flowed, and it's been flowing a lot more than ebbing lately. And it's because, potentially, Putin is more interested in surrounding himself with his former KGB types and has an increasing paranoia of the others. And so he has cut them loose and said, here you go, take your money and shut up. Just shut up wherever you are, take your money. But I don't need you around me. And then weirdly, we see them visit him at the Kremlin last week. What is your assessment of who actually is his inner coterie now?
Well, I think it's a little more complicated than that. You mentioned Igor Sechin, who is the CEO of Rosneft, which is, or was until maybe 72 hours ago, I haven't checked the market rates, the world's largest oil company. Igor Sechin is a former officer of the GRU. the Soviet and now Russian military intelligence service. So he's one of the so-called Siloviki, the security hawks or the strong men of Russia that Putin has typically surrounded himself with and came up with in the security services. Putin himself, of course, is a former KGB lieutenant colonel, a case officer. A lot of the guys that we have been talking about who became oligarchs actually have backgrounds in the Soviet and Russian intelligence services. When you talk about oligarchs, though, I mean, I think yesterday I used the phrase plenipotentiaries of the regime, of the Kremlin. Basically, I think there's a good rule of thumb here. If you are a billionaire and you are allowed to stay a billionaire and to go abroad to the West, buy sports clubs, newspapers, mega yachts, invest in real estate, in Knightsbridge, in chateaus and chalets in Europe, et cetera, there's an expectation. Two expectations, I would say. Number one, there's a kickback to the boss. Number two, you have to act as sort of a servant of the Kremlin. You have to advance Russia's strategic and national interests. I mean, we've talked a lot about this guy, Roman Abramovich, who has yet to be sanctioned, and I'm very curious as to why. But if you look at the investigations, Ashley, that Alexei Navalny, the now imprisoned Russian opposition leader, has done, very detailed, granular, document-based investigations, you will always find that whenever we're dealing with any of these guys, typically they are very much, there's persuasive evidence to suggest that they act as so-called wallets of, if not Putin himself, then other high-ranking members of the Russian government. Abramovich is no exception. Vladimir Putin has spent the last 10 years building himself. It doesn't even do justice to call it a dacha. It's not a palace. It's a property, an expansive territory that I believe is 29 times the size of the Principality of Monaco, right? And all of the cronies that he came up with, going back to his days
that surrounds it is amazing. That's the one with the underground hockey rink, right? We're showing the pictures now.
Underground hockey rink, vineyards, helipads, servants' quarters, aqua disco, which you have to look that up in the dictionary because I still don't know what the hell that means.
Theater.
There's a hookah lounge, a theater, a hookah lounge with a stripper pole in there. All of this, according to Navalny, and I encourage everybody watching this program, you can Google it. It's a 2-hour video presentation. It's one of the most compelling and disturbing things I've ever seen.
Yeah, no, if you can see it on your screen right now, it's amazing, Michael. So let me just read two things that while you say that these wallets, these billionaire oligarchs have to toe the line, be good ambassadors for Putin's message and mission in Russia, we have two oligarchs with statements today that stood out slightly, and I say slightly because read between these lines. First is Alexei Mordachov, who is the richest Russian. I mentioned him before. He said this, and he said it to TASS, for what that's worth, Russian wire service. What's happening in Ukraine is a tragedy for two fraternal nations. It is terrible that Ukrainians and Russians are dying. I don't know how many Russians are, but people are suffering hardships and the economy is collapsing. I sincerely hope a way can be found in the very near future to resolve this conflict and stop the bloodshed. It doesn't really indict the Russians, that's for sure, but they are words. We'll give them that, they're words. And so a fellow oligarch named Mikhail Friedman, and we talked about him, Michael, yesterday, said this: this crisis will cost lives and damage two nations who have been brothers for hundreds of years. While a solution seems frighteningly far off, I can only join those whose fervent desire is for the bloodshed to end. So I'm going to give this last word to Julia. And Julia, like I said, they're words, which I guess is more than nothing, but they sound pretty compliant. Does that just about wrap that up?
Absolutely. They're walking a very fine line. They obviously do not want to cross Vladimir Putin, and they obviously want to keep pace with their Western connections. So they're, condemning what's happening, or condemning, I should say, the situation in Ukraine, but not directly drawing Russia into it. But, it's interesting. We have seen oligarchs in the past who have, at least one who've spoken out against Putin. They've been jailed, and then eventually they're exiled, living in Western countries like Britain, for example. But, it's not just the oligarchs, I think, that have, if they speak out incorrectly, they or against Putin, they risk his backlash. We showed that video from Alexei Navalny, for example. All of these, these journalists and investigators in Russia that have the courage to try to uncover Putin's wealth and his extravagant lifestyle and really tear away from this facade that he's a man of the Russian people, they face so much. They really risk their lives. We obviously know that Alexei Navalny has been imprisoned. He's been poisoned in the past. Boris Nemtsov, who also worked to uncover this lifestyle of Putin and his, very, corruption. He was assassinated in Moscow. So, it's awful to really see this all unfold and see how.
Let me toss another name in there just to button it all up. Mikhail Khodorkovsky, formerly the wealthiest man in Russia, spent a decade in prison because he dared to speak out. Michael Weiss, Julia Manchester, Peter Klein, thank you all three. Just extremely smart people at a time when we really need smart people. Thank you. Appreciate it. Coming up, he is not from Ukraine. He's not even Ukrainian. So why is this man quitting his job, packing up, and heading off to fight the Russians? Well, we can ask him live because he's with me next.
Russia invades Ukraine.
Air raid sirens are going off right now.
News Nation has live continuing coverage.
But just a few hours ago, our crew had to evacuate their hotel.
From the front lines to our homeland.
It's kind of the way that it's become here. It's part of the everyday routine.
And it's terrible.
The truth about what you need to know.
We're living in real hell. As you said, Americans, we're not used to that.
News Nation is news for all America. For continuing coverage on Russia at war, stay tuned to News Nation.
Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Spring into savings at Kohl's. Get up to 50% off patio furniture. Sandals for $34.99 and under. And must-have tops starting at $11.99. Plus, Kohl's Rewards members save even more. And everyone earns Kohl's Cash. Kohl's.
Since I left for college, my dad has gotten back into some of his old hobbies. And now he's taking Trulicity. And it looks like he's gotten into some new, healthier habits, too.
What changes are you making for your type 2 diabetes? Maybe it's time to try Trulicity. It's proven to help lower A1C. It could help you lose up to 10 pounds. And it's only taken once a week, so it can fit into your busy life. Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. It's not approved for use in children. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which can lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. The choices you make can help control your A1C. Ask your doctor about once weekly Trulicity.
And it's easy to get a quote at libertymutual.com, so you only pay for what you need. Isn't that right, Limu? Limu? Sorry, one sec. Yes.
Oh, boy. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I think I changed my mind about these glasses.
Yeah, it happens. That's why VisionWorks gives you 100 days to change your mind. It's simple. Anything else I can help you with?
Like what?
VisionWorks. See the difference.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's. I'm living with CLL. And thanks to Imbruvica, I'm living longer.
Imbruvica is a prescription medicine for adults with CLL or chronic lymphocytic leukemia. Imbruvica is not chemotherapy. It's the #1 prescribed oral therapy for CLL, proven to help people live longer. Imbruvica can cause serious side effects which may lead to death. Bleeding problems are common and may increase with blood thinners. Serious infections with symptoms like fevers, chills, weakness, or confusion, and severe decrease in blood counts can happen. Heart rhythm problems and heart failure may occur, especially in people with increased risk of heart disease, infection, or past heart rhythm problems. New or worsening high blood pressure, new cancers, and tumor lysis that can result in kidney failure, irregular heartbeat, and seizure can occur. Diarrhea commonly occurs. Drink plenty of fluids. Tell your doctor if you experience signs of bleeding, infection, heart problems, persistent diarrhea, or any other side effects.
I'm living longer with Imbruvica.
Ask your doctor if it's right for you. Learn how we could help you save on Imbruvica.
What's inside Airborne? A blast of immune support that's more than just vitamin C. It's a unique crafted blend with zinc and other vitamins, minerals, and herbs. Seize today with Airborne, the #1 immune support gummy and effervescent brand.
Okay, I want to continue our breaking news coverage. I opened the program telling you that there had been an attack on the largest nuclear power plant in Europe. This is in Ukraine. Look at those pictures. Those are, that's the evidence of Russia actually shelling a nuclear power plant called the Zaporizhzhia. The mayor of that town, extraordinarily concerned. The foreign minister saying if the shelling didn't stop, this would be 10 times Chernobyl. There is word that much of it has stopped, but the U.S. has already responded. The U.S. Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm, tweeting out just moments ago that she's been speaking with Ukraine's energy minister about this, that the U.S. has now activated the Nuclear Incident Response Team. They're monitoring the situation along with the Department of Defense, excuse me, and the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Not to mention that the White House is also watching what's going on. Perhaps good news, though, in all of this, that the radiation levels are still normal. But the quote here from Jennifer Granholm, the Secretary of Energy, pardon me, Russian military operations near the plant are reckless and must cease. Pardon me as I'm choking while I'm saying that, but we're keeping a very close eye on that breaking news for you. It generates about 20% of Ukraine's nuclear energy, and so it's a critical spot without question. So as we watch this, presumably things are still burning because the fire response teams weren't able to get there, but at this point, luckily, radiation levels are still normal. So I'm going to continue on with the program while we continue to watch that breaking story as well, because honestly, I don't know how else to put this, but it does feel pretty helpless, right? To just sit here and watch this all. We're 5,000 miles away. And all the people surrounding what you're looking at there, they're all just innocent Ukrainians, right? And if they're not going to be, you know, infected by whatever's going on at that plant, they're being slaughtered by whatever is, you know, coming down from above. The shells and the missiles. And again, they're normal people just like you. Vladimir Putin just continues to pummel them with missiles, rockets, bombs, and then, you know, that's even before the tanks roll in and then completely overwhelm cities. This is what they look at out their window. Imagine doing that. These were normal towns and cities before fire and brimstone rolled in. So no surprise that 1 million people have run for their lives, right? But here's the interesting story. Millions more are staying. They're staying so that they can help the Ukrainian soldiers fight back, even if they're not soldiers. Because this is a David and Goliath battle. The really sad part of all of it is that there is no other cavalry coming to help the outgunned Ukrainian forces. Ukraine is not part of NATO, so they have pretty much been left high and dry to fight this battle on their own. But that has not stopped the Ukrainian president from making a worldwide appeal, asking thousands of people from all over the globe to pack up, come to the Ukraine, and join us in what he calls the International Legion of Volunteers. Basically foreign fighters who will come and fight for him. Now, that request caught the attention of the United States Secretary of State here, stateside. Take a look what Antony Blinken said.
Look, we've been very clear for some time, of course, in calling on Americans who may have been resident in Ukraine to leave, and making clear to Americans who may be thinking of traveling there not to go.
Well, nevertheless, people are going. They're not just going from the U.S., they're going from Canada, France, and the UK, and Thailand, and Japan, just to name a few places. And in some cases, they have military experience, and in other cases, they have nothing. No experience, maybe never even handled a gun. But there is a checklist at the Ukrainian embassies that they are going to ask for, including bringing your own tactical gear. And by the way, if you do have a soldier's uniform from your country, they'd be real pleased if you would wear it. You have got to admit that this is a huge ask, right? When life is so safe and warm, wherever you're sitting right now. But after the break, you're going to meet Bryson Woolsey. He's a young man who just chucked his job and all of his creature comforts to travel those 5,000 miles east and shoot at some Russians. And Bryson's going to join you next.
Smooth dark chocolate, refreshing peppermint. Enter York mode.
Rich chocolate candy and creamy caramel. That's how you Rolo.
Shop Kohl's right now for amazing deals, like up to 50% off Jumping Beans Essentials for kids. Jeans starting at $19.99, and towels or pillows for just $3.99. Plus, Kohl's Rewards members save even more, and everyone earns Kohl's Cash. Kohl's.
Meet Apartment 2A, 2B, and 2C. 2A is monitoring his money with a simple text. Like what you see, Abe? Yes. 2B's covered with 0 overdraft fees when he overdraws his account by $50 or less. And 2C? Well, she's not going to let a lost card get her stressed. Am I right? That's right. That's because these neighbors all have Chase. Alerts that help check, tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we do better when our clients do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
When you step into a new day, determined, committed, willing to take on whatever's asked of you, that new day is yours to own, yours to shape, and yours to be proud of. Ram, J.D. Power's #1 brand in new vehicle quality.
Right now, during Ram Truck Month, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
What's my Safe Light story? I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, I chose Safe Light. They replaced the glass and recalibrated my safety system. That's service I can trust.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Real cowboys get customized car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so we only pay for what we need.
Hey, Chuck. Did someone else get a turn?
Yeah, hang on, I'm about to break my own record. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 Liberty.
What's inside Airborne? A blast of immune support that's more than just vitamin C. It's a unique crafted blend with zinc and other vitamins, minerals, and herbs. Seize today with Airborne, the #1 immune support gummy and effervescent brand.
So, you found the #7 then? It's amazing. Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best kept skincare secret.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
Giant wooden block towers that raise the bar on game night.
golf simulators that make tee time anytime, turntables that turn good times into great times, portable projectors that transform your space. Get-togethers just got a whole lot more interesting. Home Tech Adventure. Scan the QR code to see the curated collection of unique items for yourself.
You have to admit it is astounding to see civilians who just last week were working 9 to 5 and looking after their kids. But they're now committing themselves to facing down the invading Russian forces and fighting hand to hand if need be. Check out what this Ukrainian man had to say to News Nation's Robert Sherman.
Схвильований перші години початку війни.
I was afraid in the beginning, nervous at the beginning, but then I saw how our army is professional. Because myself, I'm ready to fight. I don't know how to fight, but if they would teach me, I would know that my life then had its goal.
Those inspirational stories are not lost on thousands of people around the world who just cannot sit idly by and watch as this war plays out. Thousands of foreigners have now answered the call of the Ukrainian president to pack up their things and pick up a gun and come and fight alongside Ukraine. Bryson Woolsey is one of them. He just quit his job as a cook in British Columbia, Canada, and plans to head east to fight the Russians. Like millions of others, he watched the images on TV of the Russian army just crushing Ukrainian civilians, and he made a decision to help. Bryson Woolsey joins me now live along with Howard Altman, who is the managing editor of the Military Times and is an award-winning former editor and military reporter for the Tampa Bay Times and the Tampa Tribune. Welcome to both of you. So, Bryson, I'm going to begin with you. As I understand that you don't have combat experience, you don't speak Russian or Ukrainian, but you've made this decision. How did you get there?
Yeah, I mean, just like you were saying, is watching it, I didn't really have a way to help, so I felt kind of helpless, and I wanted to help. And reached out for people at the military requirement for combat experience. So I thought, okay, well, I can get over there, do something then. And yeah, I just jumped on it. And yeah, just been kind of going from there. It's kind of snowballed into what it is today. But yeah, there's actually a couple of reporters double-checked this too, but we're not allowed to cross now without combat experience. So it's actually, I'm going to be going to Romania to work on the border there, bring my gear there, and if something changes while I'm there, I'll come over. But yeah, just out of the blue, they just decided that no combat experience, no go. So that just I don't know if it's been where people are aware.
It's pretty amazing that you're doing this. It's a long way away. It's a risky proposition no matter where you are. Howard, I want you to jump in on this because I was reading your article and you put together a pretty comprehensive checklist, which I found to be just fascinating. I mean, it got real. It got very real once I looked at your checklist, and I'm going to put that up for the public to see right now. And this is what you got to do if you're thinking of doing what Bryson's doing. You got to go to the Ukrainian embassy in your country. You got to have your documents in order, like your ID, your passport, and any of your military service documents or policing documents. You got to fill out an application. You got to sit for an interview, and then you kind of just wait for your travel instructions. So it's fascinating, Howard. What do you make of the immense interest all around the world to heed Zelensky's call for help?
Well, I've talked to a number of veterans who've expressed interest, very similar to what took place after the fall of Afghanistan. People feel helpless as they watch the events unfold. They want to go out and help do something. The Ukrainian government is very strict in what they are asking for. They do not want anybody without combat experience to come and fight. You have to have combat experience, otherwise stay home. So far, about 3,000 Americans have applied for the International Legion of Territorial Defense of Ukraine. I was told by a Ukrainian official in Kyiv that several hundred foreign fighters have already arrived. You cannot bring a gun. They will provide you with a gun and maybe some other weapons. They don't want anybody who's untrained, as they told me this morning. We're too busy, to train anyone. So really
Sure.
think
Well, that
hard
makes
about
sense.
this
I mean,
before
right?
you go.
These guys are busy fighting, and so they can't train the untrained. They're already trying to train people who live in these communities in Ukraine. Bryson, I read something from an American guy named Dax. He didn't want his last name used. He's 26 years old. He's a veteran of the extraordinarily elite U.S. 82nd Airborne Division here in the U.S. And he said, and I'll quote him, "I feel guilty not to go." And I can identify with that, because seeing all these pictures, it's just heartbreaking. I am heartbroken all day and all night as I have the news on, and I wonder if you felt the same way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm laying in bed watching it on a laptop while these guys are fighting their heart out and suffering, and it just like kind of puts things in perspective a little bit, like here I am, I have the ability to go do something, help in some way, and it felt wrong, absolutely uncomfortable to just let it happen. Yeah, and I'm not the only one. Like, there's lots of people that have reached out to me since, and they feel the same way. They felt called to go help, whether they were medical or military or just another volunteer like me. But yeah, it's really rallied people to the cause here.
Well, listen, be careful, Bryson. This is the big show. I mean, this is scary stuff. And so if you're going to be in Romania, that's a better place than being in country in Ukraine, especially without the skills that some of these really intense fighters have. But keep us posted and let us know how you're doing. Bryson, thank you for doing this. And Howard Altman, it's good to see you. Thanks for this.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
You know, it is easy to feel completely helpless as you watch 1 million people running for their lives, right? 5,000 miles away. But even if grabbing a gun and fighting isn't on your list, there is something that you can do right now in America that will make a huge difference, and you do not even have to get out of the chair you're in right now. After the break, the instant blueprint on how to save children.
This is News Nation, news for Florida, and news for all America.
Spring into savings at Kohl's. Get up to 50% off patio furniture. Sandals for $34.99 and under. And must-have tops starting at $11.99. Plus, Kohl's Rewards members save even more. And everyone earns Kohl's cash. Kohl's.
Smooth dark chocolate, refreshing peppermint. Enter York mode.
Rich chocolate candy and creamy caramel. That's how you roll them.
Why hide your skin if Dupixent has your moderate to severe eczema or atopic dermatitis under control?
Hide my skin, not me.
Because Dupixent targets a root cause of eczema, it helps heal your skin from within, keeping you one step ahead of it.
Hide my skin, not me.
And for kids ages 6 and up, that means clearer skin and noticeably less itch. With Dupixent, you can change how their skin looks and feels. And that's the kind of change you notice.
Hide my skin, not me.
Don't use if you're allergic to Dupixent. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. When you help heal your skin from within, you can show more with less eczema. Talk to your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent, a breakthrough eczema treatment.
I'm Greg. I'm 68 years old. I do motivational speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling, to give back to younger people. I think most adults will start realizing that they don't recall things as quickly as they used to, or they don't remember things as vividly as they once did. I've been taking Prevagen for about 3 years now. People say to me periodically, "Man, you got a memory like an elephant." It's really, really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
What's inside Airborne? A blast of immune support that's more than just vitamin C. It's a unique crafted blend with zinc and other vitamins, minerals, and herbs. Seize today with Airborne, the #1 immune support gummy and effervescent brand.
60 miles per hour with a cell moving toward the north and east.
No matter where you live,
With Dish, you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement. Abby, Austin, hurry.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish. Tuned in to you.
Who's on it with Jardiance?
We're 25 million prescriptions strong.
We're managing type 2 diabetes and heart risk.
We're working up a sweat before coffee.
And saying no thanks to a Boston cream.
Jardiance is a once-daily pill that can reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults who also have known heart disease. So it could help save your life from a heart attack or stroke. And Jardiance lowers A1C.
Jardiance can cause serious side effects including dehydration, genital yeast or urinary tract infections, and sudden kidney problems. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may be fatal. A rare but life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Lower A1C and lower risk of a fatal heart attack?
We're on it.
We're on it.
With Jardiance.
Ask your doctor about Jardiance.
Tomorrow in Morning in America, a tale of two leaders, a closer look at the differences between Putin and Zelensky. I'm going to continue to update that story on the nuclear power plant in southeastern Ukraine. We have reaction from the White House live tonight, as you see on the right of your screen. Under assault, a nuclear power plant, the largest one in Europe, in fact, under assault by the Putin government in Ukraine. The U.S. Energy Secretary, Jennifer Granholm, has tweeted out that both the Department of Defense and the Energy Department watching the situation in eastern Ukraine closely with respect to this nuclear power plant. They've also, and this is the more worrisome aspect of it, activated the Nuclear Incident Response Team. They have said, and this might be the best news of all of this awful news, that the radiation readings have not elevated. It's also good to know that way off in the distance there where that fire is, even though the fire teams couldn't reach it to fight the fire, and that the shelling had continued from multiple sides of that nuclear power plant, it is well constructed with concrete barriers to try to contain any kind of disaster, probably lessons learned from Chernobyl, but the foreign minister said if the shelling didn't stop, it would be 10 times Chernobyl. So the White House watching closely, the Energy Secretary on it, and you're going to hear a lot more about what the Nuclear Incident Response Team is doing now that it's been activated. So there is this as well. It's really as if the city of San Jose just emptied out and showed up at your doorstep, because that's what it looks like when 1 million people grab what they can and run for their lives to escape shelling and missile attacks from an invader. 1 million people, the entire population of San Jose, on the run and now in need of food and clothing and blankets and somewhere to sleep. And if they've got little kids with them, you know how much more they need than just those basics. To make this story even more bewildering, this wholesale flood of humanity began just a week ago. Just 1 week ago tonight, 1 million people. And you better brace yourself because the number's expected to increase fivefold to 5 million. 5 million innocent women and children. International organizations are flooding in from all over the world to help make a difference for the suffering. Save the Children is one of them, a big one. And they've been in Ukraine since 2014, helping children and families. But now the playbook has changed, and they're feverishly setting up centers in neighboring Poland and Lithuania and Romania to help the refugees as they arrive by the hundreds of thousands. Joining me right now, Greg Graham. He's the head of the humanitarian response for Save the Children. Greg, where do you even begin? Tell me what you need and how everybody watching can help.
Oh, thank you for sharing the story and the need. I mean, as our Save the Children's founder said 100 years ago, every war is first a war against children. And that's as true today as it was 100 years ago. So what we need and what children need is they need food, they need water, they need safety. They need blankets in the middle of winter. They need a safe place to be, a place to be with other children. They need an ability to recover from the extraordinary trauma of being caught in the middle of war.
So important when people want to give. Sometimes they go to their garage and they get their things that they don't want anymore and they start sending physical things, and there's nothing more difficult for an organization like yours, because that means I need staff, I need warehouses, things will rot if we can't get to them fast enough. I suppose you'll agree with me if I say just money. Money, it goes much farther than anything else, correct?
Absolutely, it is the thing that is most useful, and it is actually the thing that is often most useful to families. So, first of all, as you say, the logistical challenges of taking those donated goods, all given with good intention, is almost impossible to get across and distribute. But also, when we're giving cash donations where we can, where there are local markets and stores and people can work, we try to give cash to families because they know best what they need when they arrive in a strange place and set up. But we also use those for blankets, for food, for hygiene items, for diapers, for everything that you might imagine children need as they flee war, often with nothing more than the clothes on their backs.
It's unbelievable to read that over 400 children right now are in the direct line of fire. Here's what I'm going to do, Greg Graham. Thank you for what you said. I'm going to put up the address to donate to Save the Children. People, right now, wherever you are, use your phone, use your laptop, use your tablet. Go to savethechildren.org/Ukraine. Savethechildren.org/Ukraine. The Crisis Relief Fund is trying to reach the millions and millions of children and their families who need immediate aid with recovery. And so you can do that, and it's real easy. And you don't have to do much more. Just savethechildren.org. After the break, the president has asked Congress to approve $32.5 billion to help the people of Ukraine. But there is a brand new way that Americans are giving on their own, one we haven't seen much in the past. How much? And what are your fellow countrymen giving? How are they sending it overseas? Here's a hint. Doesn't involve cash, checks, or even banks. Solving the mystery next.
Smooth dark chocolate, refreshing peppermint. Enter York mode.
Rich chocolate candy and creamy caramel. That's how you Rolo.
Shop Kohl's right now for amazing deals, like up to 50% off Jumping Beans Essentials for kids. Jeans starting at $19.99. And towels or pillows for just $3.99. Plus, Kohl's Rewards members save even more, and everyone earns Kohl's Cash. Kohl's.
At JP Morgan, the only definition of wealth that matters is yours. It can be a smaller house, but a bigger nest egg, a goal to work toward, or the freedom to walk away. With 200 years of experience, personalized advice, and commission-free trades on an award-winning app, we're working for you. Planning, investing, advice. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Your kindness outshines your highs and lows. Your strength can outlast any bad day because you are greater than your bipolar 1. And you can help take control of your symptoms and ask about Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Once daily Vraylar is proven to treat depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain, and high blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, may occur. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Common side effects include sleepiness and stomach issues. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are also common. You are greater than your bipolar 1. Ask about Vraylar.
What's my safe flight story? I'm a photographer, and when I'm driving, I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, it had to be fixed right. I scheduled with Safe Flight Auto Glass. Their experts replaced my windshield and recalibrated my car's advanced safety system. Safe Flight is the one I trust. They focus on safety, so I can focus on this view.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
My name is Austin James. As a musician living with diabetes, finger sticks can be a real challenge. That's why I use the Freestyle Libre 2 system. With a painless 1-second scan, I know my glucose numbers without finger sticks. Now I'm managing my diabetes better, and I've lowered my A1C from 8.2 to 6.7.
Take the mystery out of managing your diabetes and lower your A1C. Now you know. Try it for free at freestylelibre.us.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
If you or someone you love has developed Parkinson's disease after being exposed to Gramoxone or any herbicide containing the deadly chemical paraquat, you may be entitled to financial compensation. If you worked on or lived near a farm or field with ongoing herbicide treatments and developed Parkinson's, call now. A toll-free hotline has been established for victims and their loved ones to get the justice they deserve. There are time deadlines, so don't delay. If you don't win, you pay nothing.
Call 800-671-3271.
So before the break, I told you about a brand new movement afoot in the USA to send money to the Ukraine, and it is not banks or checks, it is cryptocurrency. And Americans have sent $50 million in cryptocurrency to the Ukraine. It's pretty fascinating stuff. My colleagues Rudabeh Shahbazi and Leland Vitter are coming up next to carry on our coverage and obviously covering what's happened in the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant as well. Guys, just a couple of minutes ago, some pretty ominous words from the International Atomic Energy Agency. They're gone into full 24/7 response mode. That's big.
Yeah, and understandable considering how many nuclear power plants and nuclear areas there are in Ukraine. Ashley, great show. Coverage begins now. All eyes right now, the world's eyes, quite literally, are on a nuclear power plant in southern Ukraine. It is on fire, and you can see the orange flames and the billowing smoke after heavy shelling by Russian forces. The video you just saw there was taken what is today, meaning Thursday evening in Ukraine. It is now Friday morning in Ukraine. We understand the fire is under control. You're watching News Nation's special coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We are now into day 9 for those overseas. I'm Leland Vitter.
And I'm Rudabeh Shahbazi. This is happening north of Crimea. The fire is under control now, but Russian troops are still reportedly blocking off the power plant, which is the largest in all of Europe. And within just the last hour, the International Atomic Energy Agency tweeting that it is in 24/7 response mode, as Ashley just said, due to this serious situation. As of now, radiation levels appear to be normal. New surveillance video showing the moment Russian artillery hit the plant, causing the fire. We know that 3 of the building's 5 stories are damaged. The mayor of the city says Russian troops initially weren't letting firefighters in to put out the fire. He also says there are reports of injuries. The Ukrainian president reacting to the news in a video on Twitter, he said if the plant blew up, it could be the end for everyone in Europe. We know he is in contact with President Biden and British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Johnson also just calling for an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council. Control of this plant is vital, of course, because it generates 1/4 of the country's power. So, Leland, what would a Russian victory mean for Ukraine?
A Russian victory here in Endohar, which is where the nuclear power plant we're talking about is significant because of this. You come up from Crimea as the Russians did. You are, well, turn that on and back off. Okay, come up from Crimea here. This is where they are right now. This is the Dnieper River that comes all the way from Kyiv all the way down to the Black Sea. Once you take the power plant, you control the river. That's why there was such a serious firefight. That's why the Russians were willing to shell a nuclear power plant and obviously create the potential for the disaster there was. This is not the only nuclear power plant in Ukraine. There's one over here. There's obviously the Chernobyl site up by Kyiv that there was a fight over that the Russians now control. There's a couple out here to the west. So far, this is the story of 2 theaters of war. I say 2 because the east and southern theater for the Russians have now merged. They came up here from Crimea, they now have a land bridge all the way over into Russia, so they can freely transit this and bring resupplies down here. That allows them to push out to the west and attack Odessa. This is the Black Sea down here. There's video out of Odessa right now of a number of ships, Russian ships here, and landing craft ready to make a beach assault on Odessa. That's the southern front right now. Now we go to the northern front. This is where the attack on Kyiv goes. Southern map shows you a little bit more in terms of what the Russians have control of. This is Mariupol, which is a town in 2014 the Russians tried to take. It remained in Ukrainian control, and now there's a pretty fierce firefight. We talked about that land bridge. The Russians are just going around it like this. Once they control all this, and they already have Kherson, which was the first real Ukrainian city to fall, they'll control the entire southern part of Ukraine. That chokes off a huge amount of Ukraine for commerce, because this is the only place that you have a port in Ukraine. The rest of the country is landlocked. Now we'll go to the north. Switch here. This is where, as you could almost imagine, it is for all the marbles. This is the northern part of Ukraine, right around the capital. We talked about Chernobyl, just across the Belarusian border. We've always heard about this big convoy that is stuck. There's actually two convoys. One coming here from the east. This is from proper Russia here. The other coming from Belarus down south. What's very interesting is that so far, this convoy here of Russian tanks and armor have not made where they were supposed to make on day one of the invasion. That would have been Wednesday night of last week. They still haven't made it. Where were they going? Antonov Airport here outside of Ukraine. Once you control the airport, you can fly in enough armor, you can fly in enough paratroopers, equipment, ammunition, and supplies to lay siege to the city of Kyiv. That's why it's so important. Take this off for a second. This convoy has come down. Remember, on the first night of the invasion, Antonov Airport, there was a large paradrop of Russian paratroopers with attack helicopters. The Ukrainians beat them off, and the armor never arrived down. So this has always been a site for the Ukrainians that was extraordinarily important. Just in the past couple of hours, there was a firefight outside Hostomel between Ukrainian special forces and the very front line of this convoy that had finally made it down to the south and this far. This is about 15 or 20 miles into Kyiv. I'm not sure if we have the video of the Ukrainians taking out the Russians, but it is an impressive sight to see what the Russian special forces did. Now, the next map, we're going to look at the rest of the country real quick. Ruta Bain, we're going to show you where the supply lines are. We don't have the bigger map. Here it is. Magic. So, Ruta Bain, what to watch for and what we're going to be talking about for the rest of the night, essentially, is that once the Russians come here and here, the key is to try and cut off all of Kyiv. Right now, the Ukrainians control this area here. Why is that so important? This is the center of government. It's the center of the resistance. The only way to resupply it is all the way across the western part of the country. This is Poland and Slovakia, where all of the aid from the free world is coming to the Ukrainians. As soon as the Russians are able to fight their way all the way south and around, that's when they can lay siege to Kyiv in the same way they did here in the south at the nuclear power plant and had done in Kherson as well.
It helps to lay it out like that and understand geopolitically why it's so important in the way that they approached the country. Leland, thank you. Okay, so President Biden says he has been updated by Ukrainian President Zelensky about the situation unfolding at the power plant. Kelly Meyer is joining us now live from Washington. And Kelly, what have you learned?
Well, that's right, Ruta Bain. It was confirmed to News Nation tonight that the two talked shortly after the fire broke out at the nuclear power plant. President Biden got an update on the fire, and both he and Zelensky are calling on Russia to stop its military activities in the area so firefighters and emergency responders can get to the site. I'm told by an administration official that the latest information shows no indications of elevated levels of radiation, but that the White House is monitoring that closely. The president also talked tonight with the administration nuclear security officials for an update on the situation, and then we're told the president continues to be briefed regularly. I want to add that Biden's energy secretary says the department has activated its nuclear incident response team and is also monitoring the events along with the Department of Defense. I checked in with the Pentagon. They don't have any updates beyond what the Energy Department and the National Security Council are telling us. But the Energy Secretary says the plant's reactors are protected by robust containment structures and are being safely shut down. And as you mentioned, the International Atomic Energy Agency says tonight the fire has not affected essential equipment, including 6 reactors. And Ukrainian President Zelensky is calling on Europe to act, saying, quote, only urgent action by Europe can stop the Russian troops. Do not allow the death of Europe from a catastrophic or catastrophe at a nuclear power station. Rudabeh?
Kelly, do we know if there's any additional support from the White House? And also, I know you spoke with your sources at the Pentagon today. What kind of military assistance are we sending as Russian forces continue to move in tonight?
Rudabeh, we know the U.S. continues to send weapons to the Ukrainians and that they are getting into the hands of Ukrainian soldiers, but the Pentagon is keeping the exact shopping list close to its chest. They say they don't want to give that away to the Russians, and it appears they don't want to be seen as adding fuel to the conflict, but the administration is walking a fine line here between helping Ukraine defend itself while at the same time not wanting to see the situation escalate further. Rudabeh?
All right, Kelly Meyer in Washington tonight. Thank you.
Excellent point there by Kelly. We bring in Kevin Carroll, formerly of the Central Intelligence Agency, served a number of combat tours in Afghanistan, joining us now from D.C. Kevin, just from a strategic standpoint, we understand why the nuclear power plant is so important for the Russians to take, but in a convoluted way, the headline of fire at nuclear power plant as Russian shells it does not play well for Vladimir Putin in any way.
It does not. The reality is that he's committed a war crime. Any use of force in war has to discriminate between combatants and non-combatants. It needs to be proportional in the amount of force that's used against a target. There are very specific prohibitions on attacks that will cause permanent environmental damage, as this could. So he's branded himself a war criminal. There's command responsibility down the chain of command for it. It's an evil act that he did, and it's going to have serious strategic and long-term legal ramifications for the Russians.
It does seem, just in the 1 week since the invasion, day by day by day, the backs of and the spines of the Europeans have been stiffening. You can just see what's happened with the Germans, with the French, with the English, as they continue to send more and more equipment. Kelly Meyer had some great points in terms of the equipment that was being sent down. Both the Javelin anti-tank missiles and the Stinger ground-to-air missiles to take on the Russians. You've been on the other side of this, delivering these weapons. Explain how they get from the Polish border, where sort of that is the end of the road for NATO, out to the Ukrainian troops.
I suspect, I don't know, that there's a transfer point on the border and that they're taken in by convoy along the route that you showed. Certainly it'll be a problem if the airhead is closed. That'll take away one of the ways you could get them in. But there's a long and open border there that's backing up on a friendly NATO country. So there's no excuse not to continue to get all the arms possible, all the arms necessary to the Ukrainians.
Yeah, there is this race against time, whereas in other situations it probably didn't exist until the Russians are able to cut down the supply lines. What do you make of how quickly the information out of the nuclear power plant came? It seems as though for being in the middle of a war and a nuclear power plant being under attack, the amount of intelligence the United States had and the ability of the Ukrainian government to talk about it and to get real-time information was shockingly good.
Well, it's been fascinating to me to see the way that intelligence and the way intelligence is presented to policymakers and the news is presented to the world has changed over the past 20 years ago. Many of the things that are on your broadcast every night would have been only available to policymakers through signals and imagery intelligence, classified intercepts and overhead reconnaissance 20 years ago. Now, as we're looking at on the screen right now, somebody with an iPhone can post that, and everybody in the world can see it at the same time. Really, it's changed the face of warfare, and it's going to continue to do so as leaders are forced to react to things in real time.
Yeah, you think about what happened at Chernobyl, just in the north, back in the 1980s. The Russians covered it up, then the Soviets covered it up for a long time. No one really knew what was happening. This we actually saw a live stream of it coming out. obviously there's been this constant statement of there is no U.S. involvement in Ukraine. We're not going to commit U.S. forces. How closely aligned are we to believe that members of your old organization, the CIA, are probably with President Zelensky in terms of being able to advise and share intelligence with?
Well, I certainly hope they are. I mean, the CIA collects information for the president, and it's also the hidden hand of the president when necessary. So I would hope that the Central Intelligence Agency is there. I would hope that Special Operations Forces are there as well. And as Putin ramps up his war crimes in Ukraine, here, again, using basically a field expedient radiological weapon, it was probably a mistake for President Biden to say there's no circumstances under which we would come in. If he starts using chemical weapons, if he uses a tactical nuclear weapon, if he besieges the city of Kiev and kills hundreds of thousands of civilians, are we just going to stand idly by? I don't think we should have left that option off the table of getting involved. I think we should have kept Putin guessing and nervous.
Yeah, no, it's a great point, and there's been a lot of people, including yourself, who've questioned why did we telegraph what the red lines were rather than let the Russians keep guessing. We saw the Pentagon playing a little bit coyer in Kelly Meyer's report, saying we're not going to telegraph what the Ukrainian shopping list is in terms of what supplies they're running low on. Kevin, it was great to see you. Thanks for staying up late with us.
Sure thing. Thanks, Leland.
And as Ukraine continues to fight for its very survival, what should be the strategy now as Russia signals the worst is yet to come? We'll talk to a retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General as News Nation special coverage continues next.
Why hide your skin if Dupixent has your moderate to severe eczema or atopic dermatitis under control?
Hide my skin? Not me.
By hitting eczema where it counts, Dupixent helps heal your skin from within, keeping you one step ahead of eczema.
Hide my skin? Not me.
And that means long-lasting, clearer skin and fast itch relief for adults. With Dupixent, you can show more skin with less eczema.
Hide my skin? Not me.
Don't use if you're allergic to Dupixent. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. When you help heal your skin from within, you can change how your skin looks and feels. And that's the kind of change you notice. Talk to your eczema specialist about Dupixent, a breakthrough eczema treatment.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is on the ground in Ukraine right now responding to this devastating crisis.
The current situation here is very critical. There is a great concern for the more than 200,000 Jewish people who desperately need food, medicine, and emergency supplies.
Your urgently needed gift of only $45 will help rush food, water, medicine, and emergency supplies for one suffering Jewish family in Ukraine who has nowhere to turn.
The fellowship has been working here on the ground in Ukraine with our trusted partners for over 30 years.
The distribution centers and volunteers are standing by. We need your help now.
Your emergency gift of only $45 will help rush food, water, medicine, and emergency supplies for one Jewish family in Ukraine. Please call or go online now.
Every new day offers opportunities to connect, chances to motivate and inspire, moments to express well-deserved thank yous and congratulations, with products that bring smiles, celebration, and long-lasting impressions. There's certainty in that. 4imprint gives you that certainty with the right promotional products and a caring, trusted team dedicated to your success. Creating meaningful connections starts at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
Are your sneezes putting your friends in awkward positions? Stick with Zyrtec. Zyrtec starts working hard at hour 1 and works twice as hard when you take it again the next day. Zyrtec, muddle no more.
New tonight, a commanding general for Russia has been killed in fighting in Ukraine. Major General Andrei Sukhovetsky was with the 7th Airborne Division. Russian officers confirmed that information to the Associated Press, but the circumstances of his death are not clear. He was also part of Russia's military campaign in Syria. It is another sign of Ukrainians holding their ground much longer than many predicted they would. But a new threat tonight after a Russian attack on a nuclear power plant that we've been telling you about. We've also just learned that residents there will not have to be evacuated. Retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton joining us live tonight. General, welcome back. I just want to get right to the breaking news tonight. The fire at Europe's largest nuclear power plant calls now for an emergency UN meeting. Is this a new phase in the war?
Well, absolutely, Rudabeh. Good evening. It's a new phase on the battlefield, certainly. But the fact that Putin is now going after indiscriminately targets that, frankly, from a U.S. military war planning standpoint, or even from a NATO standpoint, this nuclear power plant would have been off limits for a variety of reasons. Number one, there's really no utility to attack the target. Secondly, it's of a war crimes nature. And third, all it's going to do is just create fallout that could even potentially harm your own forces. So it really doesn't make any sense at all. And it has certainly created, if not a wholly new phase, but again, another strategic inflection point here on this invasion.
And this is the largest nuclear power plant in Europe. What does it mean outside of Ukraine? Put it in perspective for us.
Well, it puts on outside of Ukraine, it is the largest power plant in Europe. There are 6 reactors or power units. Only 3, as I understand, have been active. It provides 1/4 of the energy support for Ukraine. But outside of Ukraine, you can imagine the implications this has in the NATO capitals and certainly in the United States, that Putin, again, is, the horrendous attack, in this case on a nuclear power plant, brings back the harsh memories of Chernobyl, but it does show how vicious he is and, frankly, how indiscriminate he is in attacking this particular power plant. Whether or not it has any, ramifications in terms of release of radiation, things like that, right now it seems that will not happen or may not happen is one thing, but just the fact that he went after it and was on a target list, and presumably it was an approved target list up in the higher chain of command is really again, I think a significant development, obviously.
And we talked about Chernobyl earlier. That's already defunct, but that was already captured by the Russians. So what is the goal in going after these nuclear sites?
Well, in this case, it wasn't necessarily going out. Well, Chernobyl was a defunct nuclear power plant. It was really on the road to from Belarus and forces coming from north to the south to envelop Kyiv. But this particular power plant was part of, again, as Leland reported earlier, in a really good laydown, I think, of the operational conditions on the ground right now, part of a southern strategy to cut off the rest of Ukraine from the southern part of Ukraine, and to include Crimea and so forth, which is already closely aligned with Russia through their annexation back in 2014. So it was again, I don't see this as a strategic moment in terms of his planning or his war fighting, but an operational one. But nonetheless, the fallout could be significant, not only from nuclear, but I think that hopefully be contained, but again, just from the idea that he went after a nuclear power plant.
And taking a step back to just explain this to us, when people think of nuclear power, right, a nuclear power plant, they think of weapons generally, but nuclear energy is used in everyday life for people living there. This plant provides half of Ukraine's electricity alone. So how does this affect Ukrainians? We talked about how it affects people outside of Ukraine. What about Ukrainians who are already suffering so much?
Well, it obviously affects their day-to-day. As you mentioned, it's a fourth to half of the energy generated for the Ukrainian people. And obviously, if in certain areas of Ukraine, now that the lights aren't going to be going on and off, that will have a potentially morale effect, obviously. But again, it shows that this invading force is tenacious. And as the Ukrainians are going to be waking up now, this will be day 9. As they're starting to wake up, they'll hear that one of their 4 main nuclear power plants was attacked by the Russians. Therefore, the Russians are not holding back on anything. So there is a utilitarian aspect of that. Obviously, it's a power plant for peaceful generation of electricity and so forth. But now it also underscores that energy truly has become a weapon. We talked about the oil embargoes, whether or not to embargo Russian oil and so forth, but now going after energy in the form of a nuclear power plant. Again, we are seeing energy being weaponized right before our eyes.
And what about the implications for troops on the ground, both Ukrainian and Russian?
The implications would be if there was fallout. Right now, my sources tell me, and you and Leland have reported tonight, that is not the case so far. And the International Atomic Energy Agency is on the grounds there monitoring that as well. Hopes and prayers are that you won't have any radiation fallout, but it could be not as significant unless there's a prevailing wind that would, think of dust in the air and you've got nuclear particles that would be sent in a direction, or water that's nearby could be put in water and go into the civilians' water supplies. But right now it appears that is not the case. But again, I think the most concern I would have would be right at that power plant and just within a very close proximity of where if there was any radiation release. So I don't see it as widespread as one would think at this point.
All right, Lieutenant General Richard Newton, thank you.
Good evening.
Yeah, the general made a great point in terms of what is the strategic value of the nuclear power plant versus the cost of Vladimir Putin for attacking it. And we've seen a couple of different watershed moments throughout the past 9 days. One of them being the fact that the Ukrainians just held on for 48 hours. Another has been the incredible video that we've seen of the attacks on civilian populations. It's really angered the sensibilities of the Europeans. But this now, the idea that his forces are willing to fire on a nuclear power plant just sort of adds to the spine stiffening. It's one more notch, if you will, before the Germans and perhaps even the Poles and a couple of the other countries, especially the Germans, are willing to accept a universal sanction against Vladimir Putin's oil industry and willing to cut off Putin from being able to sell his oil around the world and even cut off their own natural gas supplies. Everything that Vladimir Putin does in trying to bring this war to an end seems to be backfiring on him.
Yeah, a lot of miscalculations, including the taking of Kyiv.
We'll see. So far. And I think that's the one thing that, in the first 48 hours, we said, oh, this is going to be over really quickly because of how powerful the Russian military is. And now we're not so sure because they're really starting to push out in ways that we didn't think was possible. Haven't gotten to Kyiv yet, but especially through the south. And you have to ask yourself, how are you going to put that genie back in the bottle? Vladimir Putin has never withdrawn from a single piece of land that he's taken.
But there's also fissures within the Russian military, right? The morale is suffering.
Yes, but in terms of leadership, so far we haven't seen that. It seems as though the morale of the conscripts is pretty bad, but that's pretty anecdotal, and it's very easy to take a piece of social media, like the famous picture of the kid drinking tea and calling his mom to say, "Mom, I surrendered to the Ukrainians, but I'm okay," that the Ukrainians put out. It's very easy to take that one little piece of video and extrapolate out so much more. There's a lot of Russian soldiers right now, as we saw, who are willing to fire on a nuclear power plant. They're willing to fire on civilian populations. They're willing to take down entire apartment buildings with children in them. That's not low morale yet.
The majority of it.
There you go. All right, Russian forces continuing to target civilians in apartment buildings, as we just talked about. Next, we'll talk to a reporter who traveled through a key portion of Ukraine, telling us exactly what Vladimir Putin's troops are doing.
Who's on it with Jardiance?
We're 25 million prescriptions strong.
We're managing type 2 diabetes and heart risk.
We're working up a sweat before coffee.
and saying no thanks to a Boston cream.
Jardiance is a once daily pill that can reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults who also have known heart disease. So it could help save your life from a heart attack or stroke. And Jardiance lowers A1C.
Jardiance can cause serious side effects including dehydration, genital yeast or urinary tract infections, and sudden kidney problems. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may be fatal. A rare but life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Lower A1C and lower risk of a fatal heart attack?
We're on it.
We're on it with Jardiance.
Ask your doctor about Jardiance.
So my brain is wired to eat more when I'm watching TV?
Noom Weight uses psychology to help you understand your habits, change them, and realize that when it comes to losing weight, it's psychological. Sign up now and lose weight for good at Noom.com.
Your kindness outshines your highs and lows. Your strength can outlast any bad day because you are greater than your bipolar 1. And you can help take control of your symptoms and ask about Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Once daily Vraylar is proven to treat depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain, and high blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, may occur. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Common side effects include sleepiness and stomach issues. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are also common. You are greater than your bipolar 1. Ask about Vraylar.
Got crypto brain? You could satisfy it by getting crypto the same way everyone else does. Or with a tax advantage at Alto Crypto IRA. With as little as $10, you can now put retirement dollars in crypto. Over 125 coins through Coinbase Exchange, including Bitcoin, all with the full tax advantages of an IRA. Everyone's got their eye on crypto. Get yours with the Alto Advantage. Sign up free at altoira.com/crypto.
What makes best reviews the best reviews? They have an unbiased team that researches products in real-world situations to give reliable recommendations on pretty much everything.
Call that a plasma sword?
So you can be confident that whatever you're buying is right for you, no matter what life throws at it. Like your daughter Clementine, for example. For the best reviews, go to bestreviews.com. Seriously, before you buy anything, ever.
New video tonight showing the aftermath of a Russian attack on a city in northern Ukraine. This is just northwest of Kyiv and suffered widespread destruction of residential buildings after repeated shelling from Russian forces.
Yeah, that's one of the convoys that is on its way to Kyiv, and that's basically letting Kyiv know this is what's coming, which is why the Russians tend to do that, make sure there's no civilians in their rear. Joe Fetterman's been on the ground in Ukraine since this invasion began, reporting for News Nation. You just traveled from Kyiv to western Ukraine. Joe, first of all, tremendous and incredible reporting. We are grateful and proud of you. As an old friend, I'm really, it's incredible to see the work you've done. Give us a sense of, from when we talked 9 days ago, and we thought there's a chance this war was going to be over in 48 hours, what's changed now, and how does the outlook look going forward, big picture, for the Ukrainians holding out?
I think just the strength and scope of the Russian invasion has caught everyone off guard. As you probably know, over 1 million people already have left the country. 1 million people, that's the size of a mid-sized American city like Columbus. Think about that. Columbus, Ohio, just disappearing. So 1 million people have left, flooding over the borders, and they say those numbers could go up to 4 million. In the capital, very quickly, the capital of Kyiv has a siege feel to it. The streets are empty. The only thing you see on the streets are security forces. As you said, we've relocated, and the trip itself quite treacherous. Roads are filled with checkpoints. The roads are in poor condition, long lines. A trip that should have taken 5 or 6 hours for us ended up taking 29 hours.
Holy cow. There's your team right there, and it's worth noting that behind Joe, who's been doing real yeoman's work, is a cameraman, some engineers, and the rest of the Associated Press crew, who also should deserve our real and sincere thanks.
Yeah, absolutely amazing coverage there, and we're so glad to see you every time you pop up, that you're safe and still doing this amazing reporting. I want to talk to you about Putin's tactics now that he's shifted to civilian targets. What do you know about that? We're hearing about kindergartens, hospitals, apartment buildings.
It's very chilling. Not surprising. If you look at Russia's recent military history, if you look at what happened in Chechnya, and if you look at what happened in Syria, these are Russian targets. When fighting drags on, Russia steps up the attacks and can be very indiscriminate. So what we've seen in other cities so far hasn't reached the capital quite yet, but it's a good indication of what we can expect. And yesterday there was some move on the diplomatic front. They're talking during ceasefire talks. The discussions seem to be focusing on the creation of safe corridors. They're not talking about ending the fighting. They're talking about ways for people to evacuate cities. That's an indication that the fighting is going to get heavier before it quiets down.
Yeah, if it does quiet down anytime soon. Joe, we've heard reports that the Ukrainians, especially on the front lines, have been running low on ammunition, specifically the Javelin missiles that the U.S. has sent over and the Stingers that have denied the Russians air superiority. As you've talked to contacts in the Ukrainian military, how confident are they in resupply from the United States? Do they obviously want more, but do they say they're getting enough of what they're asking for?
Yeah, that's the type of thing that they will not talk about. These are deep, deep secrets, classified information, and they don't even want us to talk about simple troop movements. What I can say is that as we made our way across the country, morale was very high. We probably went through about 50 military checkpoints. We lost count. There were so many. Morale everywhere you go is very high. The people are determined to fight, and you see that in the battle zones. The Ukrainian forces are putting up a good fight everywhere, and we also hear the Western allies vowing to continue to import these type of weapons that you mentioned. So the indications, it's impossible to say because this is classified information, but all indications are the Ukrainians are ready to keep on fighting.
And I want to talk to you just about your journey. You mentioned it, how long it took, but the last time I talked to you was almost a week ago. You were sheltered in place. You were under curfew in Kyiv. You're now in Lviv. What was it like to move around the country in the middle of this war?
It was quite chilling. Everything from the roads, you face a choice. You can take main roads that are in areas that are often targeted by the Russians, and you can get stuck in huge, huge lines. We decided to take some back roads. That was equally risky. The roads are in poor condition. In virtually every village you pass through, there's sort of a neighborhood watch. They call them the territorial defense, just a gang of men with guns guarding their villages, checking everyone who comes through there. They take your passports, they open your trunk, they go through your baggage sometimes, and they look very on edge. So the mood right now, people are nervous, but once they got, what I can say, once they got to know us, once they saw we were foreign media, they actually were pretty friendly. I think they appreciate the outside attention, they appreciate the outside support, but the situation, very tense. People are bracing and dreading for more fighting.
All right, well, we are so happy you're safe, and we're so happy to get dispatches from you on the ground there, because it really does tell the story. Thank you.
Great work, Joe.
Thank you.
Well, the refugee crisis appears to be getting worse by the day, but now some incredible stories of people stepping up to help desperate Ukrainians with nowhere to go. We'll talk to one of them ahead.
Plus, Russia might feel like it's on the other side of the world, but its allies are a lot closer than you think. Where they are, the new influence of Cuba and Venezuela when we come back.
Since I left for college, my dad has gotten back into some of his old hobbies. And now he's taking Trulicity. And it looks like he's gotten into some new, healthier habits, too.
What changes are you making for your type 2 diabetes? Maybe it's time to try Trulicity. It's proven to help lower A1C. It could help you lose up to 10 pounds. And it's only taken once a week, so it can fit into your busy life. Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. It's not approved for use in children. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which can lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. The choices you make can help control your A1C. Ask your doctor about once-weekly Trulicity.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
My name is Douglas. I'm a writer, director, and I'm still working. In the kind of work that I do, you are surrounded by people who are all younger than you. I had to get help somewhere along the line to stay competitive. I discovered Prevagen. I started taking it, and after a period of time, my memory improved. It was a game changer for me.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Enjoy the magic of freshness from Nuts.com. Fresh nuts, dried fruits, sweets and treats, freshly roasted, freshly dipped, freshly seasoned, and delivered fast with free shipping. Nuts.com. Fresh snacks from our kitchen to yours.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best-kept skincare secret.
Meet a future mom, a first-time mom, and a seasoned pro. This mom's one step closer to their new minivan. Yeah, you'll get used to it. This mom's depositing money with tools on hand. Cha-ching. And this mom, well, she's setting an appointment here so her son can get set up there and start his own financial journey. That's because these moms all have Chase. Smart bankers, convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Chase, make more of what's yours.
This is News Nation, news for Virginia and news for all America.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep. We do better when our clients do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
More than 1 million people have fled Ukraine in just the past week, according to the UN, and millions more are expected to follow. It could be the largest humanitarian crisis in Europe in a century. Countries are scrambling to create makeshift shelters, many regular people opening their homes. Cleopatra Coman lives in Romania. She is one of those people welcoming refugee families into her home. She's joining us tonight. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I understand you've taken in a mother and a daughter from Ukraine who are fleeing the war. What condition did they arrive in? How are their spirits? How are they doing?
Well, the girl was happy, happy to be here in Romania, happy to be able to play, to paint, to be somewhere safe. The mother is a little bit concerned because she told me all the time, how should I start over? How should I start over? And I tried to comfort her as much as I could. I'm also a yoga teacher, so I tried to offer her the emotional therapy that she needs. But yeah, it's a tragic situation there.
It is just so heartbreaking, and so many of those stories. And obviously the men between the ages of 18 and 60 are required to stay and fight in Ukraine. So did they leave someone behind? Did they leave a brother or a husband or someone behind?
Yeah, she left her brother and her parents there.
So what inspired you to step up and help them and open your home?
I don't know. I felt like I had to do something, because at the end we are all human, and also my grandparents are Ukrainian. I'm a little bit Ukrainian, so I mean, even if I wouldn't be, it doesn't matter. What matters is to be human right now in this time.
Yeah,
this is my only motivation.
It must feel good, at least, to know that you're helping this family, that you're giving them a roof over their heads at a time when they really need it.
Yeah, at least that's what I can do. I don't have much. I live in a rented apartment, so I don't have like a hotel or I just have a spare bedroom, so that's what I can do.
Well, I'm sure it means the world to them. I'm sure they'll remember this for the rest of their lives. And besides volunteers like you, do the refugees in Romania have a place to go? Is there an organized system to get them help?
Yes, we are very organized. I was very, very impressed. Sorry, I get a little bit emotional. When Ukrainians arrive in Romania through the border, they have everything they need. So they have a shelter, they have medical assistance, they have plenty of food, clothes for kids, formula, food for their pets. So they have literally everything. They don't miss anything. The only thing that they miss is their country and their family left in there, because it's just like that. Sometimes I have no words to speak, because I feel like it's something inside me that's because I'm very close to the border, and you can feel like it's a strange pressure. It's something that's on you. I don't know how to explain. It gets me sick to my stomach.
I can understand that. And you said you're part Ukrainian too. It must feel like you could be in their shoes. This could be anyone.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, the projections are that Ukrainians will continue to pour into the country, millions more of them fleeing Ukraine. How do you think the government will handle it there in Romania?
Well, the government here offered lots of space for the immigrants. Also, there are just regular people who are helping, and businessmen. They are offering their hotels or their I don't know, even event hall. They are transformed into shelters for the refugees. So the help is really massive. I've never seen this in my life. I've never seen this such a big help in my life.
Oh, it is so tragic. I'm sure that they appreciate it so much. We appreciate you for joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You know, oftentimes when you and I have covered natural disasters in the United States, hurricanes, tornadoes, whatever it is, it's very easy to see that the worst of times bring out the best in Americans. And now we're seeing the worst of times bringing out sort of the best in humanity. For all the evil that we are seeing in Ukraine, Cleopatra's story on the other side of this does give you a little bit of renewed hope.
Yeah, it is just so touching to see people stepping up for the Ukrainians and putting themselves in their position. You could feel her empathy there.
Well, and so many of the people who are in Europe are not that far away from it generationally. You're talking about people who certainly their parents were alive during World War II. Their grandparents may have fought in World War II. They've heard those stories. They knew what it was like to be on the other side. That degree of empathy only comes from having experienced it.
And they remember the Soviet Union, right? A lot of people who are younger people don't remember what that looked like.
That's an excellent point. And we've heard both from younger Ukrainians who know what it's like to live under freedom, that they will never go to live under a Vladimir Putin rule. That's why they're willing to fight, and that's why they have such a heart to fight in Ukraine. What's really amazing, I don't know if we have any of the video of it, but if you look at the conscription lines or the sign-up lines for the Ukrainian military, there's guys who are 40, 50, and 60 years old signing up, and they all say, when asked why, I know what it was like to live under the Soviet Union. I am not going back to that. My kids aren't going back to that. Therefore, I will fight.
And also hearing stories of Ukrainians who say, you know, my grandparents survived the Holocaust.
Right.
And this is, you know...
Their president's grandparents survived the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Vladimir Zelensky's grandfather. So there you go. All right, coming up, how Russia is getting support from a country just 90 miles off the coast of Florida. They have for a long time, but what that means for the Ukraine crisis.
Living with metastatic breast cancer means being relentless because every day matters. And having more of them is possible with Verzenio, the only one of its kind proven to help you live significantly longer when taken with fulvestrant, regardless of menopause status.
Verzenio plus fulvestrant is for HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer that has progressed after hormone therapy. Diarrhea is common, may be severe, or cause dehydration or infection. At the first sign, call your doctor, start an antidiarrheal, and drink fluids. Before taking Verzenio, tell your doctor about any fever, chills, or other signs of infection. Verzenio may cause low white blood cell counts, which may cause serious infection that can lead to death. Life-threatening lung inflammation can occur. Tell your doctor about any new or worsening trouble breathing, cough, or chest pain. Serious liver problems can happen. Symptoms include fatigue, appetite loss, stomach pain, and bleeding or bruising. Blood clots that can lead to death have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have pain or swelling in your arms or legs, shortness of breath, chest pain, and rapid breathing or heart rate, or if you are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be.
Every day matters, and I want more of them.
Ask your doctor about everyday Verzenio.
The Chewy box is coming today.
Calm down, Lenny. We just ordered it yesterday.
Oven-baked apple biscuits! Holy Leroy. Biscuits!
Get fast, free 1 to 3 day shipping when they just can't wait. Chewy.
Hello, Michael Youssef here, and I want to tell you that loneliness in our society has reached a pandemic proportion, and yet few want to admit it. Social scientists are telling us that the average man lives a life of quiet desperation. Many are embarrassed to say the words "I'm lonely" or "I need friends" for fear that people might think less of them. But God said that He is the friend who sticks to you closer than a brother. You can trust Him. He will be by your side through all the challenges of your life. I know it experientially. He's waiting for you to come to Him. Will you come to Him?
Do you feel alone, isolated, forsaken? You can find hope and peace today. Visit findingtruepeace.com to find out more. That's findingtruepeace.com.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's best kept skincare secret.
There's a reason big dental bills often come as a shock. Because sometimes you don't realize what's not covered until you get the bill. That's why affordable dental insurance from Physicians Mutual is important. It can give you benefits that go beyond what you get from more limited coverage plans. Because no one likes a big dental bill, especially if you're retired or on a fixed income. For a free information kit, call or go online now. This isn't some discount plan or preventive-only coverage. This is real dental insurance that helps cover over 350 procedures, like cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, root canals, even dentures, at any dentist you want. Dental insurance from Physicians Mutual Insurance Company helps cover preventive care, basic work, and major procedures, with no deductibles and no annual maximum. For your free information kit with all the details, call now or visit sendinfokit.com.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
As most of the Western world puts up a united front against Russia's invasion of Ukraine, there are some Russian allies in this hemisphere. One of them is just 90 miles off the coast of Florida. That's Cuba.
Yeah, been a Russian ally since the 50s when Fidel Castro came to power. Russian warships have docked in the waters of the Caribbean over the past 10 years. NewsNation correspondent Brian Entin live in Miami. Brian, what's always striking to me about Cuba is how everybody, a lot of the people you meet in Miami from Cuba, they can explain to you exactly the threat of Russia and the Soviet Union in a way that no American can really understand.
Oh, absolutely. And I was in several of their living rooms today, and you're right. They know the threat, but I don't think people really throughout the United States realize that Cuba is just 90 miles off the coast of Florida and that they are very, very close with Russia. If you've been to Cuba, one of the first things you notice, one of the first things I noticed when I went there is how massive The Russian embassy is there. It's huge. They have a huge presence there. There have been ships and submarines, Russian ships and submarines, that have docked there, refueled there over the years, probably more times than we realize. So right now with this conflict, definitely a place we have to keep an eye on.
And Cuba so heavily reliant on Russia as one of its few allies. So what are experts saying about the possibility of Russian operations staging from Cuba in relation to this conflict?
Yeah, so they are reliant, you know, there's the U.S. embargo on Cuba, so they're reliant on Russia and China for a lot of their needs and cars and all sorts of mechanical equipment that they need. But all of the experts that I spoke to today said, yes, we should be thinking about this, but they didn't think this was going to be a big issue at this point. They were more concerned about countries in Europe that were closer to Russia. They didn't believe that Russia had any plans at this point to move any military or anything like that closer to the United States to Cuba.
Gotcha. All right. Hey, Brian, great seeing you. Excellent reporting. Thank you. There you go. And one thing that Brian brought up that's important, you've got Cuba, you also have Venezuela. That is the other main power that is really Nicolas Maduro, who's cozied up not only to Vladimir Putin, but to the Ayatollah as well, and to the Chinese.
And Nicaragua. Don't forget Nicaragua.
Correct.
All right. A nuclear power plant under attack by Russia. The latest from Ukraine next.
Russia invades Ukraine.
If Ukraine does not get solved, nothing else might matter.
News Nation has live continuing coverage, the facts, the journalism.
You speak with a lot of Ukrainians here. They're worried that the West doesn't really know what's going on here in Ukraine.
News Nation will take you beyond the what's happening and tell you the why.
The fact of the matter is, Ukrainians will resist.
For continuing coverage on Russia at war, stay tuned to News Nation.
Frank is a fan of fast. He's a fast talker, a fast walker. And for unexpected heartburn, Frank is a fan of Pepcid. It works in minutes. Nexium 24-hour and Prilosec OTC can take 1 to 4 days to fully work. Pepcid, strong relief for fans of fast.
Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Basilor 325 liquid-filled aspirin capsule is clinically shown in a 7-day study to cause fewer ulcers than immediate-release aspirin. Basilor, the first liquid-filled aspirin capsules, amazing.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
If you or someone you love has developed Parkinson's disease after being exposed to Gramoxone or any herbicide containing the deadly chemical Paraquat, you may be entitled to financial compensation. Call now. There are time deadlines, so don't delay. If you don't win, you pay nothing.
Got crypto brain? You could satisfy it by getting crypto the same way everyone else does. Or with a tax advantage at Alto Crypto IRA. With as little as $10, you can now put retirement dollars in crypto. Over 125 coins through Coinbase Exchange, including Bitcoin, all with the full tax advantages of an IRA. Everyone's got their eye on crypto. Get yours with the Alto Advantage. Sign up free at altoira.com/crypto.
Pain hits fast, so get relief fast. Only Tylenol Rapid Release Gels have laser-drilled holes. They release medicine fast for fast pain relief. And now, get relief without a pill with Tylenol Dissolve Packs. Relief without the water.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. That's right, free. This free book reveals little-known secrets about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. Call right now for your free book. And as a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report. We researched over 1,200 annuities and summarized the rates and benefits of annuities from financially strong insurers. Again, that's annuity do's and don'ts for baby boomers and a free annuity rate report, both absolutely free, for calling Annuity General today. Supplies are limited. Call now.
Call 800-310-4200. That's 800-310-4200.
And back now to the top story of the night. That fire is under control at the nuclear power plant in southern Ukraine.
All right. One of the 6 reactors became engulfed in flames after being shelled by Russian forces. The U.S. Department of Energy says the reactors are being safely shut down. Pretty interesting that they know this already. This is overnight video, so this happened about 10, 12 hours ago in Ukraine. The fire's out. We don't know who still controls the nuclear power plant, which is on a key river that the Russians have to take if they want to break out from their southern theater and then move north to try to lay siege to Kyiv. It does show you, Rudabeh, the tactics that the Russian military is willing to use. Because if you think about the combination of a nuclear power plant and heavy artillery, as we watch people cutting a ribbon, I don't know what that was. But anyway, you combine those two things, and it's not really a good combination. There are other nuclear power plants inside Ukraine. You can imagine the conversations now that are going on about that. And the Russian military is said, and Vladimir Putin said, the worst is yet to come, and 6 hours later, this happens. Get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's just been a challenge covering this because there's so much information coming out. It's a fast-developing story. We're getting conflicting reports from Russia, from Ukraine, from other reporting. So the bottom line tonight is that this wasn't as bad as it could have been.
Oh, no. Nowhere close to as bad as it could have been. The one thing you always think about is you never really worry about the right thing in these kinds of situations. No one thought about Ukraine's nuclear power plants until all of a sudden one ended up on fire. I don't think anybody thought the Russians would be brazen enough to go shell one, even if they wanted it from a tactical standpoint. Now we have to see if Vladimir Putin's willing to do this, what will he do next?
And much more coverage on Morning in America. That's tomorrow morning. And of course, we will be following all the developments on NewsNationNow.com.
Tonight, war raging on the ground in Ukraine as Russian troops target the nation's largest nuclear plant. Round 2 of peace talks in Belarus as Ukraine tries to keep its now famous president out of harm's way in the middle of direct threats. New action from the Pentagon authorizing direct shipments of Stinger missiles to Ukraine and trying to squeeze Vladimir Putin by